We are live now.
Thank you. I'm going to wait just a moment here to start. Give some council members a chance to join. Angie, at this point, we still don't have any public comment. Is that correct?
Correct. We had none.
Great.
Mayor, I just resent the link to Councilmember Smith, and Mr. Preston is going to be getting on in just a minute. So we'll soon have everybody on the call.
All right.
Mayor, please, while we're waiting for them, I do have a quick question. Somebody joined the meeting by name Steve. Can you please identify yourself? Which department?
So you'll have to say that again. Your microphone's not very good.
Mayor, she's wondering if the person identified on the Zoom call as Steve could identify themselves, just so we know who's on the call here.
Steve, would you identify yourself?
I'll just log out.
Okay. Call to order a special meeting for the Normal Town Council for the purpose of our annual budget review. Please call the roll.
Mayor Coos?
Here.
Mr. McCarthy?
Here.
Ms. Cummings?
Here.
Mr. Nord?
Here.
Ms. Smith? Mrs. Lorenz?
Here.
Mr. Preston?
Here.
We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The governor has issued a disaster declaration related to the public health concerns caused by the statewide COVID-19 pandemic. As mayor, I've determined that an in-person meeting is not practical or prudent because of the risk of exposure to the COVID-19 virus stemming from an indoor gathering, and that a remote meeting is in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare of the council, the staff, and the general public. We have no public commenters today, so we'll just get right into it. I will say that we have a lot to cover today. So let's be mindful of our time and try and be as efficient as we can, because again, we have quite a bit to cover today. So Pam, I'm going to turn it over to you for any opening comments you might have.
Great, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, council members, for committing your day today to this process. Like always, we are going to spend the day reviewing our proposed budget for next fiscal year. One thing I just wanted to mention, this particular budget is going to generally be status quo based on what we know. There's still a lot of uncertainties, but we tried to present to you a conservative budget that we think still maintains the town's financial strategies. To introduce our day today, Mr. Hune is going to spend some time going over some slides, a number of slides that really explain what the budget is all about, some highlights for the proposed budget. Staff will be prepared to go over each of their operating budgets and are prepared certainly to respond to any questions council may have. We also understand that because we didn't have a strategic planning session with you this past fall, and that we will likely have a follow-up strategic planning session sometime this spring. We'll get something scheduled soon. That council really hasn't had an opportunity to provide feedback and direction to us on some policy related matters. So we have moved forward with a proposed budget that incorporates the most recent policy direction, and that's from that basically about 13 months ago, still focusing on those priorities. So certainly I understand that council might have some policy related questions and conversations today that will provide staff direction, and we can then incorporate those that direction into the final budget document. The other thing I wanted to share with council as a reminder, and certainly to share with the public, the process today is just to have a discussion and go over our proposed budget. There are no formal votes, and we don't ask council to take any formal action today. We will hear what you have got to say, respond to it, provide modifications as necessary, and present to you the final budget document in March. In March is when we ask council to actually adopt the budget. That would be planned for the March 1st City Council meeting. And then the adopted budget at that time would go into effect our fiscal year, which is April 1st. So with that, certainly I think we have a lot of items in this proposed budget and a lot we could talk about. I'm very proud of this budget document. Staff has done a terrific job in pulling a lot of things together this past fall to present this budget to you. But the best person to talk about the budget highlights is sitting right here on our Zoom call, and I'm going to introduce the Finance Director, Andrew Hune, who's going to spend quite a bit of time in this early part of the day going over some detailed slides and presenting a lot of information to you. Following his presentation, then we'll move into the individual departments. Mr. Hune?
Thank you, Ms. Reese. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Can everybody see that okay on their screen too? Thank you. It's been mentioned already that we have a long day, and I think you're going to hear me talk more than you probably prefer, but a lot has happened this year, and this is what I would say a fairly unique budget in terms of some of the things that we're doing that is unique to the past, but it certainly still is a status quo budget in many ways. So I do want to spend, this is kind of the overview. This is very typical from the past. We're going to focus pretty heavily on general fund since that's kind of the core primary fund for the town's operations. We'll look at current year projections. We'll do our regular adopted budget to proposed budget views to kind of give you a sense of where we're at as we thought for last year for this 5-year period. We'll do a fund balance review. We'll spend a little bit of time on capital. We've already kind of reviewed that as part of the CIP, but I'm going to review that again a little bit with you. And we'll spend a fair amount of time on debt this year. We'll do a debt overview and then of course talk about what we've already discussed to some degree with you internally and then with the public last council meeting, our debt restructure plan. Of course, water sewer funds, health and dental fund, and then we'll review our department strategies and department reviews. So a very full day agenda, a lot of fun to talk about in a lot of ways, and some things challenging to kind of go through too. I do want to spend a little bit of time on the current year estimate, the year we're currently in right now, fiscal year 2021. And then we'll talk a lot about 21-22, which is the year we're going to be adopting the budget for next year. So this year, the current year, we're estimating to be at a deficit of $2.8 million. And I'm going to spend some time on that number in the next few slides to kind of walk you through where it's coming from, because a lot has gone on to create that deficit. And in a lot of ways, it was a self-imposed deficit. Now, I'll get to that momentarily. The budget that we're preparing for next year's approval starting April 1st is 21-22. That budget is balanced and in pretty good shape in terms of surplus, a small surplus. In effect, basically, it's a balanced budget at $33,000 surplus. But I want to get back to at least spend a little time on the current year this year, because this is where a lot of things have gone on, as you're well aware, with COVID and so forth. So this is a pretty aggressive slide in terms of that information. I'm going to walk us through it slowly to kind of give you a sense of what happened from the beginning of the year to now. So this is where we're at right now as a final estimate for the current fiscal year. $67.7 million of revenue, $70.5 million of expense and transfers for that $2.8 million deficit that I referred to in the previous slide. So the question is, how do we get there? So we got to kind of go back to the adopted budget that we approved back last March. We were estimating $69.9 million of revenue and $69.8 million of expense for a $35,000 surplus, or basically an ineffective balanced budget. So what's occurred between adopted budget last year back in March to now? Well, for one thing, we had a pandemic, and that was a significant hit to the economy, globally, nationwide, to the state, and certainly to local and us. So I want to spend a little time on revenues first to kind of walk you through what happened. And some of this you'll already know, some of it will be a refresher, but it's kind of a high view of what happened. So for revenues, we had, due to COVID, we had a significant drop in expenses, $6.3 million of revenue, not expenses, of revenue for this year estimate. That certainly ties, that kind of ties back to 10.4 million we estimated back in early February, March last year. Or this year, to kind of see where we're going to land. We've obviously known more information. Things have recovered better than we expected, but still we're looking at about a $6.3 million drop in revenue. This is largely from parks and recreation, cultural arts, the museum, the pools, and so forth. Sales tax took a hit. We'll go into more detail later on that. Hotel, motel, food and beverage, and waste collection due to a delay in implementing the new fee. So a lot hit our revenue this year due to the pandemic, through those revenue sources and revenue activity. Some have recovered, some have not recovered entirely yet. Some will recover slowly. So, and we'll get into more detail on that too shortly. Now, a couple of things that happened that were not part of the adopted budget, just like the pandemic, not part of the adopted budget, in terms of revenue loss. We had $4 million in increase in revenue. Now, the majority of this is coming from state grants. We got $2.1 million from the State CARES Act to help support our operations during the pandemic. We've got $450,000 more coming into the town for a business relief program the town has sponsored. Use tax has gone up. That's largely a factor of better laws and regulations on collecting internet sales tax. Permit fees were up above our budget, which is largely Rivian activity. And then, of course, we passed a 4-cent increase in local motor fuel tax that we're going to get for 3 months of this fiscal year, starting December 1st. So that all amounted to about $4 million more in revenue that we didn't expect to have due to those impacts. So that brought us from 69.9 million of adopted budget to 67.7 final proposed budget for estimate. Expenses. So let's focus on that now. So again, we're going from adopted budget of $69.9 million of expenses adopted to 70.5. Obviously, with COVID, we had significant cutbacks in our expenses in terms of seasonal staff, part-time staff, the museum, at Parks and Rec. The program staff were either not hired back or released during certain periods of time because there were no programs going on at that period. Also had some savings in operating supplies. If you recall, we also cut back significantly on transfers. Again, this was kind of an immediate reaction to our the COVID pandemic. If the economy is so hard and is still having a drain, we reduced expenses, we reduced transfers to vehicle reserve, to roadway fund, and to capital fund. Those three funds are funded primarily from the general fund's operations. So in a matter to manage cash flow and fund balance, we cut those transfers back. We did have some increases in revenue. The majority of that $723,000 is a $450,000 grant. If you recall, the town got the business improvement grant from the state for $450,000. That's going to come in as revenue, and then we're going to be dispersing those checks very shortly to the businesses as expenses. So we record that as a budget expense. So that kind of gives you a little bit of an overview of what was going on. So we came to a final estimate, and I kind of call this the actual economic estimate for the town for the end of this fiscal year is about a $6.05 million surplus. Now we're ending the year at a $2.8 million deficit. So how's that happen? Well, what we're doing here is we've decided that we're going to take that surplus for a couple different purposes. One, we moved $8.9 million. We set that aside from general fund into two different funds. We put $4 million in debt service project reserve, and we're going to use that funding as part of a debt restructure plan that I'll discuss later on and that you're already kind of aware of. And we took 4.9 million of it and put into vehicle reserve. We're going to need that 4.9 later on in the out years to kind of balance the budget, which I'll also get into. But basically, we went from a $6 million surplus to a $2.8 million deficit due to that $8.9 million transfer out of general fund to set that money aside. We still have that cash. We're not going to show it in general fund right away. We're essentially putting it aside for debt service relief and also for future year relief. Now, where'd the $8.9 million balance come from? How is that number developed? Basically, we could pull out $8.9 million from the general fund and still maintain a 15% reserve at the end of this fiscal year. So even though we are showing a deficit of 2.8 in the current fiscal year, as I said, that was kind of a self-imposed deficit. We could pull that much cash out of general fund, set it aside for future uses, either debt service restructure and also balance in the out years, and still maintain our 50% reserve. Okay, so that was one of the more difficult slides to get through. Hopefully that kind of makes sense to you. Again, we had a strong surplus due to cutbacks in expenditures, due to better than expected revenue from COVID, and we set that cash aside to solve some issues in the out years and to do our debt restructure program. So what is fund balance? Yeah.
Andrew,
Go ahead.
could you just put what comprised the 8.9 million? I didn't get it quick enough.
Sure. So 8.9 million, we pulled 4 million of the 8.9 million we put in debt service project reserve, and we're setting that money aside, about half of the 8.9 for our debt restructure program. We're going to use that money to pay off the debt as we discussed earlier, and I'll get into more detail in later slides. And then 4.9 of it we put into vehicle reserve. Again, set that money aside in that vehicle reserve fund, and I'm going to show you later on how we're going to bring that back in the general fund to help balance some of the budget issues.
Thank you.
You bet. So fund balance wise, what you have in your proposed budget today is what we consider a prudent and reasonable and balanced situation with general fund. As I said, we're projected to be at 15.2% for the current year. I'm sorry, this slide here shows the fund balance compared to our target for all 5 years in the proposed budget. So you can see for the very first column there, 10.7 million, that's our projected fund balance for the current fiscal year. and that we're just slightly above our target at 15.2. And then of course, going forward there, we do start to get a little below our target in years 4 and 5. That's not necessarily uncommon for us. We typically budget pretty conservatively those out years to show kind of heavy expense and conservative revenue in terms of both estimates there. So we generally do better than that, but we like to remain conservative in the out years. But for the most part, we're very comfortable with this budget position in terms of the 5-year outlook and then our fund balance reserve. Right, basically right at target or slightly below the out years. So I want to go into revenues a little more of general fund. This is, of course, the total revenue picture for the general fund. It gives the council and folks that might be watching this a sense of the revenue sources we have and the amount of reliance we have on those. Obviously, sales tax traditionally is a revenue source that cities and towns rely on significantly. Property tax is our next biggest one. Charges for services, income tax, parks and recreation fees, and utility fees, et cetera. So you can kind of see beyond kind of the 1/3 or so, more than 1/3 of reliance on sales tax. The rest of the revenues are fairly diverse in terms of their nature. Okay, so this is a pretty common slide. I want to kind of refresh your memory on it though. The blue line represents our expectation of all revenue for the general fund from the adopted budget that was approved last year for this 5 years that we're going forward. The red line is the proposed budget now as it compares to that. So if the red line's below the blue line in terms of revenue picture, which this is, we're actually expecting less revenue than we adopted last year for the 5-year period. So to kind of walk you through this in terms of major revenue, we're expecting about $2.2 million less revenue in 2021. And that is essentially a function of, we did have some increase I discussed earlier. We had $2.6 million in state grants, use taxes up, permits are up, local motor fuel taxes up, plan review fees and so forth. So those things all increased our expectation of revenue over the adopted budget. However, we have significant expense decreases too, revenue decreases too, that brought that revenue line down a bit. And this, of course, we already discussed. All the charges we have for a lot of the Parks Rec programs didn't occur, so we didn't collect that revenue. Sales tax was significantly down as to we thought to expect it was going to be. Hotel motel was down, food and beverage, and parking deck. So we have some revenue losses that aren't a surprise because we've been talking about this for some time now, and we had some revenue increases that were a bit of a surprise, i.e. the state grant and so forth. But in the end, that kind of washed to a $2.2 million drop in revenue expectation for the overall budget for general fund. Now you can see we're not quite climbing out of that problem right away. We're showing 1.6 million for the adopted budget coming up. Again, we have some increases in revenue. We have more money from local motor fuel tax that's coming in. We are going to have to levy or find revenue for property taxes for police and fire pension, which I'll get into later on too a little more. And use tax came in a little stronger than we expected for next year. Again, decreases. As you recall, we did decrease the levy this year to maintain a flat levy of about $1 million in operating levy. Hotel motel is going to remain fairly low next year. We will still see some sales tax decreases next year, and food and beverage will be slowly coming back too. But those are still going to be challenges in next year's budget, and also for the out years as we kind of try to climb back to pre-COVID levels of activity. We're not expecting to get there for the most part in this 5-year budget in certain revenue sources overall, but we hope to. So that's part of the conservative nature of our revenue budget for the out years. Kind of getting into more specific detail of each line item. Sales tax. Again, this is just sales tax now. The blue line, what we expected for last year's budget, adopted for 5 years. The red line, we're down almost $1 million in sales tax for the current fiscal year. Again, that's all COVID-related economic impacts. We are going to think about a little over $500,000 for next year. And kind of give you a little bit of a background on this. What we have seen, and sales tax is collected by a lot of different industries, a lot of different segments of the economy. You know, what was up, what was down due to the pandemic. What was up was big box home stores, you know, the Menards, the Home Depots, things like this. Groceries were significantly up, and liquor stores were significantly up. Down by category, and this is no surprise if you're even paying attention to anything on this. Apparel retail was significantly hit. Home decor stores were like Bed Bath & Beyond, like that were significantly hit. Specialty stores, big box merchandise was kind of mixed in terms of, these are the Walmarts and Targets and Menards and so forth. Not Menards, but kind of the grocery non-home store big box. Some did well, some didn't do so good. Restaurants obviously down, and convenience obviously down. Those are down to both first and second quarters of 2021. So we're still seeing, of last year, 2020. We're hoping to see some increases there, but for the most part, it still is a challenging area in those particular segments of the market. And we show it in the out years as being still well below what we expected for our budget last year for this 5 years. Review of property tax. Again, just look at that top box. You can see what the components are of our property tax: the police, fire, IMRF, Social Security, Medicare, and general fund operating. You can see last year's levy of 2019 was 9.1 million for those areas, and the levy that was passed this last December was for 2020 was also a flat levy. So we did not increase that levy at all, although we had, as you can see from that chart above, a significant increase in police and fire pension levies. We've discussed what drove this. A lot of it is our closed period getting closer to 2040, and also change in mortality tables that increase the life expectancy for the plan participants. So we are seeing significant increases in that, and we will still see significant increases in that in the out years, which is going to be a challenge to manage. We were able to keep the levy flat this year by cutting the levy back by $1 million in general fund, which has an impact to general fund, a significant one, because that levy helps fund a lot of core operations of the town, which we've managed through some staffing restructure and eliminations. But the out years will be still a challenge to manage going forward because of the increase in police and fire pension costs that is expected. And I'll go into more detail on that too shortly. I know I've been saying quite a bit, but I will. Next is charges for services, a pretty significant revenue source for us. You know, what makes it up is mostly the refuse collection, the waste fee, the garbage fee collection, about $4.3 million of it. It's about 6.2 or so for this fiscal year. About $2 million for ambulance fees, and a little over $500,000 for ISU fire rescue services. So what's happened this year is, for the current year, that this usually stays pretty consistent because it's a pretty known stuff. You know, we know what the waste fee is going to be. It's a pretty reliable revenue source. Ambulance fees can be up and down a little bit based on runs, but the ISU contract is also very stable. So that usually these two lines almost stay right on top of one another every year. They didn't this year because when we delayed the waste fee increase for a few months, and that reduced revenue by $250,000 for the current year. We do have a scheduled bump up in the waste fee that was actually in last year's budget too, adopted, going to $32 a month in 21-22. What is new here, which is what's caused an increase in revenue over the adopted budget last year, is the Hudson ambulance service. It's about $200,000 a year, so that's increased our overall revenue flow about $200,000 plus at each fiscal year. So that's kind of the main difference in this line in terms of what's going on with the expectation of the blue line last year and the red line increase this year. Income tax. I usually spend quite a bit of time on this slide, but this slide has been remarkably stable in terms of what we expected to occur in the adopted budget for the 5 years and what's actually occurring. That was a bit of a surprise because of all the unemployment that the country has experienced and the town has experienced and the state. But I don't want to spend too much time on this, but you know, we have different segments of the economy that were hit hard and still are recovering, and others that increased employment. So I think for the most part, it kind of washed out in terms of income tax. We'll keep watching it closely. We're actually above our expectation for the current fiscal year. We budget pretty conservatively every year, so we're seeing a bump up there, which is nice. And the out years, I think, are going to remain pretty consistent with our current outlook from last year. So that was nice to see. That revenue source was a bit problematic when we first entered the pandemic, but it has remained fairly stable, probably because of the offsets in other industries making up for the significant losses in other segments. Last one I'll just go, no, second to last one is Parks and Rec income. This one is kind of hard not to talk about because it was impacted probably the most this year. This revenue line, of course, includes before and after school fees, the Children's Discovery Museum admissions, the pool admissions, monthly passes, golf, and all the rec programs, youth and adult. Significant drop from what we expected, and in the adopted budget, obviously COVID hit the economy. Those programs were cut back entirely, and we lost the expense for those programs. We also lost the revenue. So we had a significant revenue drop because of that. We're not estimating to get back to what we thought we were going to be last year at this time. In 21, 22, you can see we're slightly below that. We're trying to be relatively conservative and trying to estimate when to kind of restart certain programs, and that's going to be a function of the state guidance too, of course, and when revenue will come in and so forth. We think by year 3 and out, we'll kind of be back to a regular pre-COVID situation, but again, we'll watch it very closely. But for now, a big drop in the current year, which was no surprise based on our communications for this entire fiscal year. And we're being a little conservative in terms of returning to a regular year next year. Final one's utility tax. Again, this one is a revenue source. That's our gas, electric, cable, and telecommunications tax. Proposed to adopted budget changes about almost $200,000 drop. And you can see this is a revenue source that continues to decrease. We discussed it quite a bit in the past, so I won't kind of harp on it too much. We are seeing a drop off projected for this year, 2021, and then we just project a flat revenue in the out years, which is probably a little too liberal, but we always hope that we're going to eventually hit the bottom here and then continue on. So that's kind of where that stands right now. Operating expenditures, that's kind of all, that's the revenue picture for general fund. I'm going to come back to a little bit of it near the end here, but are there any questions in terms of revenue or general fund stuff before we go into operating expenditures for general fund? So operating expenditures for the fund for next fiscal year, about $70 million. Obviously from this chart here, you can see that the majority of that is salary and benefits. We're a service organization. We provide services primarily. And so you can see most of that in personnel cost. Again, now thinking in terms of what we thought about in terms of budget for all expenses in the general fund compared to what we're estimating now. For the current year, we have actually an increase in expenses. That in large part is the significant increase in transfers out that we're doing. We had significant savings, as you can recall, as we discussed earlier, but we took essentially all that savings and set it aside for debt payoff and for managing the future uncertainty of the out years from COVID. And I'll discuss that later on. But we do have an increase in expenses there because of that, because of the major transfer out. For next fiscal year, we're going to see a significant drop in expenses. This is mostly due to cutbacks and restructuring of salary positions, full-time and part-time, seasonal stuff, again, dealing with some of the uncertainty of COVID going forward, and also dealing with the $1 million drop in revenue from the levy, kind of compensated with that with reductions in staff. And then of course, we do have a little more of a transfer out. It offset to still a $1.6 million decrease in expenses, but we do have more money coming into the town from the 4% local gas tax increase. That's actually doesn't really benefit general fund too much because we take that money and put it back in the road fund anyway. So it kind of goes to general fund to the road fund to support road operations. But it is a transfer out, so it does increase our expenses. And then of course the out years we're keeping below. That's a function of the personnel savings, see the current reductions and some operating savings that we're trying to keep expenses below what we thought they'd be this time last year for 5 years. We're reducing that down. Salary and benefit, I kind of discussed this a little bit already. So just looking at salary and benefits, you can see this slide tells you kind of how that falls out. Obviously, almost half of it's police and fire. The rest, a third or so is Parks and Rec picking up. Public Works and Administration, all the kind of core departments for internal service to the different areas. So obviously, public safety and Parks and Recs are our major personnel costs for the town. In terms of this line, this is of course the blue line again, adopted budget, red lines, the proposed budget for all salary and benefits in the general fund. That's full-time, part-time, overtime, Social Security and benefits and so forth. We are significantly down this year. That's a function of mostly Parks and Recs and Cultural Arts in terms of decreased staffing levels because of the COVID pandemic. The out year is a function of our reduction in staff areas of reduced positions, and that's going to continue on. A lot of those savings are coming from these different departments where we've done some restructuring and some eliminations of positions. Not eliminating police and fire per se. We've programmed more vacancy savings into the budget than we typically would before. In the past, we would kind of budget at a very full level for all positions. That usually would give us a fairly good surplus at the end of the year to rely on for any other emergencies. This year, we're kind of tightening that up a little bit and saying, well, we're going to have these vacancy savings. Let's go ahead and show that as savings now in the budget versus later on. And of course, we did a lot of restructuring and some eliminations, unfortunately, in other departments, as you can see on that list, that impacted the budget in a positive way and reduced expenses for all years, including the out years. Contract payments, another significant piece of expenses for general fund, kind of what's going on here. This is police and fire contributions. This is where we actually, make the transfer or cut the check to the pension funds from the pension levy for police and fire. We also pay the state a healthcare amount to help support mental health. This is our CDB, EDC, development agreement payments, our liability costs, and Connect Transit expenses. We did have a drop off in this current fiscal year. Again, the major decrease there was the fact that Rivian waived their developer agreed upon payment from the town of $1 million, which helped our budget significantly and decreased what we expected to pay. Obviously, the blue line's above the red line there. The out years are again problematic because of police and fire contributions. We are going to start seeing, they've always been challenging, and there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of police and fire going forward with consolidation. We hope to see some long-term benefit there, but the immediate impact is going to be probably not beneficial. We're probably going to see increases in that contribution, which needs to be managed, and we're working on that now with you, of course.
Mr. Hune, before you get off that slide, I did want to point out our assumptions still reflect the 2040 state mandated funding target. So, our projections for the next few years are increasing pension obligations, increasing expenses. So I just wanted to point that out. We are hopeful that the state will push out that 2040 date, but we are still moving forward using that 2040 date as our guideline.
A similar question. So the police and fire pension, does that reflect the leaving some funds in the property tax assessment to take care of that obligation?
Yes, we have increased the property tax estimate for the out years to reflect the increased need for police and fire pension contributions. So okay. we will see.
So we're seeing that commitment to being able to do that and absorbing that commitment to more fully funding police and fire pensions, offset by other cuts elsewhere in the general fund budget.
I would say not entirely. We do have some challenging years coming up in terms of pension levy discussion, and that not right away, but we will need to talk to council about the best way to fund those things, because property tax might not be able to be the best source for that in continuing going forward.
Right. I was also going to add on to that. While this proposed budget does anticipate police and fire pension funding obligations coming from the property tax, that levy is possibly something council is not going to support, but it does give us time to figure out alternatives for meeting those pension obligations. But historically, we've funded police and fire pension funding as well as IMRF, the non-public safety pension obligation through the property tax levy.
And just one final reminder on the police and fire pension, we did, as you recall, change the assumptions for the mortality tables. We adopted half of that assumption this last levy, and we'll adopt the second half next levy, and then we'll have a full amount of it in all levies going forward. So that's also put some upward pressure on that contribution. Contractual services, this line again is unique. We do a lot in terms of contractual services. The significant expenditures are for police, for our dispatch services, our 911 services. Also, Public Works has a significant amount of contractual service budget in there for landfill fees, recycle fees. We're doing some more street work this year in the out years from local motor fuel tax. Innovation technology, our financial software. We did kind of consolidate all the credit card fees that were being kind of paid in a few different departments into one area in contractual services. That's going to be offset by a convenience fee that we're going to be adding to the town using credit cards on April 1st. So that's actually going to kind of disappear because as we learn more about how to implement that, we just want to actually we would not receive an expense from the credit card company. They're gonna charge us the service fee, and then they'll keep it, and then they won't charge us versus they're charging us and then gain a revenue source. So that's going to drop down a little bit, but those are the kind of the major areas that allowed that bump up in the out year. The bump down this year, again, was all COVID related, where we cut back on a lot of different operating areas. Utilities were saved significantly. This again, the museum, mostly the aquatics, the pools, because they weren't used. Travel and training was down across the board for all departments. So we had a lot of contractual services savings this year due to COVID in our reaction to COVID. We do have a bump up this year because of credit card fees that will actually be eliminated shortly, some smart city spending and some street work in the out years going forward. So that kind of gives you a sense of that line.
Before you leave that one, Andrew.
Sure.
So the public works, the street work funded by locomotive fuel tax. So some of that is the additional work made possible because of the gas tax increase last year. And what specifically kind of street work is funded by locomotive fuel tax as opposed to the state motor fuel tax?
Sure. So kind of high level, we have motor fuel tax that we get from the state that they share with us, and then we get our local motor fuel tax, which is 8 cents per gallon. Both are used for transportation related projects, street work, bridge work, street repair and improvement, traffic signals and so forth. ADA stuff in terms of sidewalks and so forth. So the local motor fuel tax is collected by the general fund, and then we essentially transfer almost all of it to the roadway fund to do locally funded road work. The motor fuel tax has its own separate fund that gets money from the state from its taxes on local motor fuel, and those are also spent on the same type of transportation projects. But they have to be eligible to be used for state funding. And I would ask Ms. Reese to kind of expand on that, or perhaps Ryan to give you more information. He can discuss that as part of his budget. But there is kind of two revenue sources, state and local, and they both go to support transportation projects.
Right, and I will jump in to supplement that because the local motor fuel tax dollars, most of those dollars, and that's the local 8 cents per gallon that council authorized. It used to be 4 cents. Council recently authorized the additional 4 cents in 2020 that went into effect. Those 8 cents per gallon, most of those dollars that we receive are transferred then into the roadway fund. A small portion is going to go into the public works department in the general fund to support street maintenance that we can do internally. The greatest share, as Mr. Hune mentioned, of those locomotive fuel tax dollars when they're transferred into the roadway fund, that actually is found on page 211 of your proposed budget. Those, we are planning on spending 1.1 million on street resurfacing projects, 685,000 on sidewalk improvement projects. And then we have some traffic signal and small amount going to bridge repair, and then 83,000 for concrete street repairs. So we haven't specifically identified the actual pieces of a sidewalk, section of sidewalk, and the actual roads to be resurfaced in this proposed budget specifically. But as we move forward with design and then bid that work, we patch in how much we can based on the budget. So hopefully that makes sense. And certainly Mr. Otto will be prepared to talk specifically this afternoon about that capital investment into roads, sidewalks, and bridges and such.
And what page is that you referenced, Ms. Reese?
211.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll carry on here and just have more questions. I do want to circle back to fund balance a little bit, because if you recall, we talked about that $8.9 million being set aside from general fund into two separate funds, $4 million for debt service project reserve to be used for a debt payoff and restructure program that I'll talk about shortly, and then 4.9 in vehicle reserve to be used to help support out year general fund. So I want to kind of explain what that piece of that means, that the out year general fund and the 4.9 sitting in vehicle reserve. This chart here again is a little more of a challenge, but if you recall back, here's our
Mr. Hand, before you go to that slide,
Yes.
Can we go back one more just to highlight the important thing to note here is the fund balance targets each of those years. And that's always our target, clearly. So just wanted to highlight that that's what we're shooting for.
Right. So if we go back to our final estimate, which we discussed already at length, the $2.8 million deficit, that was a planned deficit. We pulled $8.9 million out to fund the $4 million district project reserve and 4.9 for vehicle reserve. So we're having to essentially bring a lot of that money back into general fund to help kind of close a little bit of a deficit. As you can see in years 22, 23 to 25, 26, the yellow, they're below the 1.1 million, the 1.28, the 2.16 and 3.22. We're basically pulling out of vehicle reserve back into general fund some financial resources to help close a gap we have in those years. So we use all of the 4.9 that we transferred over to vehicle reserve, plus an additional 2.8 out of vehicle reserve that already has cash there to help balance the general fund for the 5 years. This is unique for us to do. And we did it for a couple of reasons. One, we have a lot of uncertainty in the out years with in terms of pre-COVID level, returning to pre-COVID level revenues. We have some uncertainty with pension costs because of consolidation. And of course, when we reduced the property tax levy this year to keep levy flat by $1 million, that all those three things put a fair amount of stress on the out year budget. Now we can solve all those things as we always do. We've solved it we've already solved some of it already in the current year and the out years. We still have some things to take care of in the out years if those come to fruition. So right now we have a balanced budget for the 5 years. We are having to balance this year in years 3, 4, and 5, or 2, 3, 4, and 5, using reserves, which we don't typically necessarily want to do. We have the reserves because of our savings this year. So we're kind of split between both debt service and vehicle to kind of balance the budget. So we'll look at this every single year and see. But this is kind of how we've essentially balanced the budget using our excess cash.
Andrew? So
yes, go ahead.
As you're making those forecasts for the future years, what types of increases percentage-wise are you forecasting for revenues and expenses that contribute to the need for these supplements to come back in, to the transfers to come back in to get to those positive balances?
Sure. We're right around anywhere between 1.5 and 2.5% growth in sales tax. I need to look, I haven't got that at my fingertips, but I can pull it for you today. We're keeping food and beverage pretty light for the out years and next year. And hotel motel, we don't see recovering for some time. So we have some challenges there to just figuring out when things are going to recover and at what speed. The projections we've used for the out years has been fairly conservative. You know, we're keeping revenue pretty low for hotel motel and food and beverage. We're not being real aggressive with sales tax. We're not being real aggressive in income tax. So all those things combine to a bit of a gap in the numbers. And then again, with the upward pressure from pension funds, it creates a bit of a problem to solve in the out years. I can give you more detail on that now, but that kind of gives you a fair overview of how we're budgeting the revenue.
So as you did during the year when you were projecting the impact of COVID, you had different forecasts for the different layers of revenue receipts, but you kept them at around an aggregate 1.5% increase in revenues, but the individual items you tried to modify as best you could based on forecast of when we might recover from the pandemic and how those different sectors might improve in restoring to the more historical trends in these areas?
Correct.
And then what about the expense growth? What was the percentage overall that you assumed in expenditures? Did you assume that there were any restoration of staffing levels that have been cut, or were those staffing cuts assumed to be maintained? And what you're looking at is a conservative growth of the current year's expenses level going forward.
Sure. So the expenses, there are several different lines that act a lot differently. The most significant one is salary and benefits. That we can predict pretty well. We generally have a 2.5% COLA and merit increase on April 1st going forward. That's
in terms of the budget. That's what we budget
Correct.
to try to be conservative.
Right.
Just so council's clear.
Right. Other lines can act a lot differently. You know, we can see larger increases in that with like the dispatch for police costs. So it really, in the end, as you take all those pluses and minuses, we're right about 1.5% to 2% growth in expenses each year in the out years, with the exception of, you know, for instance, the pension contribution, which is closer to 7-8% growth. So we have to find areas where we can keep growth minimal or flat or even decreased to make up for differences we haven't got much control of for police and fire contributions and so forth. So they all kind of wind down to about 1.5% to 2% growth each year.
But what was the forecast increase for the pension funding?
I need to look at that. I don't want to throw a number out right now. I know it's high. I can get that for you shortly. I'll look at it.
Okay.
The other thing I'll mention for council's awareness is for budgeting purposes, we do presume, in an attempt to be conservative, our goal is always to underestimate revenues, overestimate expenses. So for the proposed budget, we do anticipate getting back to a more normal or more typical programmatic operations, so that, you know, our summer seasonal, our parks and recreation programs, our cultural arts programs go back to a more typical years, which requires more typical staffing. So those assumptions are included in the budget, just to be safe.
Thank you.
I have a question. This is Kathleen for Andrew. The box in the lower right corner on the slide, I see the 4.9 from Vehicle Equipment Reserve Fund. Can you comment about the 2.8 million, or did you? No, I just miss it. Where's that coming from?
I can add more comment there. That's also coming from vehicle reserve. So we put $4.9 million into vehicle reserve as a set aside from surplus cash and general fund that we're going to route back to the general fund in those out years. But given the potential gaps we're estimating, which are probably too conservative, we're going to need more than 4.9 to balance those out year budgets. So we're pulling an additional 2.8 from vehicle reserve funds that were already there. Now that is problematic because the vehicle reserve fund, although my next slide actually describes it pretty well, I'll get to that right now. This is the vehicle reserve fund balance for the 5 years. As you can see, we have what I would characterize as a fair amount of cash on the balance sheet for vehicle reserve. That number was enhanced by almost $5 million because of the transfer from general fund to set that money aside. So we're going to go from $12.4 million down to basically $250,000 in the fiscal year 25-26, because when we're going to use we're going to pull the 4.9 back to balance the 5-year budget for general fund, plus another 2.8 out of vehicle reserve that was existing in as cash in there. So we're leaning on vehicle reserve a little bit beyond the cash we put into it this year, the 4.9, to balance the budget. This is where we start talking a little more some about our liquidity issues in terms of where we're looking at, and this is one of the areas we look at to make sure we have liquidity. As you can see, we have virtually no liquidity in the fund in year 5. Now, will that happen? Not likely. We're making improvements all the time in how we spend our cash for our vehicles and equipment assets. We're going to start doing more renting and leasing programs that will be beneficial. You've already seen one we did recently. So we're going to leverage those things a lot more, and I predict that we'll be in better position. But right now, the outlook is showing us using to balance the budget, and two, to help us with the debt restructure program. We're having to step on vehicle reserve quite a bit of its cash. So again, that kind of explains it. So that 2.9, that 2.8 and 4.9 is coming out of those large bars over time. And then reducing that fund balance down significantly.
Thanks.
Andrew, this
Mr.
is
Chair?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kevin. Thanks. So to net out this conversation, we're being very conservative in the estimate. If you go back to the previous slide, right, the yellow box numbers are very conservative performance based on very moderate or very modest increases in revenue. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct. That kind of those 2 bullet points down there, we're assuming that we're not going to get back to pre-COVID levels for a very conservative approach. That's creating some of that gap. And then we're considering the uncertainty at a pretty conservative view on police and fire pension contributions, which is more expense, which also hits that gap. So again, those are 2 significant uncertainties that we're trying to be conservative in, and they translate into a fairly sizable gap in year 5. But that's correct. Yeah, you've got that point.
Excellent. Well, I hope, as typical, we always we typically outperform your very conservative revenue estimates. So I hope, and I know we'll look at this year by year going on. One question on the revenue side and these projections. We have a relatively new revenue stream from cannabis. Are you estimating that and anticipating that in any of these revenue estimates?
Yes, we have an estimate in for cannabis in all the years, current year and out years.
Okay, great. I'm assuming, do we have a sense of what that's beginning to come in now to make a projection, or you back of the envelope conservatively estimating what that is as well?
Sure. We have a couple months of detail now from that retail outlet that's selling it, from Beyond Hello, or Hello Beyond. I can't remember what it is. So we have some data that's supporting our projection. Once we have a full year and kind of get a full business cycle in of that, we'll have a better sense. Plus, there's one opening up in Bloomington pretty soon, so there'll be some transfer sales there. So I would say a pretty good idea right now what it's at. We budgeted an amount in there now, and we'll just refine that going forward. But we tried to remain fairly conservative in our budget so far.
Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Huon?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Stan Nord. On this same slide, so the numbers in yellow, the 1 million, 100, 1.2 million, and 2.1 and 3.2, are those funds? Is that for vehicles? Is that what the extra difference is going to be? Is that going to fund vehicles?
Well, the 4.9 was set aside in the vehicle reserve. It wasn't necessarily there to fund vehicles, and equipment is there to kind of set aside until we need it later on in the out years. The 2.8 million additional cash that we're pulling over to close that gap of 7.76, from that there's 4.9 available to close it, but we still need $2.8 million more. That is coming over from vehicle reserve that we typically would use to set aside money for vehicles and equipment.
Sure. So the numbers on the bottom right of the screen that are in yellow, that horizontal bar, that is not inclusive of, or that's not just a total of the vehicle expenses for those years.
Oh, no. That's just what we need to pull into general fund to close the gap.
Okay. And we're pulling that out of the vehicle reserves. So this is a little bit misleading for folks that just look at this budget, because the money that's in the reserves and all these reserves accounts, it's been drilled that that money is for that use. Like, we can't borrow from other funds for other purposes. But here we are, we're putting money aside in the vehicle funds with no intent to use it on vehicles. We're putting it aside temporarily to then pull it out for some other purpose. And I don't mind setting money aside, but to put it in an account that we're saying it's going to be used for vehicles or, even debt payoff, and then not actually using it for that, is something that I'm just not comfortable with how it's being categorized or stored in. So I just wanted to put that out there, that's a conflict that I have.
If I could jump in, I appreciate those comments. Just a couple of things to note. The staff has always indicated that we can't be borrowing or moving funds between the enterprise funds and the general fund. Enterprise funds, their own dollars in the enterprise fund, which are water and sewer, stormwater, those dollars that come into those funds that stay in those funds and pay for capital expenses and operations. In this particular instance, we need to go back to the estimated FY 2021 column, where you'd see if we do nothing, we'll end this fiscal year with a $6 million surplus because of the limited expenses we had by really cutting programs and services and staff this fiscal year during the pandemic, and the grant funds and such that we took advantage of in terms of revenue. So if we do nothing, we end up with a $6 million surplus, which puts us way, way over our 15% target general fund balance. So this whole screenshot here is predicated on the assumption that we will take that surplus and the excess funds that we currently have in the general fund right now and move them out and use them down the road when we need them. And some of that, as Mr. Hune indicated, and that's what that $8.9 million is reflecting. If we take $8.9 million out of the general fund, that brings us down to our target, towards our target 15% fund balance. And we can then use that excess surplus down the road. So we could put that $4.9 million elsewhere, but the town has historically borrowed from the vehicle and equipment reserve when needed. It's more than just vehicles, it is vehicles and equipment and such. But certainly we appreciate your perspective. It's just, we think this is one strategy that makes sense for the general fund and makes sense for the operations down the road until we know further what the COVID post-COVID economy is going to show. And then this is also a great segue into our debt restructuring plan, because the slide also shows that $4 million of the 8.9 million is going to be going towards debt service payoff. So I just wanted to make that clear, that in terms of this whole thing is predicated on the assumption of not ending our current fiscal year with a $6 million surplus and keeping our fund balance, if possible, at our target level.
Sure, but just here a few weeks ago, I mean, we had a $6 million surplus, you said, and we needed to use it. So we're taking 4 and putting it into an account called debt payoff. We had the opportunity to pay off debt and we chose not to do it. So that's why I don't agree with the title for where we're putting this money, because the title that we put on it, there is no commitment or obligation for us to actually use it for the account that we're putting it into.
Just to be clear, the debt service project reserve DSPR fund, that is where that $4.9 million goes, and that does go towards debt service. So
Sure, but
basically
2 weeks
the
ago,
reference.
but at the last council meeting, we had an opportunity to spend 2 of that to pay off debt, and it would not have lowered us below the 15% fund balance, because this is a surplus, as you say, and we chose not to use it. So I'm very skeptical that it will actually be used to pay off debt. And, for the vehicle fund, we're putting 4.9 into the vehicle fund for some other purpose other than vehicle. And that's why I'm skeptical about the name of the fund that we're putting this into, I don't trust that it's going to be used how we say, or how the fund says it's going to be used, or the title of the fund.
I will add that, this is an attempt to smooth our debt repayments and that. And a vehicle reserve fund is not an enterprise fund. It is not a specific fund. In fact, many cities don't have a vehicle reserve fund. That they do their vehicle purchasing on a cash basis, where we've always thought about using the vehicle reserve to build some cash for that. The budget clearly states what we're going to do with the funds. You're right, the council can make any decision it wants, but this is the projection that our staff is making to us to smooth our operations over a 5-year period.
If I could just make a comment that what we're seeking to do is, while we have the good fortune to have a surplus in the current year, we are not yet out of the pandemic. As I was just discussing with Mr. Yoon, the forecast for 5 years, because the town does attempt to look on a longer term time horizon, anticipates the possibility that we would be short in 2, 3, 4, and 5 years out, anywhere from 1.1 million to 3.2 million. And in anticipation of that possibility, the budget is forecasting, let's take an amount that could prevent a negative balance that would force future town councils to come to the citizens with some dramatic, either additional cuts in services or programs or onerous tax increases. And let's prepare for that now, so that we're in a position not to have to make either of those choices. And let's, as was indicated 2 weeks ago, let's take the 4 million that, instead of paying off debt now, let's defer that to next year, as we discussed, when we have a more complete picture of what our situation is. So I consider it on par with when I have extra money. Sometimes I have to put it in an account when it's more difficult for me to get my hands on, to improve the discipline of not making rash decisions. And from a fund accounting standpoint, we're using the vehicle fund as a way to have these reserves available, because the general fund target is 15%, and the vehicle fund doesn't have a target that is as consistent, and we're simply letting that hold these dollars until they're needed 2, 3, 4, and 5 years out. To me, it's a way to position the town not to make drastic decisions in the future years because we've had the good fortune to do this now. If we thought short term, we would make different decisions, but we're attempting to make a long-term judgment on what would be the best course of action with the reserves that happen to be available to us as we forecast it now, but we still don't have this pandemic behind us.
Are we able to just rename the fund and call it like a reserve fund or contingency fund?
I guess I can share a few points with the discussion. We certainly can rename the fund. It has historically been the fund where we pre-fund on a management basis our vehicles and equipment, and it's supported by the general fund financial dollars. So it's kind of a sub-fund of the general fund for management practice to set money aside and pre-fund vehicle and equipment purchases.
Sure.
We have over the years, we have over the years used it as a reserve place for money. Essentially, general fund puts money over there, and when it can't afford to, we pull it back. So there is a certain amount of flexibility with that fund. It's not state restricted. There's no compliance requirements. It's basically a management practice of the town and the council to use that fund to pre-fund purchases and to use as a pocket reserve. So none of this is meant to be misleading or should be viewed as suspicious. This is what we've done in the past. We're doing it more than we typically have because of the extraordinary examples of COVID and the pandemic. But this is how we use the fund. It's available to general fund because it's general fund resources. We just separated for our management practices.
Is the debt payoff fund, is that new or is that existing?
We've had the debt service project reserve. We've had that for a number of years. Again, that was kind of a management, there's a lot going on this year, no doubt about it. And all the points are well taken. We have a debt restructure program. We're putting reserves aside for future years. That's something that's significant at this point, is new. But we have certain mechanisms we use, and the debt service project reserve fund is one where we store cash over to help pre-fund our debt service payments. The vehicle reserve is very similar. We store cash there to help pre-fund our vehicle and equipment purchases. As the mayor mentioned, some places haven't got that flexibility that we do. They just pay when it comes due. They just buy the ambulance that year if they have the money. We typically have the money built up already when the payment comes due for that ambulance or that fire truck or the police car. So
Sure.
We have certain flexibility there that we use. So I guess I would just dispute, we're not trying to be misleading at all. In fact, we have a 5-year budget. We're trying to show what the picture looks like for 5 years, which is a challenge sometimes for certainly to do. These numbers will change over time. And there needs to be a certain amount of flexibility with the decision-making on where this goes. Right now, we're suggesting to set this money aside and use some of the money in vehicle reserve to balance the budget. It might not occur that way. It likely will not because we're very conservative in our approach. But this is kind of how we do things in terms of managing the budget using those different pockets of money.
Okay, then the purpose of this meeting is just to get input from the council. So my input and my request for whenever this comes back, because as Ms. Reese mentioned early on, you may modify this budget. So take this just for what it's worth. In the interest of transparency for our citizens, I would say the vehicle fund balance, leave however much money needs to be in there to fund vehicles. All the other money that is being put in there to fund something other than vehicles, create some fund, name it something that's more transparent as to what the intent of that fund is. And the same with the money that's going into the debt payoff. If it's not intended to pay the debt off, then put it in some other fund that's more transparently written. And that is my recommendation for me to support the budget. So thank you.
Appreciate that. But I just want to just clarify, the debt service and project reserve fund, those dollars are used to pay debt service. So there's nothing to change there. Regarding vehicle and equipment reserve, we can certainly talk about what that looks like in the future, and we'll try to modify the budget as necessary after the day's over and get it ready for the final budget review. But just to clarify any confusion or misstatements, debt service and project reserve, those dollars pay off debt.
Sure, but if that's the case, I'm going to expect that that whenever there's an opportunity to pay off debt, that money will be used to actually pay off debt. So since that's been out there for a number of years, I would expect we should have paid off debt 2 weeks ago instead of choosing not to, since we had that fund set aside for paying off debt. And again, I understand this isn't a time to discuss this. It's just to ask council questions and give you our input in order for us to either support or not support the budget. And that's all I'm doing. So thank you.
Point taken, Mr. Nord. Mr. Hune, you want to move on?
I'm going to jump in here quickly, Mayor, if I can.
Sure.
Just a couple observations. We philosophically on debt payment, right? So one of the great things about a 5-year budget here is Mr. Yoon's able to demonstrate for us some concerns in the future. Spending excess capital, right, would limit our ability, building off a little bit of what Ms. Smith said, would limit our ability to manage this into the future. It's a bit of an unfair characterization to say 2 weeks ago we should have done something based on what we're proposing to do in the future, and so that's a little bit of an unfair characterization. I also want, this being my 9th time through this budget process, and Mayor, you're through it a lot more times than I have been, to say that the staff and the council has followed this vehicle equipment fund use approach for a number of years, longer than I've been around, and they've always done what they said they were going to do. The fortunate part, if there's legitimate concerns about that, every year we go through this process and we get to call out what's going on. And as far as transparency, this is a very public meeting, and it's being discussed out loud. People from the town, the press, and everybody are watching this, members of the public. This is all very, very transparent and very public, and staff has a reputation for following through on what they've done. So I have no issues or concerns or trust problems with how we're using this. But again, the value of this discussion, I don't want to get lost, is that this is a 5-year look forward, which helps us to make these smart decisions of refinancing a debt opportunity that we discussed 2 weeks ago to save $400,000 to $500,000 for the taxpayers, so we can remain liquid to manage what we hope won't be as concerning as this, but with conservative practices, we're able to see 5 years in the future, save some of that cash now to help us into the future, which makes us a good long-term strategic fiscal managers, rather than making decisions only with what we look at in the next 12 months. So I'm supportive of this. And I really, really greatly appreciate this approach of looking 5 years, and making long-term strategic cash decisions. Thanks.
So we're kind of wrapping up general fund now. Just as a recap, 2021 is balanced with essentially, reoccurring revenue, reoccurring expenses. 22, 23 and beyond is balanced with, of course, some help of reserves and excess cash that we have built up now. And that may not be as bad as we expect, but we have some uncertainty to manage. It's certainly our intent as staff and recommend the council of what we've already suggested so far to do. That will be revised every budget cycle. That's just the reality of how things work in terms of things change. The nature of expenditures change, the nature of the economy change, the market changes, and we always change with it. But right now, it's our intent, as we've described, is to use those balances for debt payoff and for recovery, or for closing the gap in the out years. You can see I've already discussed most of these areas. These are what's causing some of the pressure on that gap. Pre-COVID recovery, pension costs, consolidation, and the levy decrease in operations. But this will all be manageable as we go forward, and had to be looked at every single year. So that's kind of for general fund. Moving into capital expenditures now. I won't spend much time on this. It's just more of a reminder for council. We had a CIP discussion in December. This is just a reminder of what we're spending to kind of give you a sense, $46.6 million over the next 5 years for utility. That's mostly water and sewer. Our capital investment, again, almost 20 million, transportation, $30 million. That's actually up over the last year's plan as a result of two things. One, the state providing more motor fuel tax to us through their increases, some grants from them, and also our fourth increase in gas tax. We're going to spend 2.6 on parks and open space, and that's been detailed in some of the memos that you've already seen, and then public facilities 2.4. So overall, the 5-year plan last year and the 5-year plan this year as being presented on this screen, we're up $5.5 million in spending. That's all in utility work and transportation area. So that we'd like to obviously see a little bit more in parks and rec and public facilities, and as funds become available, we will do that, but we are spending more certainly on streets and utilities than we have in the past. Debt. Okay, so this is our annual debt review. Again, just to cover the funding sources for education purposes. General fund funds the debt, and also our TIF funds the debt. Water and sewer funds fund their portion of the debt, and we get a federal subsidy on one of the funds. We discussed this at length of the R's, and I'll go over a little more later on. But some bonds we issue 2 bond issues. They're both federally subsidized for interest payments, and that helps us fund those payments. Right now, we don't see any problems with funding our debt. We have sufficient revenue sources and planning to deal with that going forward. We maintain a AAA rating, mostly because of our 5-year outlook, our bond modeling, how we address the market issues, how we manage cash flow and liquidity. The rate agencies all like that, and they feel comfortable with that, so they give us AAA. Our current, this is a snapshot of our.
Mr. Hune, real quick, back up. I just want to point out the AAA rating. That's something we like to talk about and tout. We're very proud of that. But again, as a reminder, that's this organization's credit rating. So very similar to your personal credit rating, where you want to preserve and protect that as much as possible. That is the organization's credit rating. So we preserve and protect it as much as possible. And so all of the strategies we talk with council about in your discussions, your regular discussions about priorities, funding debt, general fund target reserves, debt service project reserve, all those discussions and all those financial strategies play into our ultimate debt rating. So just wanted to point that out as a reminder.
Thank you. So overall debt picture, this is current year and next year. Our total townwide debt outstanding as of 2021 was 82.7. By the end of fiscal year 2021, it'll be 79.5, about a $3 million decrease in principal. And it breaks out, of course, GO debt for general fund, it's at 72.7, and then water and sewer have their own part of that total debt of 5.6, and then we have some loan programs through Illinois EPA for water fund about 1.3. We're one step closer to paying off the maximum debt with 22 to 21 years. Interest rates stayed about the same year over year, and so do our annual payments. So this is kind of meant to be a snapshot to give council a sense of where we're at. We still have currently 12 outstanding bond issues. The majority of those are refunding bond issues from previous new money bond issues. And at this time, we are in a comfortable position with debt. Oh, there's one image. So as part of our review of debt, we have a couple different, we have quite a bit of, as you can imagine, quite a bit of Excel spreadsheets and communications and modeling we do for debt. 2 of our more general high-level debt benchmarks is like to keep debt at 10% or less of our total revenue for general fund. And for the 5 years, we are below that. I think we were above that, maybe close to 10% several years ago, but we've generally remained below that 10% threshold. That's just a kind of an industry standard. We've talked through with different colleagues and different rate agencies, and that's kind of where our comfort level. But again, it's a number that we set as a benchmark to control as a roadmap for our fiscal planning. Our next coverage ratio is essentially what we have in debt service project reserve. And again, this gets back to the conversation we had earlier. We put money in debt service project reserve to fund our debt and to fund a sinking fund to keep it at 1.25. So we have an entire year of debt service plus a quarter of a year of debt service always in that fund as part of our process. We are obviously way above 1.25 right now because we have put extra money into that account now as part of our debt restructure program. But that fund is essentially a mechanical fund we use as an accounting treatment to move money in there to accumulate funds to pay all the debt issues off, the 12 different debt issue payments annually. And we keep a portion of that back always as a reserve. Now we have a lot more in there now because of the $4 million we transferred, which is our intent to pay off debt in about a little over 16 months. So kind of speaking of that, I want to talk about our debt restructure plan. We discussed it a little bit on 2-on-1 meetings internally with council, and we discussed it a bit with the refinancing at the last council meeting. This is in terms of managing the reduction of our TIF revenue that's going to occur in 28-29. Again, kind of a shout out to Councilman McCarthy. We plan way out in the future on things. This debt restructure plan is now hitting our 5-year budget window. We've known of it for a number of years. I've been looking at different ways to solve it, and there are many ways to solve it. We suggested one way to the council, and that's our intent to do it that way. We're not going to propose new revenue to replace the lost TIF revenue that helps us support the debt. We're not going to extend debt. It's called kind of scoop and toss. That is not necessarily a bad option. It's done all the time in governments. It's done all the time in corporations. It's done all the time personally when you refinance your debt for your home. It's really a function of cash flow and what you can afford and interest cost management that goes in those decisions. We have the financial flexibility right now to avoid new revenue or extending debt. A lot of places don't have that flexibility, but we do. So we're not suggesting either one of those two things. What we are suggesting is we're going to remodel the debt program, which we've already discussed, but I'll give you some more detail now. That's going to be a combination of two things. We're going to pay off debt early, and we're going to do what we refer to as refunding in the bond market world, but it's basically a refinancing of debt. Those are interchangeable terms for this circumstance. And that's been a process we looked at for this last year on what's the best approach. You always start with the numbers. That's I always say that analytically, what are the analytics? But then you need to find an ultimate balance of what makes the most sense for the organization. And this can be from your personal household to, Microsoft and what they're doing to manage their debt and their cash flow and their liquidity. It's all the same kind of discussions. They're just, the magic is just different. So we recommended what we think it manages our cash flow. We think it's an efficiency in terms of keeping our interest costs low and favorable rates. And it doesn't stress our cash too much, and it keeps our liquidity fairly solid. When we say liquidity, we're essentially talking about reserves or what you have in your checking and savings account. The town has a checking and savings account. It's a little more complicated. We have investment accounts too, but we need to maintain a certain amount of liquidity to manage our operations through the business cycle. And we can stress that to some degree, but not too much. So there's the balance there. And there was a good conversation on Monday night about it, about where the philosophies are on that. And everyone has a different opinion, but this is kind of the course we've chosen. And a lot boils down to what is the circumstance of the town. What are the cash needs? What are the uncertainties in the future? What are liquidity problems? What's the market doing for rates? These all need to be considered in a thoughtful way to decide what is the best pathway to navigate through a debt restructure plan. And we think now we have a fairly reasonable one that balances those three areas: liquidity, cash flow, and interest cost. So what is the debt plan? This schedule shows basically the town's debt in a very straightforward, comprehensive way. As you look at this, you can see fiscal years. That's the fiscal year that we make payments. If you look down the columns, you can see all our different debt issues. The green represents the principal interest payments that are callable when they can be refunded or refinanced. When you issue debt as an organization, it's not automatically callable. You can't just prepay it sometimes. It has to get to a certain date. As you know, the first action of our debt restructure plan was taken at last council meeting, where we're going to refund $1.8 million of debt. Right now, we're actually in the process of going to market, and we'll probably close in March on this deal and get a better interest rate. So that was phase one: refinance that debt, enjoy a better interest rate. And phase two was to set aside some cash reserves. We'd already discussed $4 million for the future. If you look at this spreadsheet, you can see those yellow years. Those are the years where we have a gap that we need to address, where we have essentially, we lose that TIF money, and general fund needs to produce more funding than we typically would to cover the debt. We're not suggesting that. What we're suggesting is we're going to eliminate or refinance our way out of this debt issue. The first step was Monday night to refinance debt to enjoy better interest rates and maintain liquidity. The next step is going to be in 22-23. We're taking $8.2 million of debt. We have $4 million set aside right now in debt service project reserve. We're going to need another 4.2 from general fund that fiscal year to pay off all those principal payments. Now, what's unique about this is we've already budgeted those payments as debt service payments to the bondholders. When we pay that debt off in 2023, we're going to pay general fund back that money. So we're going to basically finance the debt through our cash and pay no interest rates for those years. And then it also eliminates 2 years in those yellow years of debt payment. So we'll recover a lot of what general fund is going to put out as cash in 22-23 over the next 5 years as restructuring, not a debt payment, but a payment back to general fund. Then moving forward, again, this is a very long-term plan. There's no silver bullet or quick fix to these things. It just takes thoughtful planning and discipline and being ready to change when you get new information. But right now we're suggesting action 3 would be in 2024, 24, 25, and 26, we're going to refund these bond issues. And it's very possible when we get to those fiscal years that we might have some extra liquidity and we might want to pay down some more of that debt. It's very possible we might do a new money issue and as part of refinancing. But right now, our intent is to show for this 5-year look that we have right now is to pay off, refinance the 2010s RZs, pay off the 2012s, and refinance those bond issues in those years we can do that. And then when way out here in 26, 27, 27, 28, we're going to take some more general fund cash and also money that's built up in the TIF fund to pay off those principal payments and to pay off part of this one. So when we get to that final period where the TIF income goes away in 27, 28, that's last year, we have eliminated the debt service payments to a degree where we can where there's an affordability factor in place. Now, this could all change, over time as we get new information, and we are flexible and nimble with these things. But this is the pathway, one of the most, in my opinion and staff's opinion, probably the most reasonable pathway given our current circumstances of uncertainty in the future, of the market rates being low now, not sure they'll be in the future, and our liquidity cash we have available. This essentially addresses all those issues in kind of a balanced way.
Mr. Hume, the other thing I just wanted to point out, you had indicated that, action 1 was the other night. Council gave us authorization. Action 2 in this debt restructure plan is fiscal year 22-23. That at this point is 14 months away. So it could be as early as 14 months away when those bonds are callable and we seek direction from council on paying off $8.2 million of that debt issue and then moving forward. But again, we will adapt and react as market conditions permit. So, I just want council to know that some of this is long-term visioning, fiscal year 26-27, but other action items are relatively short-term in the grand scheme. So just wanted to point that out.
Mr. Yoon, in your schedule for the 2010 RZ, is that the interest rate at 3.5%, or is that the amortization schedule with the interest rate higher and reflecting the issued rate, but not recognizing the federal subsidy that gets us down to 3.5% as an effective rate?
Correct. Yeah, that's a good comment. The $116,000 per year is based on 6.3% interest rate. These are taxable bond issues. So we show on this schedule all of our expenses out. There's another schedule obviously shows the revenue coming in, and one of the revenue sources that comes in is a federal subsidy. Right now, the federal subsidy is 42%. So basically, if you take 865 times 42%, that's what's being paid by federal subsidy. So the town picks up the rest of that, our match. And when you do the numbers, it's around 3.6%, 3.5% is our total interest cost for that bond issue.
Thank you.
Mr. Hewen?
So, yes.
Yeah, if you go back to that slide, yeah, the debt restructure one. So a question, or actually a comment for the council and then a question for you. So in that RZ one, the action one item, all those payments there that are not in green, or everything on the right side of that column, those are all interest payments. That's the carrying cost for us to keep this $2 million in cash. So that'd be the equivalent of taking an advance out on your credit card and just keeping it in the bank as cash. That's what I've been trying to show, and this is the chart that I asked to be shown at the council meeting. And we do have until March to make a change on the direction that we set here at the last council meeting. So we still have time to go a different route. But Mr. Hewen, the question I had for you, so the first column, the 2009 refunding bond, I believe from our 2-on-1, that was the one that we had refinanced, and now that's on the far right, the 2019 refunding. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a bit of a unique one. That 2009 refunding, the very first column was a refunding of an 03 bond issue. And then we refunded that one again. It was a unique refunding to where the $2 million, the 1 million and 1 million there on the very far right. So that was principal that was callable that we refunded. We actually did a private placement of that with Commerce Bank because they gave us the best rate, 1.7% on those $2 million on the $1 million payments. So we kind of split those out into two different bond issues. We still have to pay the 2009 bond refunding on the very first column because that was not a callable debt, so we have to pay that. The debt that was callable, we refunded on the very far right as $1 million payment twice.
Okay, so we're not actually replacing that first column with the far right column.
No, yeah. Originally, the 2009 refunding, you would have had a $1 million payment twice in that far right. We just did a new bond issue at a better interest rate and refunded that. We didn't take on more debt. We just basically split out the two different debts. If you follow.
And that's another $2 million. Okay, so really, there's another $2 million that we could pay off here shortly as well. I guess it's scheduled to be paid off in 2020 and 2021, the 2009 refunding.
Correct. Those are principal payments we'll be making in those fiscal years. We can't pay those off. They're not callable. We are stuck to pay those at maturity.
Sure, but this is the 2021-22 budget we're looking at. So I can assume the 2021 is going to be paid off here in this budget cycle that we're currently in, and the next year we'll pay off that 900,000 plus the 22.5 in interest.
That's correct. Yeah, if you look across that entire spreadsheet for 2021, every principal payment we have, we're making that payment this year.
And where's that money coming from? Is this coming out of that debt fund?
Right. The general fund and TIF money go into the debt service project reserves. We accumulate funds there during the year. And then when debt service payments are required, we pull it from there to pay the debt off of.
So this isn't going into that reserve fund that we talked about that we were putting $4 million in. That's not where that money's coming from?
No, that is where it goes, yes. That reserve fund has all the cash needed to pay the annual debt service payment all the time, plus 25%. But now with the $4 million there, we've put additional funds in there as part of this payoff to restructure the debt.
Okay, well, that's
But-
interesting then.
But funds
Our,
are already available to pay that. That's why Andrew was pointing out that we keep that ratio over, so we have extra money in debt service project reserve to make certain that we have funds allocated to meet our obligations.
Sure. The 2009 debt refunding, that's going to be paid off with this next budget. So we won't have that
Mhm.
bond out there anymore after next
Right.
year. Okay.
Correct.
And that's interesting. So the debt service account has a 25% reserve on it.
Right. We always keep a full year of cash for a full year of debt service payment in there, plus 25%. It's just basically a bond modeling that to ensure we always have funds in there to pay our debt.
And that's debt plus interest. Is that correct?
Yes, the principal and interest payments all go to that fund first and then are distributed to the debt payments.
Okay. Is there a chart that shows how much debt we repay a year plus how much interest we pay?
Well, this chart actually gives that information. It doesn't show on this information, but in the spreadsheet, you just need to add up basically across each fiscal year what the actual payment's going to be. It's about $6 million a year.
Sure. It was just on the first, like one of the first slides, you had the amount of debt we reduced the past, I guess, year and then this upcoming year with this budget, but it didn't have how much interest we pay as far as the carrying cost for having that debt. That was what I was getting at, but I guess someone could just easily add up the interest payments for this and get to that calculation.
I think
Right.
the adopted budget does have a page that shows principal and interest paid for current year. Certainly, it does articulate each of the interest and principal payments for each of the debt issues.
Okay. And then on the first slide, I don't know if you're going to get to this later or not, so tell me if you are, but it said something about the TIFs and the TIF repayments, and that excludes development reimbursements or developer reimbursements. Will you talk about what that means?
Sure. The TIF, the Uptown TIF, we collect Uptown TIF money, the property tax comes to the town. The majority of it is used to pay debt service, but some of it has been through development agreement to reimburse certain developers for their property tax. It's not a significant amount, but a portion of it is rebated back to property developers that were in that area.
And is that rebate, is that coming out of the TIF revenue we receive?
Yes.
Then what is, if you go back to that first slide.
Yeah. This one?
No. Keep going back. There you go. Uptown tax incremental financing, TIF revenue, excluding developer reimbursements.
Right. This slide was demonstrating what is actually used to pay debt payments. So general fund pays debt payments, and then the TIF money pays debt payments. But some of the TIF is also used for developer reimbursements. Not all of the TIF goes to pay debt. The majority of it does. In fact, the lion's share of it does, but a small piece of it goes back to the developers as a TIF rebate per developer agreement.
Okay, so the general fund is not funding developer reimbursements. Is that correct?
Well, general fund does have several rebate agreements where we rebate money back to developers for certain agreements. But general fund also funds debt service, and this slide's only talking about debt service.
And also just to point out that it just depends on the development and the development agreement. Some of the, for example, well, I'm not even going to get into examples, but clearly some development that occurs in a TIF area The development obligations would be funded and managed through the individual TIFs. Development agreements that are adopted for areas that are outside of TIF, those would be generally be addressed in the general fund.
Is there enough information here to say whether or not the TIF can fund all of or the TIF revenues can fund the developer reimbursements?
Yeah, yes, we budget, we have a good feel for what those reimbursements are going to be based on what we expect in terms of property tax and the development deal. So all those deals are programmed in the budget every year in the out years to an estimated payment for them.
And all of the TIF revenues will cover the developer reimbursements. None of it's coming out of the general fund.
Well, yes, but the majority of the TIF money goes to pay debt service. So there's plenty of money per agreement of what they're going to get back. It's usually a cap of a certain property tax or a percent of it goes back to them. But it's all worked out in the development agreement. It's all budgeted. So I guess if your question is there's enough TIF, there's more than enough TIF because most of the TIF goes to pay debt service.
Okay, thanks.
I'm going to jump.
If I could just circle back to that amortization schedule on the bonds we're looking to refinance. Yeah, thank you. That's a lot easier, isn't it, Andrew?
Yeah.
That amount of interest showing there is an amortization schedule based on the contractual rate for those bonds. But the town's effective interest rate is 3.5%. What this amortization schedule doesn't show is the federal subsidy dollars coming in, which you said was about 42%. So the town's interest expense is at an effective rate of 3.5%, but this amortization schedule with $116,865 is the contractual rate that is offset by the federal subsidy on these bonds.
Correct.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Hune, I just want to jump in for a quick second. I think we need to level set for a point of clarity for everybody that's watching and our citizenry, and to bring a greater degree of accuracy. There seems to be confusion between use of short-term credit and long-term debt. And so I just want to point out here, it's been mentioned a couple of times in a few different discussions, that credit cards have extremely high interest rates and are payable typically at any time. And the cost of money is 18 to 23% or greater in some cases. Bond financing is long-term use of funds that allows the town the ability to fund projects, maintain liquid reserves, set ourselves up to pay off debt into the future is what we're discussing here. And to Ms. Reese's point, not too very far in the future, 14 to 18 months for a $8 million bond payoff. But we're getting to use that money for between 2.5% and 3.5%, which is extremely low cost of money. And this has allowed us, the town, to spark a tremendous amount of development and hundreds of millions of dollars of private investment in our community. Credit use is extremely high cost of money used for short-term financing. What we're discussing is long-term, very low cost management of money, not short-term, high-cost credit use. Just want to clarify for everybody that's watching that two dramatically different things. Thanks.
Go right ahead, Mr. Hune.
Okay. So just to wrap up, we're not going to extend debt. We're going to reduce interest costs. We're going to structure liquidity a little bit, but we're for the most part comfortable doing that because we want to get some of that debt as paid off as part of the plan. Stabilize our cash flow, and we think it's a balanced pathway there. Certainly, it's debatable, and I understand that, but we feel comfortable with this. And I think I need to stress that it's going to be flexible. When we get to the point where we need to decide as a council, okay, it's our intent to pay off $8.2 million in bonds in 16 months. But when we get there, we might have a different market. We might have a different need for liquidity. It's hard to say. And so we'll evaluate it every budget cycle, this long-term plan. It is a long-term plan. Again, there's no quick fix to these. It's just a matter of kind of diligently and methodically managing your debt and that portfolio over time. Again, ensuring liquidity, ensuring efficient use of interest cost. I will share with you that talking to Todd and some of my counterparts, there's a lot of refinancing going on right now to the extent that can be done. If you have callable debt, everyone's refinancing right now. Not many folks are paying debt off because there's a cost to that they recognize, but there's a lot of refinancing going on because the market is so incredibly low. And it's hard to say what the market will be when we get to 2022, 23. We'll see, but the intent is to use our cash to pay that off. One last thing is this is not in the proposed budget you have before you. So I want to show you what that's going to look like. It's going to be proposed to final change. We always have, we prepared these numbers back in essentially November and December and locked them down, but we're always looking at the budget still for the next two to 3 months. So we do make changes between this number and the final budget because we have more information. We have another month of revenue. We have a better idea of the market. We have a better idea of what department needs are, and we have changes that you would like us to do. So we always make changes in the budget between now and final budget. They're not usually significant, but this is going to be a big one. So referring back to our slide here that shows the fund balance as presented before you in the proposed budget you have in front of you does not have this debt restructure program in it yet. When we implement this program, this is what the fund balance will look like with that liquidity issue. So we're going to pull a lot of cash out of general fund, set it aside, and then bring it back in over the years. So you can see that, and this is when we start talking about use of liquidity, use of funds, we're using a lot of vehicle reserve money to solve this problem. We're using some liquidity from general fund that we will regain over time. If you recall, I mentioned we're going to set cash aside. But we're going to make, instead of making a debt service payment that's programmed in the budget right now, we're going to pay ourselves back for that money and restore reserves. And this is going to have to be a priority, which we'll need to observe going forward because we will need to rebuild the general fund reserve balance to its our 14-15% level. And we know we can do that, but this is kind of the adjustment needed to fund balance to do our debt, to do what we intend right now to do with the debt service restructure. Okay, so that, there's a lot going on this year, no doubt about it. This is probably one of the more complex years we've had to deal with the COVID budget, with refunding, with debt restructure, but we are managing through it well. And I appreciate all the comments from council. That's all very useful information. And will remain, as Ms. Reed said, flexible and available for changes. But that pretty much leaves general fund behind. If anyone have any questions on general fund, we can take them later. But for now, we're done with general fund. Okay, wow, we made it. Whew. Okay. So water and sewer funds. It gets easier here, folks. I can tell you. So we look at water sewer funds the same way, a 5-year outlook. This is the water fund. The water fund has several funds that make up its fund balance, its fund equity. The purple is the operating fund balance for the next 5 years. The red is the replacement fund. It has a vehicle and equipment replacement fund just like general fund does. The green is a little debt service fund that we keep there, similar to what we have in general fund. And the blue is the capital fund. So you can see that we are in a pretty strong position right now, 2021. We are going to spend quite a bit of money in 21-22 as planned in terms of capital. So we will be taking reserves down a bit. Right now, our target's 20%, and we are estimating in year 25-26 to be about 18%. So we're fairly comfortable there. We have capital reserve targets of 1.5. Of course, we're above it now. That's going to get significantly spent down with a major project in year 1, 21-22. But we kind of recovered at 1.5 in year 5. So we do some balancing here that we need to make sure we're always kind of aware of. This does also include, we program each year a 2% annual increase into the 5-year budget. So that's programmed into these fund balances to give you a sense of where we stand. For
Mr.
sewer
Hume,
fund, kind of this, yes.
with the water fund slide, this year we're 41% in reserve. Next year, it looks like we're still going to be above 20%. Why do we need the annual rate increase? Because it looks like there's more than enough reserve.
Sure. Well, the quick answer is, if you look at the next few years, we could probably forego it. It's a debatable topic. It does become a growing concern in the out years, because without that funding source, we do start to look at a bit of a fund balance issue. So really, I would default to Ms. Reese to give more commentary, but it is certainly a debate issue we could take direction from on council today.
Sure, and I'll jump in, Mr. Nord and rest of the council. Certainly that is a conversation that we're prepared to have with Mr. Burkhart this afternoon when we get to the water department review. I think that we want to point out that this fiscal year we were able to take advantage of some grant funding, which certainly did help our fund balance, but we are prepared to talk about that and what the impact would be if council chooses not to implement the annual rate increase. Historically, we've had a 2% rate increase, so we prepared this budget as if that would continue, but we will be prepared to talk about that potential change, Mr. Nord, and I just ask that council defer that until Mr. Burkhart is on the line and we get to the water department discussion. That would be this afternoon.
So if it's okay to move on, so for sewer, same picture again, they have a very similar fund structure: operations, capital, debt service, and replacement. As you can see, our projections there are to be at 25% target, which we are achieving pretty well, even in year 5. And then our capital balance, we set this target some time ago. We do have a fair amount of money in capital that will be spent down as programs come on in the pipeline for sewer replacement and sewer, and this can be discussed later on in the project, but right now the sewer fund is meeting all of its targets in a good position. Health and dental fund, again, we remain below our target. Our target is basically the 3 highest months in the closed fiscal year, in the most recently closed fiscal year of expenses. That's about $2 million in total. We're at 1.3 projected for this current fiscal year, and then 1.4 and out. This fund has actually improved over last year. It's a fund that it can stay fairly stable for the most part because of how we have it structured. But we did see an improvement this year, and we're likely to see improvements in the out years. Again, we're below our target, but honestly, with this fund, as long as it's well, I don't want to say be flippant and say as long as it's positive, it's fine. We definitely want to keep a reserve in that fund. Our target level is probably a bit aggressive, but we strive for it every year. And for the most part, this fund is doing fine in terms of where we're at for the target. In terms of a quick review of our financial strategies, general fund target budget, we've got that as essentially green, which means good, for lack of a better word. General fund contingency is red, which means bad, because we haven't got any contingency in the budget right now. We've had to kind of eliminate that to help balance the budget in the out years. And that's when we have had in and out of the budget over the last 5 years. It used to be pretty stable, but now it's kind of a challenge, and we hope to increase that in the future. But right now we're holding that back just to help the outlook.
And Mr. Hune, just real quick, council, as a reminder, and I'm sure you all are aware, but when we say general fund contingency, that has typically been a specific line item in the general fund budget where we have unallocated expenses. So it would be our hope to eventually get back into a position where we could have a line item in the budget that has some dollars budgeted but yet unallocated. because that allows us some flexibility during that fiscal year. And we draw then on that contingency line as needed if opportunities arise. I just wanted to point out that this isn't a specific fund. This is actually a line within the general fund for unallocated dollars.
Yes, thank you, Mr. That's true. Thank you. Okay, vehicle reserve, that we have as cautious, and that's essentially because we are having to use a little more of that back at the general fund than we generally prefer. There's a good reason for it, and it's money that general fund uses to pre-fund equipment and reserve vehicle and equipment payments, and we're pulling some of that back, some of that commitment back to help us with some liquidity issues and debt service project reserve payoff. Health fund, I put that at green because it's maybe yellow would be better because we're below the target, but the fund is financially healthy. It's just not quite our target, but it's in a good position. Debt service, that's green. You know, we have plenty of funding there. The model works. We're below our targets. We're below our benchmarks, which is good. So that fund is in good shape and likely even better with the debt restructure plan that we've intend to do. Water and sewer fund are both in pretty good shape in terms of their targets. Both. Yes.
The vehicle and equipment reserve. This is where I was talking about where it's a little misleading because now we're just putting an additional $4 million into that. And one of your earlier graphs showed how we were way overfunded, but now we're showing this as a yellow, that there's a concern. And someone just looking at the books, you know, and not watching this video isn't going to understand why we're so overfunded and why we are concerned. So that was just my comment.
Sure. I appreciate that. Your point's well taken. You know, the budget is a pretty large document and it needs to be looked at in a very comprehensive way to draw any kind of final conclusions. But you're right. This yellow line is we're looking at outlook, you know, and the outlook is cautionary because of the use of that fund balance. That may change, but again, you're right. On the surface, this might be something people would misinterpret, but our intent is to show that the 5-year outlook for that fund balance is a bit cautious because of our use of the balance.
The other thing I would point out, Mr. Hune, is just thinking back to Mr. Hune's slides from earlier in this presentation. He pointed out that under our plan and the strategies he's presented this morning, the 5th year of the vehicle and equipment reserve was below target, and we were concerned about that. But certainly that does give us plenty of time between now and you know, our out years of the budget to come up with a plan and make that modification. So this picture here, what you're seeing is driving that yellow cautionary plan or cautionary view. And again, because we want to be forthcoming and transparent, we want to make sure that we remind council that is something that's going to be on the horizon that we will need to be prepared for and come up with a plan.
And to clarify, your traffic signal ratings are over the entire 5-year period and not simply the next fiscal year. Is that correct?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Again, this is where we kind of switch to outlook. Well, not switch to outlook. We're looking at strategies and how it looks in the outlook year. So this is a view of a long-term view.
Okay.
So in terms of wrap up, you know, reserves are good. Our bond rating remains strong. Our credit rating, our 5-year budget outlook always helps us predict the future, or at least prepare for what could become a reality, and we react to that quickly and ahead of time. We're always looking at the numbers. It's an obsession, you know, with me and my staff. And then again, we do want to eventually try to restore some contingency in the budget. As Ms. Reese mentioned, it's kind of a department budget that is available, but not necessarily, you know, specifically planned for, just for emergencies or opportunities. We would like to see maybe a little more pay-as-you-go capital spending. Again, this is in Parks and Rec and facilities needs. The economy is a big question with COVID, and I think we've done our best to predict what we think is a conservative return to pre-COVID levels, but it's again very uncertain. And obviously, we talked about uncertainty of pensions. And then kind of an additional uncertainty this year that's been added is simply the amount of government spending going on right now to shore up the economy is helpful, but that there will be a long-term impact of that. The state went into the pandemic and with not a very strong balance sheet and is spending money. The federal government's spending money now, and they're basically issuing debt to do that in the trillions. So that's a short-term fix, and I think it's going to create a long-term problem. How that unfolds to the town and municipalities across the country in Illinois, I don't know, but it is going to be problematic because there is going to be kind of a reckoning of some of that money that needs to eventually be dealt with, and it might mean some kind of less shared money from the state. Who knows? But again, it's a concern. It's a long-term concern, and not much known yet on it. That's pretty much it. Sure, you can go ahead, Ms. Smith.
So you indicated that the grant funds are one of the contributing factors that helped us achieve that surplus this year. The federal government and those grants are primarily through the state. The state may have gotten some COVID dollars from the federal, but the state redistributed those. And in last year, Congress was resisting more aid to local and state governments. If there is some relief and it's focused on specific and targeted relief consistent with expenses related to the vaccine and distributions and additional expenses, how would that impact our budget? Or since normal is not necessarily involved in that process, would we see any impact if that's the way the relief is structured?
Pam, did you want to address any of that at all? Or
Well,
I mean, I can tell you right now that.
Go ahead, Mr. Hinn.
I can tell you right now, in the out years, we're not planning on any further assistance. We will likely have some COVID-related expenditures that we need to deal with in terms of, vaccination process and staffing and so forth. But that's not necessarily known to me in terms of actual concrete budget numbers. And of course, I'll default to Ms. Reese for further comment on kind of the high-level stuff.
I think that's true. Certainly, if we learn that there's a federal package where funds support is going to come down to the local government level, we'll talk with council about prioritization and how to allocate those dollars, but we're not prepared to talk about a plan at this point.
Thank you, Andrew. That was very comprehensive, and it's sometimes mind-numbing, but very, very helpful. Let's take about a 5-7 minute break here, and we'll come right back to it.
Good. How are you? Good.
And I think we've got one more council member. Let's just give it a second here and we'll turn it over to you, Brian.
I see where you're open, Brian, or a little bit open.
February 1st.
Oh, February 1st.
Look
Okay.
forward to reopening. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all. That's just around the corner.
It really is. Yeah. It's exciting. We're excited.
Brian, why don't you go ahead and get started?
All right. Thank you all. Appreciate the time to speak with you this morning, and I will try to be as brief as I can. Just want to acknowledge our elected trustees. Usually they're in the room with us. They're in different rooms today, but Pam Lewis, JD Davis, Caitlin Trunnell, Aaron Ripley-Guitaric, Jess Ray, Terry Lindbergh, Jim Rogal, all serve on the library board and do a wonderful job, so appreciate their time. And as I said, many of them are watching right now. I just remind them the process real quick. I work with the board and our staff to develop a budget. They approve it, and then I work with the town budget committee from that point forward. Very brief summary, our operating revenues and expenses for the coming fiscal year have decreased from the current fiscal year. So that's the quick summary. Again, a reminder, I'm on page 239 of the proposed budget is where you'll find the beginning of the library funds. We have three funds. Operating fund is our 221, so that funds the everyday operation of the library, staffing, materials, et cetera. Our 222 fund is the replacement, so that's planned replacements of equipment, including some facility related items, HVAC systems, et cetera, technology, lots of computers in the library. Then our newest fund is the Special Reserve Fund 223, created in 2018 to reserve funds for capital opportunities that might otherwise be outside of our traditional budget, such as the new restrooms that we put in this current year. So three main funds. I'll spend most of my time discussing the operating fund. It's of the most interest, I think, at this time. So our revenue for the next fiscal year is actually decreasing, as I mentioned, going down a little over $6,000 compared to the current year. And our property tax revenue will remain the same as it is this year. And just a reminder, we are 95% funded through property tax revenue, so heavily dependent on that. We appreciate the council's support of our funding there. We continue to receive a state per capita grant, a little over $65,000 per year, so we appreciate that as well. We do have a library-specific collection agency. The whole goal there is just to get our materials back. You know, we're not looking to get any revenue. We just want our materials back, and that's a very soft, gentle approach there. That's following all of our communication and our processes in place. So that does help us, though, a lot if we can get those materials back. Just to give you a sense of what that is, since we started using that firm about 10 years ago, we've had $182,000 in materials returned to us and $45,000 in payments. So it is significant to help get those items back or get payment for them. Something that is a challenge revenue-wise, but we're really excited about it. We eliminated overdue fines this year, and we also eliminated the DVD fee. We were striving to get more equitable access to our collections and greater resource sharing for our patrons, and it felt great. We talked about it for years. COVID presented that opportunity, and it felt really good. Bloomington Public Library did the same thing. It really is a nationwide movement, but that did hit our revenues, obviously taking those two revenues out of the mix. Our fund balance is appropriate moving forward, per conversation with Andrew. Our expenditures are projected to be down about 1.8%, $74,000 from the current year. So we've decreased revenues and expenses both looking forward. The expenses are estimated to be safe for the ongoing operation of the library. And in terms of operations, we do have 3 vacant full-time positions at the moment. So those are all in the budget, but we're operating without them. And in general, during COVID, I should share, we've become very lean as an organization. Obviously, we're not having patrons in the facility as much or at all at the moment. We're going to change that soon, but doing a lot of outreach, virtual programming, curbside. We've circulated over 192,000 items via curbside. So that's a lot of trips back and forth out in the parking lot. Staff done a great job there. So that's it for the operating fund. Replacement, real quick, that is appropriate to fund the ongoing replacement of equipment and technology. We did a new roof, for example, HVAC systems are in there, things like that, computers. And then the Special Reserve Fund, as I mentioned, we use that. We've used it once since we started it, and that was for the restrooms, to add the accessible restrooms this current year. which also benefited from a $50,000 Live and Learn construction grant from the state. So it worked really well. We appreciate that. And I should also mention, we have a foundation which is growing slowly but steadily and doing a great job. We have a great board there. The foundation did add a part-time development coordinator position that's fully funded by the foundation. And they, as I said, they continue to move forward. A challenge there was we didn't have our large book sales this year. We have an ongoing sale when we're open. We look forward to some success there. And we also have individual gifts, annual campaign, et cetera. But that's a small element of our revenue side, but growing and heading the right direction. 34,000 plus library card accounts at the moment. We created over 300 virtual programs during COVID. Nice summary on page 239 in terms of our 2020-2021 accomplishments. I'll mention a few. Staff did a great job of pivoting very quickly when COVID came. Went to virtual programming. We created online library card applications so that community residents could get a library card, access digital material at home, digital content. That worked well. We expanded curbside. We actually had curbside ahead of COVID for a couple years, but it quickly grew during COVID, and that was well received by the community. We added browser pack services where our staff will help select items for those patrons who like to come in and browse but couldn't because we're closed. So we kind of do the browsing for them after some questions to help us understand what they like. All kinds of programming that we moved online. We 3D printed face shields and ear guards for local healthcare workers, over 1,000 of those combined. Collaborated with Parks and Rec staff to create story walks. We used Giving Tuesday success to create an NPL for all sensory app for patrons on the autism spectrum. We continue our partnership with Unit 5 to create library cards for all students. A variety of grants, per capita, digital network access, PPE reimbursement, CDBG, American Library Association. Again, staff have done a great job of getting alternative sources of funding for us. Expanded our communications through bi-monthly newsletters to all patrons. We continue to lease the parking lot, which has still been very good to have, even though we haven't been using it in the same way that we initially intended, but that'll be very important here again soon. We're at the draft stage of a 2021 to 2024 strategic plan, which is totally focused on serving our community as best we can. We feel really good about that. The foundation had a successful Yule Ball event, which was just pre-COVID, and some of you attended, which I really appreciate. It was a lot of fun. We really pushed for helping the community participate in the census, obviously. I mentioned the accessible restrooms. We used to not have any accessible restrooms in the main floor, and now we have 3 for the public, which feels great. They're all single use and all accessible, so that's great. We replaced the west roof, not very exciting, but very necessary. Looking forward to 2021, I think we really want to keep doing what we're doing, frankly. We want to, serve the community well, be as efficient as we can. A lot of the stuff we started during COVID doesn't go away. The expectations for virtual, et cetera, are really high, I think. So balancing those will be a challenge, but we'll do well. Just continuing to optimize our limited resources. We have a grant to optimize our Wi-Fi in the building, but also we're adding exterior coverage. We know that was a need that we couldn't meet very well early on in the pandemic, so we got a grant to help us meet that need. We're going to update our website following an assessment from the University of Michigan class dedicated to assessing our website, so we got some great information there. We'll work with the Library Planning Committee to continue discussion regarding the library space challenge. How do we move forward and address that in some way? And we'll finish the strategic plan and just continue to best serve the community. So in a nutshell, that's it. Happy to answer any questions.
Brian, I have one.
Yes.
The strategic plan, you mentioned that a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way that you plan to share that with the council, maybe once you have it all completed? For the very reason I think that you alluded to, I'd be curious to know how your board is thinking about, your space and square footage challenges and so forth and so forth. So what are your thoughts on sharing it with us?
Yes, we'd love to, actually. Yes, that's definitely part. And we've acknowledged this is an odd time to plan. Mm-hmm. So we've already built in, we're going to have this plan, and it's almost kind of a transition from the current plan to the next plan. But we're definitely going to, we're going to keep it alive, kind of keep this planning mode going, I think. So we want to do a lot more reaching out to the community when we can do so in a better, more face-to-face way, ideally.
Right.
But we'll absolutely share it, and we're really the focus is all about serving the patrons as best we can. So we'd love to get some
I actually think it's a great time to be re-looking at your strategic plan, because so much has changed, and I think will change permanently in terms of school options and how much may in some form or fashion stay, some elements remote or options to be remote. And so the role that public libraries can play in that post-pandemic world, I think could be very interesting and innovative.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Oh,
I've got a question. Mr. Chase, thank you for your time. Regarding the library, is a location south of the railroad tracks, is that still a potential location that you guys are considering?
That's the location that we designed to in our conceptual design process that we went through back in 2016, 2017.
Okay, and that's still a potential option?
For us, absolutely, yes.
Okay, then I'd just like the council to be aware that we've got property that we own south of the tracks that we have up for sale. And if we sell it, it's going to be very difficult for the library to build in that area, or it's going to cost us more. So thank you, Mr. Chase.
Thank you.
If I may, since I sit on the library council committee with Mr. Chase, that the property that is for sale is not in the location that is intended for the future library. Is that correct? Could somebody?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
The property south of the tracks is on Broadway.
Okay. And Mr. Chase, the exterior Wi-Fi connection, I've heard of stories where some people who didn't have reliable Wi-Fi were parking in parking lots where they could access that. Are you aware whether or not anybody is using the library's Wi-Fi accessibility for that purpose, or has the library played a role in assisting students with remote learning, or is that mostly fallen to Unit 5?
Yeah, we've assisted in a number of ways. So currently, one reason that we're having this, making this improvement, it's easy to tell if someone's using the library's Wi-Fi from the exterior because they'll be about a foot from the wall. It doesn't go out very far. The signal doesn't go well, through our brick walls. So you'll see them very, very close to our facility. If you're parked in the parking lot, unfortunately, it won't reach currently. That's what we're trying to address, is to try to provide that service out into the parking lot and our leased lot as well. Likely, we just had our assessment last week, which that was part of that grant funding too. We're designing it from scratch to make sure all of our interior and exterior Wi-Fi best meets the needs of the community.
And your mobile hotspots, how many of those do you have?
We have 15.
Oh, no wonder they're so hard to get.
Yeah, they're never here. Yeah, you just have to place a hold and we'll let you know when it's here briefly.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a follow-up. The property that I was referring to is at 305 South Linden, which is right by the police department, not the one over on Broadway. And I guess according to the drawings that I've seen, that whole area is uptown south, which is where the library would be. So just wanted to clarify that was the parcel I was talking about.
That's where we designed to, was that parcel.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
Let's move on to miscellaneous operating accounts, and Eric Hansen, I think you're up.
Mr. Mayor, before Mr. Hansen gets started, I guess I'm left confused by Mr. Nord's, that last exchange of.
There is a property that there was an interest in. I think Ms. Reese can explain the detail on that.
Yes, thanks, Mayor and Ms. Lorenz and Council. We did in November, I think, posted a request for proposals for 305 South Linden. The town owns the east half on both the first floor and second floor of the condo units in what we have traditionally referred to as the dentist office building over there. It used to house the engineering department. So we issued an RFP for potentially selling those 2 units. And so I think that's what Mr. Nord is referencing, that we had tried to sell those units. But before we issued the request for proposals, council might recall I had a conversation with you indicating that while that might be something that in the long term could be a redevelopment site, that wasn't really anything on the horizon that we were aware of. And so we thought the risk was pretty low to try to sell those units.
And so to Mr. Nord's concern, is his concern real or not real?
We still could consider selling those units. There was no commitment. Council could always choose not to. We don't have a proposal at this point for you to consider. But it does not, that particular building does not interfere with the potential library site.
Okay, that's the part I wanted. So what has been designed to is exclusive of the 305 South Linden. Okay,
Correct.
Mr. Nord, I hope that helps you.
It does, but it doesn't. The Uptown 2.0 documents, even that were sent to the railroad, show that that area is going to be redeveloped as well. So I'd say, it was out on the town website for people to bid on that property. I don't know if it's still there or not, but I would urge that we do not attempt to sell it until we've had a council conversation and we've deemed that parcel as surplus. That's my request, so we can weigh in from everyone.
As a reminder, actually the proposal timeline did close. As I just shared, we don't have a proposal for council to consider, but always town doesn't sell it without council action. So council would have a conversation and you would be in a position to determine if you wanted to sell or not, or if you wanted to lease or not. But at this point, we don't have a proposal for your consideration. And in regard to future development of what we've been calling kind of Uptown 2.0, basically the south side of the tracks, there's plenty of flexibility there, and we would not want to do anything to risk any potential redevelopment of the site for the library or any other economic development opportunity.
So let's move on. Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Hopefully everybody can hear me, and this should be very brief. There's very little movement in the administrative funds, but I'll be sure to have answer any questions if you have them. My 3 short sections start on page 106 of the budget. So if you're referencing the broader document, it's the start of the administrative expenditures. The first being the mayor and council expense line items. The only real movement year over year, obviously, several years ago, the council approved an increase in council compensation that had to be accounted for and does go into effect in this fiscal year. Staff recognizes that some have indicated that they may or may not accept that increase, but given that 4 of the 7 seats are up, we had to budget accordingly to the ordinance, and then we can make budget adjustments accordingly depending on what happens with that. But that's the only real change in that particular fund. The contractual services, the dues, those kind of things remain unchanged year over year. And we did leave travel, kind of piggybacking off of what Andrew said. We left the travel line item where it was. Previous to COVID, we're not expecting travel to pick up immediately, but wanted those dollars available for council members should you end up needing to go to NLC or League of Cities or U.S. Conference of Mayors or other professional training or obligations related to council activity in support of the town. Obviously, that's one line item, just like in this previous year, that should revenue not hit its targets, that we could then adjust back pretty easily. So that's really all that's in the mayor and council budget on page 107. Any questions regarding that one?
I had a couple questions.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Nord.
Let me find where that was at in the notes that Miss Reese had sent us. I wrote those down.
Possibly on page 4 where I highlighted some notes from the mayor and council budget.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you. For the contractual services and the dues, what are the measurable benefits that have been received for paying into these?
Well, the contractual service line item is mostly the cost for strategic planning. I will defer to Ms. Reese, but I think the goal of the council is still to continue doing strategic planning after the election period. So we allocated funds, as we have in previous years, in support of strategic planning for the council. And then that's also under contractual services. The other majority is recording services related to council meetings, which I think is still a necessary and worthwhile expenditure to be able to get our meetings out to the public.
And what about a citizen summit? Is that included in that line item?
Well, again, the strategic planning line item is a dedicated dollar amount, which certainly, if the council provided direction, I think could be used in support as part of a strategic planning process. Again, I'd refer to Ms. Reese, but that's where those dollars come from. Correct.
That is true. I'd agree. If council, for the $22,000, I think that we budgeted for strategic planning, we could use all of that or a portion of that for Citizen Summit. It just depends on how much how we want to hold the Citizen Summit, if we want to have a consultant lead that effort or not. But that's all part of the strategic planning process.
So there is still an opportunity to say we will have a Citizen Summit.
Sure.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because sometimes throughout the year, I'm told that we should have brought this up at a council or at the budget meeting. And if it wasn't there, can't add it, or since we did include it in the budget meeting, that we are going to spend that money. Then for the dues, could you speak to the dues as to what the measurable benefits were for the dues that we've paid?
Well, Mr. Nord, I'm not the person to speak to each individual membership. I can tell you what's in the line item, and then I would likely refer to your colleagues on council. But I think these issues have been discussed relative to, again, a recent meeting was dues for U.S. Conference of Mayors. This is also where we pay for National League of Cities, the Sister Cities International Program, the Chamber of Commerce, the Illinois Municipal League. There's a number of memberships in here that we have that I think the town has a long history of belonging to. I can certainly give my personal opinion, but that's not really my place here. This is more for council to decide those memberships and the value of those memberships. Staff's responsibility is to budget accordingly those organizations that the town and council not only has in the past, but believes is valuable to belong to relative to our municipal operations.
My request, in order for me to support this, would be before it comes before us, if you could provide council with some sort of measurable benefit so we know what to expect for these dues, just because we've done it in the past. A historical paying of the dues, I want something more than just we've done it in the past and we're going to continue going forward. I'd like to actually have a measurable reason and an expectation going forward, so
I would
we know what to expect.
My suggestion, Mr. Nord, is you reach out to me and your fellow council members and have that discussion. Staff is not going to provide that information to you. That's what I want to provide to you. And so please reach out to me, reach out to the fellow council members about that.
Then I'll just make the request now. Could you please send me something with the measurable results or the measurable expectations so I can share it with the folks that are paying for this?
Give me a phone call. We'll have a conversation, Mr. Nord.
if I may, this is the second year of my term. And the first year, my schedule didn't permit me to participate in some of these organizations. And the pandemic complicated that. But I have to say that the National League of Cities conference that myself and Ms. Cummings and Ms. Lorenz, we bumped into each other in some of the virtual spaces. I found it worthwhile to hear directly from individuals and officials from various cities across the US that had different types of economies, different populations, different challenges, how they were dealing with the pandemic and the different topics of resources and solutions worthwhile, and that these organizations are out there for us to be involved in as elected officials. And so, Mr. Nord, I'd be happy to share with you what my experience was, but since this was my first year, I would encourage you to reach out to some of the more senior members of the council to discuss with them what their experience is. This is something intended to benefit the professionalism of the mayor and council. It's not a line item to be defended by the staff.
Also, I would like to quickly add on to this, and I'm saying this specifically because we are in a public setting, and I want people to clearly understand that I've been involved with both the Illinois Municipal League and the National League of Cities since I've been on council. I think it's done a great deal to improve me as a council member, but it also gives me a consortium of people who I reach out to quite frequently concerning things that are going on in their communities, and to see, are we aligning with the things that are happening across this country? I've not only, with our membership, I've been able to sit on committees for the National League of Cities, one being Community and Economic Development Council. So you're also getting high level information from so many various entities who are the experts in these things. And they're not speaking just from our perspective of a local community, but it's more of a national and international perspective of what we should be doing, where we should be going, and to know that our community is aligned with it. The other thing I want to highlight, that our community was selected the last National League of Cities, excuse me, not the last one, but in 2019, to also host one of the sessions that I actually led, talking about how we budget and our process, and to share and give some insight, because we are well known for having such a great process and being able to be successful with the things that we do within our community. So it's a give and a take. We share what our best practices are, as well as getting best practices from other communities across this country. So there is great value in that. I mean, it's like with any other job. Even at my full-time job, there's always opportunities for growth and development. And so this is another opportunity for all of us to take advantage of growth of development in this role, if we actually are taking it serious. Thank you.
I'd like to offer up something on that too. I mean, it's an interesting exercise, Mr. Nord, that you suggest here, for us to kind of introspectively think about what it is that professional development does for us. And I think Ms. Cummings really did frame it up. It is professional development, right? So, if we do this exercise, and I actually think it might be very good for us council members to share with one another what we've gotten out of any of these IML, National League of Cities, what have you, but let's also broaden it. And this way, Mr. Nord, you can participate. Let's talk about professional development that you've done in your everyday jobs, right? What professional organizations are you part of that you've gone to as a result of work, like Ms. Cummings said, and what are the tangible results? I think there's probably an interesting parallel between the two. So, Mr. Nord, that would be a way that you could kind of do the introspection as well for in your own profession, if you don't have the experience yet in this arena to do that. So I'd be very open to that as a homework assignment for all of us to participate in.
I guess I'll jump in and lend my voice as one who's gone to a number of conferences in the past. Yeah, I think this is a great discussion really to have publicly, to let everybody know that, you know, certainly participating in these associations, going to the conferences, whether live or now virtually, most of them, you know, first and foremost, we get access to experts in the field, as Ms. Cummings mentioned. And some of these people are global leaders in doing things that we are just beginning to think about doing here, or haven't even begun to think about, or spark ideas. You know, both Ms. Lorenz and I, to give you an idea of one concrete example, Ms. Lorenz and I went to U.S. Conference of Mayors and Mayor Kusa's stead one year. He was off doing a different one, and they were talking about autonomous vehicles. And Rivian was just landing here, and we're talking about autonomous vehicle. They talked about data and model ordinances and things that we needed to be thinking about. And Ms. Lorenz and I brought that back and shared that information with city administration. They also talked about mental health services and the challenges with that. We had just voted to support community mental health, and the Behavioral Health Coordinating Council was up, and we were able to talk to New York City about what they were doing and how they were addressing first responders as the main behavioral health response folks in the community, and what they were doing to help support those. And so that was information that came back and directly was able to impact initiatives that were already underway in our community by people that were already doing it and very successful. So access to experts, developing a network of folks that are already doing what we are trying to do, and leveraging their experience and their success. So we can avoid some of the pitfalls that they did, and what you'll find, I invite you to do this. The best way to answer this question is for you to participate in one, by the way, Mr. Nord, is to go to IML or go to NLC. But what you'll find is our peers in other communities, other cities, other states, that attendees avail themselves to us to help. And they give us their phone numbers, and they give us their cards, and they give us their email addresses so we can access them when we need them, to provide an elected perspective as well as an administrative and a staff perspective on trying to be successful in improving our community. At a high level, I'll stop there, but there's more we could talk about on the specifics if you'd like to have a chat with me.
And I almost forgot one more thing too. And by going to National League of Cities, I got a chance to meet this company that does kind of like promotional videos. And I rushed back, then I talked with Ms. Reese about it, and we signed up for them. And they did a series, I believe, of 4 or 5 videos, free of charge. And these are very expensive promotional videos that cost us absolutely nothing. And I don't know if they're still up there, but for a while they were on our website, and it was an easy to click through. If you're interested in moving to our community or coming to our community as a business, all you had to do was watch through those videos to learn a little bit more about our community. Something that cost a lot of money was free to our town as being a National League of Cities member, and me being there in that session at that time to get the information, and they were willing to do it for free.
Another point to note here, and I just did the quick math, is that all told, we're talking about 0.02% of the budget. So we got a lot more dollars to review. Point well taken, Mr. Nord. Let's do our homework assignment. Let's all introspect on, the value of professional development, both on council and in our professional lives, and move forward. But it is 0.02% of the budget.
Thank you for the information, because it was nice to hear that there are some of these that folks are using, because I'm a believer that if you don't use it, we really should lose it. And so I'm glad folks are using it. The Transportation for America, I didn't hear anybody mention anything on that. And I assume, forgive me if I'm making an assumption, but this has to do with like bus service. So not sure if that's something that maybe we should consider letting Connect Transit deal with, since we really don't get involved to the level that I assume that we would with public transit to really go to these, well, to go to a Transportation for America meeting. But again, we'll just wait and see. And yeah, we can move on because this is a small portion of the budget. So thank you.
Mr. Nord, Transportation for America is a much broader organization than just transit. They cover all modes of transportation. They're a policy and think tank organization of which we're a member. I put you in touch with the director of that organization for you to call because you had questions about it. I don't know if you did call the gentleman, but he was more than happy to talk to you about what the role of Transportation for America is in transportation policy for cities.
Oh, yes, thank you. That's thank you for reminding me. I did call him. It happened to be the same person that was leading the Connect to the Future work group.
Actually, we'll move on here. Mr. Hanson, if you want to keep going.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure. Are there other questions related to the mayor council line items? If not, I'll move on to boards and commissions. Boards and commissions, an even smaller allocation. Essentially, we are just funding supplies and training for the boards and commission members. We also, obviously, the main line item is the funding some special community-related programs, which we've continued to do, whether it's the MLK event, the Sister Cities contribution, those kind of things kind of come out of this, which is the broader community-based initiatives, most of which are supported through the Human Relations Commission. So nothing real significant here. And overall, the expenses are down a little bit. Be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Hanson, I think you jumped over city manager administration. Not that that's a problem, but didn't know if you wanted to go over that line as well.
Oh yeah, I did. I'm sorry, I got them out of order. Sorry. Again, in the administration line item, there are no new staff here. The only real change is just budgeting for some kind of cost of living, similar to we do for all departments and all staff. As I said, there's no new additional staff. There's no new additional expenses. We try and keep our memberships to just those key professional development ones with ICMA, the City Manager Association for Ms. Reese and myself, and ILCMA, which is the state organization, and then activities related to the Municipal League as well. Again, we budget for travel and training, but for the most part, stay well below that, being just the winter and summer conferences, which haven't occurred. And the virtual conference, unfortunately, the winter conference, which is normally at the Marriott in Normal and brings significant numbers of people and economic activity, is virtual. It's next week. They are still scheduled to be here in 22 and 23, and we're working with the CVB as well. But that's a 3-day event that brings literally hundreds of people into the community, and they take up most of the Marriott, which we budget for that. Obviously, that's a good one for us because it's much less expensive on travel and training because Ms. Reese and I actually get to stay home. But nonetheless, that's essentially what's in here for travel and training related to the administrative line item. But in all, no real significant change in this particular section of the budget on page 109.
Questions?
Sure.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Warrens.
Okay, I'm sorry. Under the 21-22 budget highlights, I was intrigued. Maybe you can give an update about the first point there, the creation and implementation of region-wide economic incentive program. We getting close on that?
I would, I'll let Ms. Reese jump in, but the answer to that, I think, is yes. I actually had a conversation with Mr. Hoban about that just a couple of days ago, maybe actually yesterday. I'm not sure when I connected with him, but certainly within the last few days. And yes, he has made pretty significant progress on that particular project, and I think is in the process of taking that back through his board, which Ms. Reese is a part of. So I'll defer.
Thank you.
That is accurate. We had started putting this program together about 18 months ago or so. And when shortly after Mr. Hoban was hired, we did the handoff. And so he's been working on that. And Mayor and I actually have a meeting with Mr. Hoban and our counterparts in city and county to discuss this actually this week. So we do want to keep the ball moving forward.
Mr. Nord?
Thank you. For sponsorships, in the past or over this past year, we've given money for different sponsorships for different things that have happened. Are we going forward doing this? Because we had a conversation about if folks want to donate to their charity of choice, people should have the opportunity to do it rather than the town doing it. What's the plan on that?
Well, again, I'll that's actually in a different section of the budget. It's under general expenses with Mr. Hune. Certainly there have been some adjustments with that, but that's a different section of the budget. So I don't want to step in front of his discussion.
Well, these were expenses that came out of the, let's say, the city manager account.
Yeah, those are found on page 113, Mr. Nord. That's a
so we're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
No.
Okay, all right. Then I'll hold off my questions.
Okay, thank you. Other questions related to the staffing related expense of the administration line item?
Just on the staffing, is that the staffing throughout the year or at year end?
For administration, that is staffing year round.
Okay.
That's our staffing model.
And those are full-time equivalents. So
well, there's 3 full-time and 1 part-time.
Who's at 75%?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Let's move on to communication and community relations. Ms. Olafson?
Oh, I do want to just introduce, obviously you've all met Ms. Olafson. This is her first budget review process. So it's all exciting to her, I'm sure. And she's been eagerly anticipating this. So I just want to welcome Ms. Olafson to this process. And she joined the town staff, in 2020 and basically inherited this proposed budget. But certainly we've reviewed it with her and she's prepared to answer questions and go over what she's planning for fiscal year 21-22.
Excuse me, before we go on, and according to the agenda, we still have the sponsorships and things before it gets to the community relations section. So I don't want to miss my opportunity to ask the questions. This would be on page 5 if that's what we're following.
Okay. I might be looking at an old agenda, so we can certainly go over that. I'm trying to find my
agenda says boards and commissions, which Eric Hansen has already completed. Next
Right, and we're on to communication, community relations.
Okay,
Right,
so then it is under boards and commissions.
No, Mr. Nord. In the actual budget, you'll see starting on page basically 108, 109, and then it goes through page 113. All of those particular expenses fall under the overall umbrella of administration. So each council packet, when you see the accounts payable, when you see that report, it shows each of these expenses under the city manager. I guess in terms of actual oversight during this conversation today, we have generally asked Mr. Hune to cover the general expense page, which is pages 112 and 113. that is the budget that includes sponsorships. So sorry for the confusion. We split it up during the course of this conversation. We split it up where Mr. Hansen was going to cover the first couple of pages, mayor and council, city manager, boards and commissions. And then when we get to Mr. Hune's topic of discussion, he's going to cover pages 112 and 113.
Okay, I will put a sticky on there. Thank you.
Mhm.
Ms. Olson, go right ahead.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for having me. The communications and community relations budget is on page 114 and 115 of the packet that you have. There are minor changes to this particular budget. Most of the expenses have been reduced with the exception of salaries, which I think reflects the fact that I joined the town in August. And so that FTE has been put back into this particular budget. Otherwise, all of the expenses have been either held flat or reduced.
Questions?
I forgot one question. Is in the summary that Ms. Ruth sent us, it said that we're eliminating publishing in the normal news line. Is this where the legal notices goes?
No, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in, Ms. Olson.
That's fine. I was going to say no, but I was going to defer to you as well.
Yeah. My note says that we have eliminated publishing the normal news line. The normal news line actually was a citizen newsletter that we published once or twice a year up until about a year ago, and then we paused it and we did not publish it this year. So this was a newsletter from us to the citizens, and the expense that we had traditionally budgeted was for printing and postage of that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
I have a question for Ms. Olafson. I saw in the panagraph where I think Bloomington was going for more digital delivery of content. Where do we stand on citizens actually making use of our digital platforms? Is there a way to track that? And do you see an uptick in digital delivery? And what is being done to promote that and cut down on paper use?
That is a great question, Ms. Smith. We do see an uptick in the use of our digital platforms, including social media. It's the way that we're engaging, with our community members right now, particularly during the pandemic. This is really important. And one of the large efforts that's on the communications department plate for the next year is to do an upgrade to our website. We haven't done this for a while. We have some issues that we would like to resolve around accessibility. The town participated in an audit early last year, pre-COVID, and that's something that we're now working through to address some issues with, and that will include a new look and a feel for our website. In terms of some things that we are moving forward with, I have been talking to town staff and the communication staff about the importance of, skip, scan, retrieve, that is how users look to find information. They want to be able to find it quickly. I think you'll, if you were to ask my peers on town staff, you would hear them say that I am the advocate for the citizen voice on our leadership team. I'm constantly asking questions because I'm the new person at the table, and I don't have some of the tenure that people have. So I think I bring a different perspective and a different lens. And we have been working to streamline some of our online engagements. In fact, just last week, we went through an audit of our online forms. So as people are using our website to provide information to town staff, we look to streamline that and to make sure that those were working as effectively and as efficiently as possible. So we made some changes to that as a precursor to the website redesign.
How many social media areas do you have? I'm familiar with Facebook, but Instagram, Twitter, what?
The town has upwards of, I think we're at 14 currently, social media sites on Facebook, Instagram, as well as Twitter. some of those are used more predominantly than others, and that is something that I've implemented in terms of, since joining staff, I implemented a committee called the Communications Coordinating Committee, which brings together all of the people across the town which communicate via those particular platforms. And so for instance, someone in fire communicates, someone in police communicates, et cetera, and so forth. And so I've created a forum that meets once every 2 weeks so that that group can come together and talk about concerns, issues. We've done a lot of coordination. We've set some best practices, talked about expectations for engaging with community members when we receive comments, et cetera, and so forth. So there are a lot of social media accounts for the town. And I will say that since I've joined, we have been working more in concert to make sure that all of those accounts are operating similarly.
If I had one request for the town website, I would dearly love to see a central calendar that would be a separate tool where just going to that calendar, someone could see what is scheduled for public meetings, notices, etc. Because I live and die by my calendar. And if I'm able to go and see, if I get an announcement about a program, if I go to a calendar to see, well, wait a minute, this is a potential conflict for me, so it's not really an option. And having those kinds of notices centrally located on a calendar, I think it would be very helpful.
Thank you. I did jot that down. One thing that you will see in the coming weeks is we will be pushing out a quick a request for users of our online platforms to give us some feedback about what they would like to see on our website, what's working, what's not. It's very specific to the website, but we are going to be asking for input and feedback. So you'll be seeing that communication coming out shortly after, hopefully next week. I think you'll see some of that. It's one of the steps that we have with our website refresh to make sure that the changes that we implement are driven by voices from our citizens and users like yourself.
I've got a question for Ms. Olafson. Has to do with an item that's in your planned highlights for 21-22, and that is the development of a crisis communications plan. Can you elaborate a little bit on that, what you're thinking? And we've certainly had a crisis to measure our current plan by. So what are you thinking?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Lorenz. I don't want to leave the council or anyone watching this particular meeting with the thought that the town isn't prepared to communicate in a crisis. But I do think the town, as you've seen, because we have been communicating in a crisis, but I do think the town can implement an overarching crisis communication plan that will help bring together all of the different areas of the organization so that we would be acting in concert with one another. So it's really improving upon things that already exist, pulling things together, documenting, talking about scenarios, and maybe working with the leadership team to identify, what they think should happen, how we think things should happen. I think that in my experience, one thing that I have experienced in the past is that communication, everybody thinks that they're communicators, but communication isn't always simple or easy. And so it's important to have conversations before things actually happen to talk about what we would be communicating, why we would be communicating those things, how we would be communicating. So it would just be pulling together some things that already exist, but then also improving upon those.
Great. Then the only other thing I would say is to the person who does the social media posts for Normal Fire is very funny. Keep that person doing whatever he or she is doing.
I will pass that along. Thank you for that feedback, Ms.
Mr. Nord, you had a question?
Yes, Ms. Olson, it seems like you are going to be handling a lot of the public relations and engaging the public. So we had this citizen summit a year ago. It was before you came, where the citizens got involved. I'd ask, maybe it makes sense for you to kind of set that up and coordinate that. And it may not have to be in the same format that we did before. You might there could be like an ongoing engagement where maybe on the website, folks can constantly give information. Just seems like that more fits into your department and kind of what you're doing. Cause I truly believe the more we allow people to engage with the public, then the better our public, the better our public relation perspective is going to be in the community. And so anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. Don't know that it's an action item for today, but maybe you could talk about it in your meetings and, you know, see how to do that. Cause I think the entire council, we got a lot of valuable information from just that one-day event.
Well, I certainly believe in community engagement and community relations, and I am glad to work with administrative staff to help assist with a citizen summit to provide council with feedback on whatever topics you identify. I do think that it's helpful. Actually, Ms. Smith and I had this conversation earlier this year. She had asked me some questions, and one of the things that I shared with her was, you know, there are, as you say, Mr. Nord, a myriad of ways that we can communicate and engage with the community. What we need to understand is, you know, what does success look like? What are the outcomes that we are trying to achieve so that we can really work diligently toward those? So what are the topics we really are seeking feedback on? For instance, I gave the example of the, you know, we're asking citizens for input on our website. The questions that we're asking are incredibly specific to the website and what's working and what's not. So there are indeed ways to engage with our citizens. I think that, and I'll defer to Ms. Reese, but that we would welcome, you know, some council direction about a prioritization of what topics you would like some additional feedback on.
Sure. A topic, you know, well, before we get to the topics, we need to have that structure and format so that way topics can be added to it, because it's going to be a living document. It's always going to change. Another request would be to create some sort of method for citizens to submit petitions to the town, something that the town will recognize as legitimate citizens input. So if you could kind of formalize that so citizens have that.
Okay, I have written those two topics down, and I can circle back with my colleagues to understand what currently exists and how we might improve upon those things.
I just want to jump in with a quick comment. You know, we talked about the need for the town to communicate better in the run up to this position existing. The nebulous communicate better that's defined, and nobody can really agree on a common way to do that. I do want to comment, just, you know, as a council person who routinely looks at some of the 14 outlets of social media communication, not all of them, some of them. But I really appreciate that you're bringing a strategic approach. Your point about being strategic and planful, defining what our successful outcome looks like before we start to just create structures without knowing whether or not they're going to meet our outcome objectives for communication. But having said all that, I appreciate that you're moving in that direction. But having said all that, watching some of the social media posts already, that there seems to be a more regular information sharing out to the public through those social media channels. And I think we're starting to see people pick those up and share those just about town operations and directions and what's happening. And I really appreciate that we're already seeing good movement and good value out of that already. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Ms. Olson.
Thanks.
That covers that. We move on to Town Clerk, Ms. Honker.
Good morning, everybody. My budget is fairly brief. Clerk's office is mighty but small. You can find our numbers reflected on page 118 and 119 of your proposed budget book. Quickly, I just want to review a couple highlights for our department for 2020. First and foremost, we went through a conversion of FOIA software. which has been wonderful for us. The new platform is much more user-friendly on the front and back ends. It also is a cost savings annually of approximately $2,500 for us from our previous platform, which again, you know, $2,500 in some of the budgets is not so much, but in mine, it's fairly significant. So we were like to champion that. I also wanted to note that this year for FOIA stats, which is a big reason why we maintain these software portals, is we processed 1,160 FOIAs in 2020 calendar year, which is an increase from the previous year. The equivalent of that in staff time is approximately 120 hours a month are devoted to just processing FOIAs. And the financial impact on that through average salary cost is about almost $36,000 a year. So FOIA is our primary hot button item in our office, if you will. We have a statute led turnaround time for FOIA. So they come in, they go out, and that is how we kind of live and die in this office. The other thing I wanted to just touch on a little bit is we did complete our conversion of business licensing through the Track It portal. That has been a good experience for us with the assistance of our in-house IT and then the Track It portal itself. We did almost a 100% online renewal this year, which translates to cost savings in staff time, cost savings in mailing for search for sure, cost saving in supplies. Of our 723 renewals we have received so far, we're still kind of at the tail end of the process, so that's not complete yet. Only 3.8% or 25 people said that they preferred the old paper process, which if they do contact us, we will get them those paper copies. But overall, it's been a wonderful opportunity for us to streamline our processes into something that was a very cumbersome manual process. The only other thing I really wanted to touch on, this is one of those kind of backroom, not pretty things, but for us, it's very important. In 2020, we were able to complete a database of all contracts, agreements, motions, and MOUs for the town for records dating back as far as 1929. In essence, what this translates to is we reviewed, logged, and cataloged and indexed more than 2,000 documents. We reviewed, logged, and disposed of another 750 documents. That is hands-on, every single piece of paper, making sure it was scanned in, that it's indexed, that it's properly cataloged in the vault since 1929. So again, while it's not pretty to the outside world, to us, it's a remarkable undertaking. And we hope to complete similar projects to some of the other aspects of our town documents moving forward in the future. Just to review my budget very quickly, there's not a lot of changes. I know that through the memo that City Manager Reese sent to you on page 3, under personnel changes, you'll note that my department will be going through a significant restructuring. We will be losing 2 part-time positions as well as 1 full-time position. So going from 5 staff down to 2 until that restructuring is complete. That will definitely pose a challenge for us in the coming months, but the light at the end of the tunnel is, I think, as the year wraps up in 2021, you'll see significant changes in processes and efficiencies coming out of our department, which I'm looking forward to. The only other item of significance within my budget will be, you'll see an increase in our travel and training. Our travel and training budget typically reflects all of the required coursework for Master Municipal Clerk certifications for myself. That's also available to the Deputy Clerk should she choose to go towards retaining that certification. And then you'll also see an item for paralegal certification. As we have built our FOIA handbook, if you will, we have come to find out that we rely heavily on in-house corporation counsel for a lot of case law and statute work towards FOIA. And, you know, in the thin times, you know, we're 4 people now collectively between legal and clerk's office. They don't always have the time to devote the necessary research into some of that. And as FOIA has increased, it's just showing that legal research, the ability to cite case law, understand case law when it comes to making information available to people through FOIA is just increasing every day. And so the other line item there would be just the increase to allow for the 2-year program for paralegal certification. Other than that, everything's pretty status quo. We've had a couple small savings in a few items, but nothing that's really noteworthy. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions? Mr. Nord?
Yes, thank you. You said there were like, what, 723 or 26 business licenses that were processed this last cycle?
So far. We're still at the end of our renewal process.
Oh, do you know off the top of your head if that's an increase in businesses that we have in the community from last year or decrease?
What I can tell you, Mr. Nord, is that in the previous year, I believe we processed just under 1,000 business license renewals. I believe the number was 998. Those are renewal packets that are sent out to businesses. In our old system, we could not track pending certifications, active, new. We had open businesses and we had closed businesses. And without confirmation from businesses through the renewal process, we did not close them. They stayed in an active status basically until we were given information otherwise. Now that we're transitioning into a newer system, we are able to track much more closely license statuses. You know, we have active licenses, we have pending licenses, we have closed and we have expired licenses. So through this new process, so far 723 contacts with particular businesses have been made. We have confirmed, we have 7 pending licenses, which are still going through renewal processes through the inspections department. That typically relates to home-based businesses. We have closed 132 businesses, but that does not necessarily mean that those businesses closed in the calendar year 2020. That just means that of that cleanup of the previous system to the new system, we have verbally connected with that business owner to confirm that their business has moved, has closed in some fashion over the course of the last 4 to 5 years. And then we have 253 licenses that we still have marked expired. Those are the ones that we are going through and following up with on third notifications to see where they fall into that. Are they active? Are they closed? Have they relocated? So hopefully by this time next year, we won't have those transition numbers in place. So I'll be able to give you exactly what closed in 2021 specifically.
Okay, well, that'll be useful. A request, I don't know if this is the department that it should go to, but for the businesses that have closed, I think it would be good information for us to have maybe the EDC do like an exit interview type of question with these folks to kind of get some insight as to why they left, see if they can identify trends and maybe help us prevent other folks from going forward, because that is good information that you are keeping. Hopefully we can use it.
Yeah, I certainly can, you know, take that into consideration in working with the EDC. I will tell you the majority of closed businesses are typically home-based businesses that have registered with us and that are more transient in nature. A lot of residents in apartments have business licenses in the town. When their lease is up and they relocate to Bloomington or elsewhere, then that license closes. So I think that that's where you'll see the largest number of our closed businesses is through home-based businesses.
Thank you.
Further questions?
I'll jump in real quick and just say, not that you need more feedback on moving to track it, but as a business who's registered through the town of Normal, really appreciate the streamline of this process and not getting the mailed envelopes of forms to handwrite and fill out on and then hand mail back. Much simpler for us small business owners and much more streamlined process. Really helped us out a lot by moving to this system. Thanks.
Of course.
Just a question for Ms. Honker. Is there anywhere in your process where there's a qualifying questionnaire to say, are you required to get a business license? How does somebody find out if they should be doing it? And is the town aware of where some entities that are doing businesses don't have a license, and what happens then?
Yeah, so we address new businesses in a few different ways, Mrs. Smith. First and foremost, the information is available on our website under the business registration page that directs people towards the portion of our municipal code that kind of outlines what businesses would be required to have a business license in town. We also receive monthly notification from the state of Illinois for anybody who has registered for new tax IDs. And then we cross-check that versus through what we've received as new, and we'll send out informational packet and application information to anybody on their list that we have not also heard from. And then third, most business entities, when they declare themselves a business, are required to have a legal publication. I believe it has to run for three consecutive weeks, basically announcing, their business. So we do review those publications and again, cross-check those against what we've already received, and then reach out to those entities for new business registration. And they all receive the code along with that to make sure that they fall within those parameters.
Further questions for Ms. Honker? Mr. Nord?
Yes. Just for those that are watching, registering a business in Normal doesn't require you to pay any money. It's more just so the town, I assume, has the data so we can better figure out what we're doing with our economy. Is that accurate?
Yes and no. It is correct that we do not charge a fee. It is correct. It will be more correct as we can get a more granular data from our business licensing through the TrackUp portal as far as the economy. But more importantly, where we utilize the information the most is the information that we are given through our business registration process is shared with our emergency services. So fire and police have immediate access to some of the questions as far as emergency entry points, emergency contacts for any type of emergency service response related to town businesses. That has been the priority behind business licensing in the past, and then the economic benefits have kind of come in secondary.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's important to point out that this information shared with fire and police is very important for businesses to do. It's more of a safety issue. For instance, in my business, because we're doing electric bicycles, we were advised by the manufacturer to let our fire department know that we had lithium-ion batteries in our facility. We never thought of that, but once you think about it, it makes sense. So for businesses out there, it's really important to, if there's anything unusual about your business you think the police or fire should know about, you should get that information as part of the business license. Let's move on to Corporation Counsel. Thank you, Ms. Honker.
Hi, thank you everybody for letting me speak today. My budget starts at page 120 in the proposed budget. Every year I talk about how unexciting my budget is, and this year's no exception. In terms of highlights, the legal department here is generally a support department for other organizations. So basically, we just take credit for everybody else's successes. The budget this year is a maintenance budget, remains primarily unchanged. Only small changes this year because of COVID and our potential budget situation. We deferred most of our training. We've got a certain number of training hours that we're required to get. We've deferred most of those for this year and are looking to resume that in the coming fiscal year in order to not only satisfy our training requirements, but also know what it is that we are doing at the town of Normal. Other than that, everything is pretty straightforward and status quo from prior years, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions? Mr. Nord?
In regards to expenses you may have dealing with particular issues, like the mural, for example, where does the funding for that fall? Does it fall under Corporation Council, or is that under a project?
In terms of the mural lawsuit, it all depends on the nature of the issue. That started out as that particular lawsuit would have fallen under our contractual line item when we hire outside counsel or incur litigation expenses. Ultimately, that issue was handled by the insurance company. Our insurance company decided that was a covered expense, and so they were paying the outside counsel assistance that we had on that. But
so in this upcoming, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It depends on the nature of the issue at hand.
So in this upcoming budget, is there any money allocated for your time or legal time for the mural?
For my time, that would just be my salary line.
What about outside counsel?
Bill out for outside counsel? No. There's just a general expense line for outside counsel.
Right. The contractual services line, which is about the middle of his budget, ends in 20-10. You'll see $35,000 per year. That particular allocation includes our estimate for outside legal counsel as issues arise. If council wants to talk specifically about the Trail East project and the impact of the mural lawsuit, there aren't specific dollars in the corporation council budget because Mr. Day indicated it right now, it's currently covered by insurance. But if something else were to come up, generally it would start in this line as an expense.
Okay, and if it's over $25,000, is that something that'll come to the council before it goes forward?
Yes, and if we have, I guess I'll defer to Mr. Day. I interrupted him.
In terms of legal expenses, in that case, there's an ordinance that authorizes the corporation council with the city manager to hire outside counsel. They don't always come out. We typically, when you hire an attorney, you're paying them a certain amount of dollars per hour. So we wouldn't know at the time we hire them whether it's going to be over $25,000. In fact, I don't think we've ever hit the $25,000 mark with any of our outside counsel. But
And generally, and I'll supplement Mr. Day's comments, if we are being sued and we need outside legal counsel to defend a particular issue, we discuss that pending or current litigation with counsel in executive session to get direction and discuss the need for outside counsel when necessary.
Okay, so council will know if we're going to be involved in some potential legal action before it gets above $25,000. Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. Day? Thank you, Mr. Day.
Thank you.
We're up on our 12:30 mark here, and cultural arts will probably take some time. So let's go ahead and break for this. I'm looking at our schedule. It is doubtful we're going to finish this today. It's very doubtful. There's a lot to cover. I understand, and so giving it the time it needs. So I need you to think about how we want to progress, if we want to go late into the evening with this, or if we want to divide this up into multiple days. So it's 12:37. I'll see you back here at 1:07. Ms. Reese and I talked about how we're going to proceed, and I'll let Pam go over what we see might be a possibility for getting through this year's budget hearing. Pam?
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, here's what I proposed for our budget work session agenda. Since it is 1:10, we've got a lot to cover. What I propose is deferring facility management and parks and recreation, and going today basically as long as possible, but I think about 6 o'clock would be our cutoff before everyone gets pretty worn out. So I'd propose we go to 6 o'clock today, and then since you have a city council meeting already scheduled for Monday, February 1, which is next Monday, I propose we have a work session before the city council meeting, maybe starting at 5 o'clock. That will give us an opportunity to cover facility management and parks and recreation, and anything else maybe that we don't cover yet this afternoon. But I'm proposing a 5 o'clock start on Monday before your city council meeting, and then if necessary, we would reconvene the budget work session after your city council meeting if necessary, if there still are things to discuss. And I know that could make for a very long evening, but I also know that February 1st is a night that we've already got you committed because of a city council meeting. So that's my suggestion.
Thoughts? Everyone okay with that? No? Yes? Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Mayor, I do want to mention Mr. Preston had a little electronic technological interruption here. We're getting him back into the Zoom, so he'll be rejoining the meeting in just a moment. So we don't have his thoughts on this, but I wanted you to just be aware that he's absent from this discussion and will be joining the conversation.
Great. I'll reach out to him and explain this to him at some point this afternoon. Let's proceed with cultural arts. Ms. Wisman, you're on.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Gotcha.
Okay, great. So just for your reference, our cultural arts revenue is on the bottom of page 53 and continues on to the next page. And then for expenses on page 122 of your budget packet. So if you want to follow along there. So fiscal year 21 has been a bit of a roller coaster ride, as I know you're not surprised. As our community's COVID status changed, the Restore Illinois protocols also were adjusted. So there was constant uncertainty about our ability to be able to fully operate. A good example of how challenging it has been, twice we have been positioned to reopen. We had worked with children's museums across the state to develop safety protocols to reopen in July as we were entering phase 4. However, you might remember that the governor released detailed information about Restore Illinois at that point. And in June, phase 4 would shut down all hands-on exhibits in museums, and that really changed our ability to move forward. So we pivoted and we began offering virtual experiences. We were able to offer in-person camps and some family events and classes. That was generating revenue. Families definitely wanted to participate in that. And unfortunately, that was also placed on pause come Thanksgiving as we entered those new tiered mitigations within phase 4. So we are doing a lot of work with the best information that we have as far as budgeting. But I will just point out that we will be working with Mr. Hune very closely as the mitigations change and as the realities of COVID-19 start changing our ability to make more money and to be able to fully reopen. So that's just a caveat I want to point out. Some highlights simply from fiscal year 21. Despite the fact that we will officially be closed for a full fiscal year, we were still able to serve approximately 40,000 people. And as a service-oriented municipality, that is very important to us, especially the work that we were able to do with local schools and our community partners. We definitely felt like we were serving families in a way that was helpful and meaningful, and certainly our teachers and our educators, our administration locally thanked us many times for what we were able to do. But looking at the fiscal year and knowing that there are some things that are changing and hopefully for the better as summer arrives, I did want to point out a few things for revenue in this fiscal year. Memberships are actually shaping up to be a little bit better than what we projected. Back in October, we were thinking we would hit about $3,000. Reality is more like $10,000. The holidays were friendly to us, so that was nice. The store is projected now around 30,000 versus the earlier 25. Local grants could be interesting. We are waiting on news about a federal IMLS grant that we had reached out to for some specific programming. And so that could double what you're seeing there in the local grants line. And that would be a 2-year grant if we are awarded it. So that would also be reflected in fiscal year 22, around $100,000. Foundation support, this was actually pretty good. That will be adjusted as they are planning on being able to provide about $95,000 in direct support versus the 69 that's presented there. This is a group of volunteers that serve the town of Normal and the Children's Discovery Museum as a foundation board. And they really have done an amazing job. And I'm very proud of their efforts in the past year. They didn't miss a beat and they've done very well by us. The biggest highlight and thing that we're hoping for is the SBA, the Small Business Administration, announced right at the end of the year that for the very first time, shuttered venues that are operated by governments, whether it's municipalities or states, would actually now be eligible for some COVID relief. This is the first time that that has been available to us according to any of the eligibility requirements for PPP and some of those programs. So this is the first shot that we have had, and it's possible that we could, or we will, apply for 45% of our lost revenue. So for the museum, that could be as much as $600,000. So we're working on that. They haven't quite allowed that to open up for applications yet, but certainly I'm confident we have a good shot at it. They've got about $15 billion in that particular package. Part-time expenses have been affected by minimum wage increases. We have had some part-time expenses as we've been doing our programming that were attached to revenue streams. We're very careful to make sure that we're not losing money on programs directly when it comes to part-time staff. But certainly you'll see the overall picture is not as pretty. We're not allowed to open in January as we thought we would be able to, but we are working on being able to open up by spring, so maybe April or May. So that part-time line item, we're going to take another $100,000 off of that anticipated budget expense because we weren't able to operate like we thought. So that's an upside. Supplies were actually up this fiscal year, and that's actually a reflection of our grant dollars. We received more grant dollars specifically geared towards our outreach activities and our STEAM activity kits during the summer and fall months, and those were required to spend. So we spent them, and that's why you see a little bit more of an expenditure on that line item. The line item included several repairs to existing facilities. Since we were closed, we were doing an assessment of our space. There were lots of things that had been deferred over the years for many reasons, and the time really was unusually allotted to us to have the museum closed. And taking advantage of that opportunity really helped us with some long needed repairs, replacement for some carpet, aging items, and refinishing surfaces that are just hard to work on when you have 500 kids in during the day. Again, the foundation has done a great job during these challenging times. We were able to raise enough money to privately fund, to build a new medical exhibit, completely privately funded, and to earn the grant that was recently announced for the Lucky Climber. So when we reopen, we will be in pretty good shape as far as our facilities go, and we'll have lots of new experiences to entice our paying audience to return in the next fiscal year. Looking forward to fiscal year 22, again, minimum wage increases are affecting our part-time line items. This is where we'll start to begin making adjustments as our ability to reopen affects our revenue streams as well as our expenses. But we will reopen slowly as we assess as we go. The expense will start to lower. We will build towards the end of the fiscal year, seeing some increases towards the end of the year. But overall, the projection is likely high based on what we now know compared to October of what our changing reopening rules are. We are prepared to close the museum if we were at full capacity, knowing that we're still looking to fulfill some of our losses over the last year. One solution would be to close for an additional day out of the week. We're closed on Mondays. We could also be closed on Tuesday. And if necessary, that would be a cost savings of around $50,000 a year. In a perfect world, we will get back to full operation and we won't need to worry about that, but we are prepared for that if necessary. There is one large expense under contractual services that you're going to see. With the completion of the Healthy Me exhibit, we are now ready to look forward and create a new exhibit master plan. This was part of our plan now for the last few years. It does fall in an unfortunate time, but at the same time, it is very necessary for us to move forward. The cost is about $50,000. It would last the investment anywhere from 5 to 8 years for this one-time payment. This is one of the hardest things that we do, imagining the future and planning for a facility that will keep us up to date as an educational resource and as a tourism attraction. It's also a helpful tool for our foundation that I mentioned, as they are seeking more grants and they're trying to inspire private giving. This is a tool that we use for our planning to help them also inspire that type of philanthropy. You'll also see a planned expense to replace our 16-year-old tables and chairs that are in our second floor landings area. This is where we serve meals, where our families can relax. This is kind of the break area for our field trips. Those tables and chairs just have taken a beating after 2 million people, and it's really time to replace those. I mentioned the IMLS grant. Again, that would be a 2-year possibility if we find out that we receive that sometime in the next month. That would also roll into fiscal year 22. That would be another $50,000 or so. And then just a thought on admissions, field trips, tourism. These things are all gonna, reflect the overall public's comfort with gatherings and what policies and procedures are allowed for getting together, as well as actually facilitating some of these school-based programs. We continue to reach out to our teachers. We are offering them lots of alternatives to a traditional field trip, and some of them are actually able to pay. Others need some financial assistance, which is where our foundation steps in. But the truth is for us to fully be back, we will need to see those things moving forward as well. So the sooner the vaccinations can move forward, I think the more comfortable that parents are going to be with returning to the Children's Discovery Museum. More federal relief is possible moving forward, not only the shuttered venues grant, but knowing that the federal government is clearly now aware that so many cultural arts entities that are owned by municipalities and states are being affected by COVID, and we really haven't had the opportunity for relief. It's very possible we would see some more opportunities for that. Fiscal year 21 for the theater, the normal theater, again, our ability to operate severely impacted by the pandemic. We were able to operate with 50 people per show. We did very well in October. Our traditional films that we showed for Halloween, for instance, Rocky Horror Picture Show, those were selling out. We had every reason to believe that we would do very well for the holiday season as well. But as I mentioned before, the Thanksgiving pause really has lasted through the new year. And we are preparing to now reopen next month under the Phase 4 guidelines. Online offerings have been okay. We didn't know what to expect, but so far this year, we are anticipating about $3,000 in sales that aren't necessarily reflected on the budget quite yet. It takes a while to get those dollars in from our partners who are helping present these things through distribution. And as always, we do perform better when we have community partners. So for instance, right now we are promoting the film, The Reason I Jump, which is a documentary, and it's also based on a book talking about autism. So already we've had about $800 in ticket sales for that online showing because we're partnering with local organizations who are interested in making sure that that message is shared. The SBA shuttered venue grant that I mentioned before also could affect, and actually even more strongly affect, the normal theater. There's some wording in the grant that we're not 100% on how much we can seek for funding for the museum, but essentially we feel confident that the theater itself is very firm under their rules. So for the theater, we would be able to likely seek about $73,000 in funding to be restored in lost revenue. So that's a little bit of a silver lining at this point as we wrap up in this fiscal year. And looking forward to the new fiscal year's budget for the theater. We are preparing to reopen, as I mentioned, and as the public gets more comfortable with the new phase, we expect that we'll start to see more people coming in. February has traditionally been a good month for the theater because of Valentine's and other activities. We'll also be showing movies that you can't see anywhere else, including online. So we're hoping that we'll see some people returning. And we will likely see part-time and supply costs come in under our budgeted amounts that you're seeing in the packet. But best practices would prepare us for a return to pre-COVID activity as we project our 5 years out. So we're just trying to be conservative, but I fully anticipate our expenses will be lower, as well as probably our revenue at the beginning of mainly the first 2 quarters of the year. We fully anticipate that we will revisit the budget several times as Mr. Hewen and I continue to talk about what's happening there. And then finally, uptown activities, fiscal year 21, we had a significant reduction in spending, of course, as we canceled our annual events. We will spend just under $25,000 for a lot of the things that we were able to provide the community compared to our typical $80,000. So we were still able to offer some alternatives, specifically the holiday window interactions that we were doing with the reindeer riddles that we were doing with our uptown partners. We were able to really stretch our pennies pretty far to make that a pretty neat event. And we had great feedback. But again, we needed to watch our spending there, and we were very careful. Deposits we made with vendors this fiscal year. So for instance, we have stage and facilities deposits we make for Make Music Normal. And we have to start planning that event very early. So this time last year, we were doing that. And obviously we didn't have the event. So our vendors are forwarding those deposits into fiscal year 22 so that we don't lose any money on that. And then the same can be said for the corn for Sweet Corn Circus. We didn't buy the corn on the back end last year. The farmer was able to sell it, but we always put a deposit down to make sure that we have sweet corn for the event. And we were able to forward that again into this fiscal year so that we'll be able to do both of those events on a very modified schedule. It will look different, but I believe that our protocols and some of our date changes will still allow this to happen. So for fiscal 22, those expenses, we've moved a couple of expenses around, the contractual service line and the rental line. You'll see some adjustments there. And that's really so that we can compare apples to apples as Make Music Normal becomes a little more important and it continues to develop. We can really do a good comparison to see what our expenses are. So those are the highlights of where we have been and kind of where we're going. And again, I'm hopeful about the federal relief. Again, this is the first time we've had that opportunity to try to apply for that. And, that is almost $700,000 in lost revenue that we could recover for this budget for the Cultural Arts Department. And we'll keep working towards that. There's no stone left unturned that we are not looking for funding and support, whether it's private dollars or public dollars. Any questions? I'm sure there are many.
As far as today, is the department intending to proceed with the typical scheduling of its events, but with some modifications to accommodate what might be the COVID circumstances at the time, or is anything looking to be shifted?
We will shift quite a bit. So talking with our public health officials and also talking with our vendors and our musicians, we don't plan on holding any large gatherings through at least the month of July. We have talked, St. Patrick's Day, we're doing an alternative. Irish Heritage Society is looking for different ways to do that without a parade. We've talked with the McLean County Arts Center, who does the Sugar Creek Arts Festival. They're looking at a hybrid that probably will not include a footprint in Uptown Normal. And the Make Music Normal will not be in June this year. We're looking at putting it into September to be able to account for giving us more time to build towards the vaccination levels and just the general public comfort level, but also to give us some more controls over the footprint of that event. So as Restore Illinois moves forward, right now, festivals are not allowed under phase 4. General admission is not allowed under phase 4. There are very strict protocols that we'll have to follow as we get closer. And I'm going to guess there'll be more tiered mitigations between 4 and 5 that we'll be looking at. So instead of planning something we have to cancel, we are shifting things out so that we can plan them appropriately and conscientiously with the taxpayers' dollars.
Penguin Project, it took a survey of its parents about their schedule, which normally rehearses at this beginning in February, March, and the play in June. And they're seeking a summer program, but will be looking for outdoor spaces. Who should they contact if they're looking to see whether the town of Normal might have some outdoor venues that would lend itself to their needs?
Well, those would fall specifically under the Parks and Rec department.
Okay.
Because they would be under Doug Damery's team. But we're also very curious about some of those uses because as we're making transitions, we're working very closely with parks to look at what's available, what would be different. Because you can set up parameters differently in a park than you can in a public space that includes, sidewalks and streets and public businesses and private businesses. So parks are going to be a good alternative for us. So tell them to call soon.
Okay.
Beth, I've got a question. This is Kathleen. On your contractual services for uptown activities, are those basically representative of the various vendors that you work with?
Let me pull out my uptown expenses. So our contractual services, a lot of that is when we're doing like Lounge About the Roundabout. So these are often cultural arts performers. So usually musicians that we're bringing in, as well as occasional vendors for different activities. Also Santa's Station and some of the holiday activities that we'll be doing towards the end of the year. We really try to work hard with our uptown partners to make sure we're all aligned with what we are interested in seeing in the space. We've experimented here and there, but that's typically what those contracts are for.
Okay. And
I will also mention, I believe, Beth, this is also where your Make Music Normal event is funded as well.
Yep,
that particular line.
Yeah, and that's when we say vendors and performers for Make Music Normal, we're talking about so stages and sound systems. We don't have that already on staff. It's much more economical to pay someone to help us out with some of those things and when it doesn't happen, we don't have to pay for it.
Right.
So that is where, so this year you're only going to see what $5,200 that is budgeted compared to $40,000 the year before. A good deal of that has already been forwarded. I think $2,500 for the stage reservations. And the upside of that is because of course we'd already paid, we're first in line with those professionals to make sure that our festival is top of mind for them as far as scheduling and making Normal a priority versus other communities.
Okay, thank you much.
Yeah. Mr. Nord?
Thank you. A couple questions. For the exhibit master plan,
yes,
$50,000. It's my understanding that the foundation pays for exhibits. If that's the case, why is the town expected to then pay for the master plan?
Well, the town historically, regardless of an outside funding source, the town works with planning documents. With or without a foundation, we would need a planning document for our organization for making plans for the facility, because it's not just exhibits. It is the full facility, as well as looking at staffing needs or community partnerships. It is a planning document for the town. And then the foundation can also use that for their benefit to go about soliciting gifts and writing grants.
Okay, the parts that would be for the exhibit piece specifically, I think should be kind of separated out. So, the taxpayers pay for the part that they're obligated to pay for and not the exhibit piece. And then for the grants, you said there's about $700,000 in grants that you might be able to get. For any of that money that comes in, where does that, where do those dollars go? Will they go back into the general fund for the town to use however, or are these going to be isolated just for cultural arts?
Well, it is specifically earmarked. The way that the federal grant is written, it is to restore the lost revenue for the cultural arts department. So specifically for the Normal Theater and specifically for the Children's Discovery Museum. Uptown activities would not necessarily be included because of the way that the grant is written. It's about restoring lost revenue for shuttered venues is what it's called. So venues who've not been open for the entire fiscal year that are privately owned and publicly owned are now available to look at this. A lot of the private groups are looking at the PPP because you have to make a choice. You either can apply for the PPP in a second round or you can apply for the shuttered venues. So I'm not sure how that's going to affect competition for those dollars, but for the purposes of if we are awarded those dollars, they would go to restore that lost revenue that you're seeing reflected in the budget for those two facilities specifically.
Where do those revenue dollars go? What fund will they be deposited into?
The revenue dollars for which, would that be the federal, if there's a federal subsidy?
Yes,
Is
for
that
the
what you mean?
grants.
They would go into the general fund.
Into the town's general fund?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then we could use them for whatever purpose
Well,
we like, because they're reimbursing us for lost revenues.
Yeah, we would use those funds however we are permitted to use them through the particular grant allocation.
Yeah, those grant details are still being developed by the SBA. They were supposed to be out by January 17th, but they really haven't fully explained that end of things. They're just now opening up the application process, but they can be strict about how the dollars are allocated once but they have a listing of payroll, any type of facilities work that we've done. So like at the theater, we made big adjustments during COVID to accommodate for those protocols, advertising, specific improvements on the facility. If we paid utilities, which we did, we didn't pay rent, so that wouldn't be covered, but those are the types of things that it's designed to cover. So
sure. And whenever I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but whenever you say we paid, that's coming out of the general fund and the taxpayers paid for all that. So my question is, if we get, say, $700,000, that goes into the general fund, do we have the ability to then say, we're just going to save that money and possibly next year not fund cultural arts out of general fund dollars because we have the grant money to go towards them? Or does this $700,000 when it comes in, do they have basically a blank check to use it to go over and above whatever they already have budgeted?
Like I said, we won't really know what the restrictions are until the grant details are released.
Right, agreed. Okay. And so what I do want to clarify though, because I understand Mr. Nord's question about this particular funding opportunity possibly, but to clarify for the rest of the council and listeners, when other grant programs, when the Children's Museum is successful with other grants and awarded grants through the foundation, we try to account for those grant dollars through the foundation, so they go through the donor management system. Basically, it's very important as a museum to track your donors and recognize through the donor management system. So we have a great partnership with the foundation. And then as those dollars are spent, they're moved from the foundation into the town to cover those appropriate expenses. So that's why there's a little bit of confusion occasionally on how a particular grant is going to be accounted for. Much of it has to do with how to manage that as a donor and as just a fundraising strategies for the foundation.
So then the plan is, whenever this grant money comes in, if it does, it's going to go straight to the foundation?
No, because I guess I would say at this point, based on what I know, which is not all the info because it hasn't been determined yet, since it's a federal dollars that a federal pot of money that potentially could come to the organization, meaning the town of Normal, because we didn't have the admissions revenue. My guess, based on the little bit I know, my guess is those federal dollars would probably go to the general fund, because that's the fund that has lost out on the admissions revenue this year.
And that is also my understanding.
And then another question. So you've got events in uptown activities.
Mhm.
Well, Trail East is supposed to start construction this year. And when that happens, that parking lot's going to not be available. There's going to be all kinds of construction activity. And I'm concerned about the safety of having an event close to all that construction and what impact it may have on construction activities. What are your plans for dealing with Trail East?
Well, we won't see any festival level activities until at earliest August. But we have had festivals in Uptown Normal for decades with major construction happening in the Uptown area. We have lots of options of how we want to change the footprint. We've even gone on campus before on the quad for Sugar Creek Arts Festival before. We know that especially for this year, COVID might still be making it impossible for actual festival gatherings. So we might actually end up moving everything out of the Uptown footprint, because we might need to be looking at drive-through opportunities or walk-through opportunities versus do traditional festival setup. So even if we were to have a traditional festival, we could do it. We've done it before many times, and without problems. I mean, all of the new buildings that are built in Uptown Normal, we still had all the festivals happen over the years. But knowing that COVID is still affecting our planning, it still probably isn't going to have as big of an impact, simply because, one, I don't believe that we will see the crowds gather if we are allowed to gather. I believe it will be a very slow return to normal in a sense, as we're looking at what other states are experiencing and what our industry partners are telling us. Our typical return rate is somewhere around 20%, and it slowly builds to 50%. And nationally speaking, trends are saying that we probably at most would expect about 70% to return before we're truly back into the swing of things. Does that answer your question?
It does somewhat.
I mean, we'll always
just have to see what happens.
We'll always have safety top of mind for any of these activities. We work with Public Works and we work with Parks and Recreation to make sure that everything is set back enough or even cut off. You know, we wouldn't have our traditional footprint taking people anywhere near that space. As a matter of fact, Constitution Boulevard would be shut off in that one direction, not only the foot traffic, but to any type of traditional traffic while that construction is happening.
Or just at the last event that we had, I want to say it was like circus maybe. There were a lot of the bounce houses and things in the parking lot where Trail East is. So, you know, those all have to go somewhere else. So we're just, there is going to be less open surface for an event.
But we often have to make changes. If you really look at what happens year to year for the festivals, there are subtle changes and sometimes really big changes almost every year. So we work very early on with our neighbors in the Uptown area, as well as our other departments in the town, to make sure that we're accommodating for that stuff. It is quite a process, which is why I mentioned earlier, you know, we are saying that we're not going to do any major gatherings through at least July, and trying to plan for things into August and September so that we can make all of those types of plans appropriately, but also not have to cancel or make adjustments that are so big that it's impossible to communicate that with the public in time for the event.
Sure. And then my last comment on your budget, since your departments aren't going to be open for some time, or at least the Discover Museum, you've got, looks like the same amount budgeted for this year as you do in the future for advertising expense. You know, I've kind of harped a little bit about this, but I would ask again to restrict advertising. Well, minimize any advertising until you know we can actually open. So we're advertising something people can actually do.
Yeah, well, I mean, we are actually doing stuff right now. We actually do have some revenue producing programs. All the revenue that you do see there is coming from almost exclusively our education programs, our classes, our camps, our family events. But you're not wrong. I mean, we certainly have been cutting back on advertising. We went from $50,000 to about $20,000 in this fiscal year, because I mentioned that some of the lines that you're seeing right now are going to be further reduced because we thought we were going to be able to reopen in July. We thought we'd be able to reopen in November and then January, and none of those have really happened. So we've been pushing back those things. The main expense that you're seeing is a contract that we signed at the beginning of the fiscal year before we knew that we could close this long. So we are definitely looking at our marketing budget. We don't want to eliminate it because we are creating programs we want the community to know about that the town is investing in. And we certainly don't want to lose relevance as we are beginning to reopen with our new exhibits. We don't want to lose too much public awareness that we don't have to spend that much money, certainly. We'll just keep revisiting that with Mr. Hune.
You know, I'm going to mention something about if I may, about advertising, and I like the summaries that begin on page 83 that kind of pulls together the line items of a particular kind, like advertising, which I think is, it's under purchase services 30-20. Of course, you know, advertising pops up in a number of different places, cultural arts being one, and Parks and Rec probably being the other primary location. If I read that correctly, basically our historic and even forecasted spend on advertising is around $200,000. It was 140 estimated for this year. Understandably, things were cut back. I did the math. That's 200,000. If I'm interpreting that right, that's the total of advertising that we spend across the whole enterprise. If you divide that by our $70 million budget, that's almost a 0.3% of the budget.
That's true.
But we certainly will be watching that line item.
Every penny counts. Yeah, every penny counts.
Yeah, it does. Oh yeah, I mean, we absolutely are watching all of that. But we use the contract that we had for our radio advertising. We use that to the best of our ability. And you know, again, when you're creating programs, you want the public to know about it. The number one complaint that we get from citizens is that they didn't realize something was happening. And we use every tool at our fingertips to communicate what's going on. So to completely abandon any communication strategy, even paid communication, would not serve the public well. And I mentioned that we've served 40,000 people with programming. Some of it was entirely free, some of it was reduced pricing, some of it was paid, it had direct revenue streams. It was a real good mix of what people had access to, and paying $20,000 to $30,000 for that is minimal compared to what the outcomes are. You know, we talk a lot about, you know, the return on investment for the community and what is it that this means for us. And just to give you some context, Harvard University would tell you that, you know, when they look at researching early childhood development, which is in particular the museum specialty, for every dollar you spend, there's a $9 return on investment. So
interesting to keep in mind. Thank you for that stat.
To your point, Ms. Lorenz, in the private world, the percentage of gross spent on advertising is 1.5% to 2% of your revenues gross. Mr. McCarthy.
The next question. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to jump in and say, you know, we appreciate your flexibility on all this and finding ways to reduce expenses. And I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of the continual moving goalpost that is the challenge of trying to open. And so decisions on cutting expenses and operational resources is tenuous at best when we really don't know if we're going to get to cross the finish line or the goalpost is going to get moved back a little bit. So decisions to cut advertising, right, when you think you're going to get to open, don't make sense when you think you're going to open in November, but then suddenly it gets moved to January. And you've committed those advertising dollars, and so and other resources as well. So it's I'm sure that's been frustrating for you as you attempt to manage expenses in a challenging revenue world. But for all of us to just kind of frame this this conversation, we as a council and as a body who looks at these budgets and looks at these numbers have to put ourselves in the operation seats, at least to try to understand the context in which these decisions are being made. And so, you know, looking backwards, well, why didn't we do this? Well, we thought we're going to be able to do something at this point, but it turned out when we got close that we really couldn't. And so everybody, businesses are dealing with this, and our business is no different. And so let's just try to keep that in mind. And the context is that hindsight gives us really clear vision, but while you're making decisions during this pandemic process, it's often hard to know when we're going to be in back to phase 4 or tier 2 or tier 1 of mitigations, and trying to predict all that is very, very challenging at worst. I just want to go back a little bit. I know we've kind of moved on from, you know, some of the grant dollars, and I appreciate the question, but always want to redirect everybody back to we can't apply for grant dollars giving a rationale of why we need them, and then when we get the dollars, you know, steal them away to do something completely different than when we apply for. That's generally against all grant. Of course, we don't know what the specifics of this grant rules are, but that question gets asked a lot. I know we applied it for this, but can we take it and use it for something else? And the short answer is no. We can't do that. One thing I want to make sure also that I heard that I want to make sure that I clarify for my own understanding, that I'm not misunderstanding something, is that the Children's Discovery Museum is a wholly owned, wholly operational unit of the town of Normal, and that the budget is the town council's responsibility, that all of the expenses are in the budget are the responsibility of the town council. And okay, I know we have a separate agency, you know, the foundation, a private group that's a friend of the museum and helps to fund, but that's not their responsibility, but that's ours.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure that that was clear out there, that there's no confusion about that there's some divided responsibility for expenses within the CDM. I know that's been talked about in a few different contexts, but just so everybody in the viewing public understands is that private entity is great and they're friends of, but they're not obligated to pay for expenses, but it's great that they do step up every year and find a way to provide money to offset our budget. Thanks for that information and clarity.
Ms. Smith?
Segueing from that, flipping back and forth between the revenue side and the expense side, if this were a cost center, it looks as though that cash and sources coming in is about 1.1 million and the expenditures are 1.5. So the town is providing this cultural service to residents, not completely without some support from the dollars coming in. So if we were to present this in a cost center analysis, we would more readily see that. But since the revenues are reported in the revenue stream and the expenses in the expenses stream, that connection isn't apparent. And when you're talking about services used, do you collect data on where the patrons are coming from? Are we pulling from outside our town and municipal limits? And if so, how much are we attracting out of city dollars, out of county dollars to our locale? And has any of the online provided us a new audience that might continue beyond the pandemic?
Yeah, we definitely are serving communities outside of Bloomington Normal for sure. We had about 100 communities represented in our last full year before COVID that were coming for school programs, field trips, also family getaways and things like that. We had about 250 schools that were represented, that were from all over the state, as far north as Cook County, as far south as Madison County. And, you know, we certainly are seeing those schools pay for those field trips. You know, it's not a free service. So they're certainly paying. But when they come, they have lunch, they're buying gas. I mean, they're definitely doing that. And then as far as how we're tracking some of that, we are using that software that Pam mentioned regarding our donor giving. There's a side of that is also for our admissions and our ticket sales, our revenue production. I'll have to look and see for you how many people during COVID were accessing us outside of the town of Normal, but quite a few. But quite a few were the town of Normal, certainly, people who were living locally that could come by and pick up their kits and do that. We're partnering with the Chicago Children's Museum, the Peoria Playhouse, and Cole Children's Museum in Glenview to do something called Illinois Play Channel. And that is a statewide free play activity that we can share with all the other museums that we're providing, because we all realize that some of us are better at certain programs than others, and we don't have the staff or resources to make them accessible even to their own communities. And so now if you really want to come for an art program, you're going to come to Normal. You really want to go to like the MLK activities that were happening. Chicago had a really good, robust program. So we were sharing those within the communities. And yes, I hope the goal is that those families get to know us better and they see that we're a resource for traveling to come and see us, to visit us, to maybe use those reciprocal memberships that they're purchasing to also come and see us.
Thank you.
Mr. Preston.
Thanks, Mayor. Ms. Swissman, if my math is correct, it looks like for the proposed 21-22 in comparison to our estimated 2021 CDM full-time regular salaries, looks like it's projecting or proposing an increase of just under 9%, while the positions in our personnel summary aren't seeing any change. And I didn't know if there was anything in particular that higher increase would be attributed to this year specifically.
Well, we do have a new position that was filled, that was already budgeted to be filled almost 2 years ago. And so that position has added to that.
Right.
The way that the full-time and part-time is separated is new this year. If you look at last year's budget packet, the way they were explaining, because now it's more of an equivalent of how many part-time people are equivalent to full-time people. So like our educator and our volunteer and events coordinator, those are people who are benefits earning part-time people, whereas our guest services and our education programming are seasonal and traditionally part-time. So those numbers won't always look the same as what you were used to in the past, but there is a new full-time person, and half of her salary and benefits are being offset by the foundation.
Right. So I'll jump in. That was the development coordinator position that had been vacant for a few years, and it was reintroduced this fiscal year. It just didn't get filled until middle part of the year. So fiscal year 21-22 shows the entire 12-month period with that salary.
All right. Thanks.
Any further questions for Ms. Wissman? Mr. Noah?
Yes, I've got one last question. Could you explain how, like, what the foundation is responsible for paying for versus what the town is? Because it seems like we've got some confusion.
That's because the foundation is overly generous. The foundation's only obligation is to pay for brand new exhibit construction. The foundation a few years ago agreed that they could help the museum be even more successful if they were to commit to operational support, which is open-ended support for the museum. And that kind of relies on their ability to be successful in their fundraising efforts on top of their obligation for building exhibits. But their only obligation, according to their bylaws and the agreement with the town, is to pay for brand new exhibit construction. So once the foundation has done that and the exhibit is built, we actually see it transferred from the foundation to the town, and it becomes an asset that the town then cares for. So maintenance, repairs, longevity, that type of stuff becomes, an expense within our department. And that's partly why the foundation, I believe, wanted to make sure there was some operational support on top of their exhibit support. So we talk about they're doing campaigns for the Healthy Me exhibit, and they raised $470,000 in private dollars to make that happen. And in the same time frame, they are contributing an additional $100,000 overall to support partly that employee that we just talked about, the software, part of the software that we use to run the admissions for the museum and the donation, and then also an extra $50,000 in general operating support. If that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think the confusion just comes from they're overly generous. They've done more than what they originally committed to, and we count on that, but it still takes a lot of work. And these are private citizens who are giving us their time and our talents. So I really appreciate it.
But the payroll that existed and all the expenses during the COVID time, that was something that the town paid for.
With
town has always committed from day one to cover the operating expenses of the museum. It started out a number of years ago as a division under Parks and Recreation. So that is our commitment.
But the revenue line is recorded as foundation support, and it right now is reflecting $69,474. But we're anticipating that actually this year it will be more like $94,000 because the foundation kicked into high gear for fundraising, and they want to make sure that they meet as much of an obligation, their obligation, not necessarily a formal obligation or requirement, but just their commitment.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you, Ms. Wisman.
Thank you.
Very informative. Council, I'm going to ask that we go back to council format and pull up your participants list and raise your hand there. You're kind of spread out on my screen and I can't really see you that well. So I think it'll help the flow if we go back to that protocol. Next up is Jenny Keeger for Human Resources, Health and Dental. Jenny.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. I am going to attempt to keep my comments relatively brief this afternoon. And I'll start by saying something that's going to come as no surprise. We've already heard it many times this afternoon and this morning. COVID-19 threw us for a bit of a loop, but I'll share just a little bit of our kind of strategic, operational, and organizational response. HR has been pretty closely monitoring some compliance issues, starting with the Families First Coronavirus Response Act and the expansion of FMLA that had some kind of overarching and significant consequences for our staffing. I will say that we have been very busy performing some, I'll say, modified contact tracing. I hesitate to use that word because it's pretty specific in terms of what the health department does. But really what we're trying to do is, maintain a safe environment for town employees. Most of the exposures that we have seen related to COVID-19, I would characterize as external exposures. I think town employees have been very, very good at maintaining the safety protocols that we put in place. By and large, town employees are masked, distanced, taking every precaution that they can and that the town has provided to keep themselves safe here at work. So that's something that we're very proud of from the HR standpoint. I will say that it has also been interesting, doing some of our other kind of more routine practices and procedures such as recruitment, things like that. In COVID times, some of that has slowed down a little bit, so that did help us. But we are still doing kind of quote unquote business as usual. So we recently got done putting together police and fire eligibility lists. That's something that is called out in our budget memo highlight. And I'll also mention that we've been pretty busy trying to pivot to technology tools that kind of expand the scope of what we offer in terms of benefits. We have had a very, very good employee assistance program, EAP, in place for many, many years. we were able to onboard an online platform this year to expand access so that people, can get access to those sorts of resources remotely and very easily on their mobile devices, which is something that I think we're all getting more comfortable with now as we move forward in the pandemic. So between that expansion on the EAP side, we've similarly done some expansion of platforms on the safety side and safety training and looking at virtual components there. We were able to bring on 2 different programs and platforms for those efforts at no cost to the town. So that was something we were really pleased about too. In terms of our budget highlights that I want to discuss particularly, I always like to mention during this work session, our contractual line in HR tends to fluctuate from year to year. You'll notice that, I'm sure you would have. This is really a result of the fact that we've got some promotional processes that are on sometimes every other year cycles, sometimes every 3-year cycles. And those are very large scale promotional processes. Generally the cost for a promotional process, say for the fire lieutenant position or the police sergeant position, generally those run, up to $20,000 generally. That's around where we budget for that. Frequently they come in lower, it depends on how many candidates we have challenging those processes. But those are things that are gonna create just a little bit of fluctuation from year to year. Another large scale recruitment effort that we have every year is the police eligibility annual testing. As I said, we just finished up that effort at the end of last year. We came out with some wonderful candidates on that list. So that was a very successful effort. I think that is, I'll also mention, City Manager Reese did highlight that we've got just some very small dollars allocated to CPR and AED training for town employees. We try and do that every year as well. We were not able to do that last year given the pandemic. Those are trainings that are best completed in person. We thought it was judicious to hold off on those. But we are hoping that we'll be able to bring those back. So that is a very quick summary, I would say, of the HR budget. I'm happy to answer any questions before we move on to health and dental.
Not seeing any questions, Jenny, go ahead.
Great, thank you. So the health and dental fund, that's on page 313 of your budget binders. Honestly, I'm going to keep my comments here incredibly brief as well. Finance Director Andrew Hune gave a really great summary of where we're at in the health and dental fund. We are in a much stronger place now than we were at this time last year. Some of that is due to our ongoing wellness efforts. Honestly, we want to say a lot of that is due to our ongoing wellness. This past year of screenings, you may remember that we do health risk appraisals and biometric screenings for staff members every year. And we've had incredibly high participation historically. Last year we had 99% participation once again. So it's a history that keeps repeating happily. So again, that's something that we're proud of on behalf of the town employees. Apart from that, I don't know that there's anything else specifically that I would like to mention. So I'd be happy to answer questions here too.
Any questions on health and dental? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is innovation and technology.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time. Our budget starts on page 146. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Before I start with our projects and budget information, I do like to have a little recap on what, because I'll be using the word smart cities quite a bit, I do want to give a recap on the definition that we use and a brief on the presentation that we've had back in October. Smart cities are those that can effectively use the power of data and technology to cater to the changing needs of its citizenry, solve current and future challenges, and create exciting new services. And that's the definition that was adopted as part of our comprehensive plan that we continue to use. And it changes from city to city. But again, just to recap our presentation from October, Smart city is not a destination, it is a journey, and Town of Normal is in very early stage of this journey. And at this stage, really smart city is very synonymous to operational efficiency. How do we achieve that? Predominant focus is on maximizing the use of existing technologies, automating processes and improving workflows, utilizing data and evidence for business decisions and increasing transparency, and applying futuristic thinking to ensure our technology investments are not short-sighted. So I am, as I go through the projects that we have completed this year and also outline what's in the budget for next year, I do want to keep this in mind as it relates to operational efficiency, and I'll probably be highlighting where I think some of these projects are smart city oriented. Like many departments and many organizations across the nation, COVID-19 really changed our plans on what we wanted to do last year to what we ended up doing. But I do think it kind of laid a good foundation for things that are coming. A big part of what we did is really coordinated a lot of tools and technologies and enabled town staff to work remotely and enabled a lot of virtual meetings, including council meetings. I want to point out that many organizations utilized consulting assistance in this process, and we were able to conduct majority of this in-house without buying additional technologies. Kudos to some of the foresight that was applied in years past. We were ready to enable remote working, as well as our staff was able to do a lot of online streaming pretty much in-house. Another project that I do want to highlight is rolling out of Office 365. I would put this project under smart city category for multiple reasons. This is a project that highlights our maximizing use of existing technologies, such as Microsoft licensing. Before COVID, we were setting up everything, and we just set up Teams right before COVID hit. So we utilized the Teams platform quite heavily throughout this time. So we ended up not purchasing any additional collaborative or meeting tools such as Zoom. We do have some licenses, but we were able to conduct a lot of our business internally through use of Teams. We also rolled out a SharePoint-based intranet. What does this mean? As part of this, we were able to digitize 70 different forms into online forms. It eliminated the need for people to fill these forms and physically walk those to different departments and finally scanning them back into the systems. So now everything can be done at a click of a button. We also utilized applications such as Power Apps to automate a lot of work processes. I'll just highlight a few examples here. So automatic external defibrillator AED inspection program used to be a very manual process. Now with automation, it doesn't save a ton of time, but a couple of hours a month I shaved because of that program. We were also automate Julie Locates program. It saves about 20 hours per month for each staff person. So those are a couple of examples of how some of this automation will be resulting in efficiencies. For our department particularly, Office 365 rollout was able to really standardize a lot of databases on the back end. Instead of maintaining same type of databases in multiple locations and having chances for error, we were able to pull it all together using Power BI, SharePoint, and all these other applications through 365 and really cut down on a lot of staff time involved in maintaining those and eliminate errors. We've migrated our email from on-premises servers to cloud. This is crucial for all of our Office 365 products to interact with each other. Again, this project was done entirely in-house. A lot of communities do use consulting assistance for a project like this. So I point this out to say, while we do budget for consulting assistance, we are very careful in how much we use those. To the extent staff can do things in-house, we tend to do those. We tend to utilize consulting assistance specifically on projects that go above and beyond our staff expertise. We have rolled out we have rolled out a new help desk system, not this year, but last year. And this too falls under smart city project category, particularly under data and data-driven decision making. We have utilized a lot of data from the help desk category, from the help desk, to really understand the type of tickets that are coming in. Early on, when we first instituted the help desk, a lot of those tickets were about INT posting stuff to intranet. So when we redesigned the intranet, we were able to decentralize some of the posting for departments and gave them the ability to edit those sites themselves. So as this data comes in, we examine that data to see how we can, not so much, we don't measure by number of help desk tickets, but we measure based on the quality of assistance we are providing to our users. So we do look at how many hours it is taking our technicians to assist our town staff. In about little under 3,000 tickets, our median ticket completion rate was 4.5 hours. And we were able to complete nearly 70% of tickets under 24 hours. Our target is to get to completing 90% of tickets under 24 hours, and hopefully we'll be there in the next 2 to 3 years. We've completed several projects to improve our security. Definitely enhanced our patch management program, a weekly patch management program. We've instituted a new artificial intelligence-based endpoint protection platform, enhanced several security measures on our Office 365 platform. We've conducted a number of cybersecurity trainings. Several of you are probably receiving a lot of phishing emails. Some of it is part of our training. The number of clicks on those emails have gone down significantly, and we are extremely excited to report that back to you. We are currently working on instituting mobile device management program for all town-issued mobile devices, phones, and iPads. So most of those are all security-related measures. And in response to COVID, we have instituted a number of applications. A few include COVID-19 Hub, Small Business Relief Program application portal, and a CDBG application portal. So in the upcoming years, you will see that there is funding allocated for smart cities. What does that mean? Really does mean at this stage of our smart city journey, it does include increasing efficiencies of our operations. It also includes INT strategic planning. So what does that mean? Last year, we wanted to embark on this. We were not quite able to focus on that with the COVID related changes, but we do want to enhance our cybersecurity planning. We are using National Institute of Standards and Technology NIST framework for that. We will be beefing up our incident response planning. We also manage, we have nearly 2,000 endpoints that we manage and 200 commercial off-the-shelf and in-house applications. So we really need to standardize a lot of operations for us to continue to increase efficiencies moving forward. A lot of this includes drafting policies, adopting procedures, so we will be focusing on those. We'll also be reviewing the processes that we have in place for technology procurements. We will be looking at alternative options on how to not only be able to procure technologies efficiently, but also in a way that we can ensure their security. Another set of projects that might fall under this is going back to future-proofing our technology investments. An example would be our council chambers. Equipment in our council chambers was last installed in 2014. So we are running on years 6 or 7 for that equipment. So we will be looking at reinvesting in that equipment. And during the process, we will look at how can we take what we have learned during COVID, which is potentially running hybrid meetings, both in person and virtual. Our current equipment is not set up to do that. So we will be investigating new technologies to see how we can equip ourselves to be able to handle meetings in a hybrid format. We will be looking at opportunities to expand our fiber connectivity, for example, to our traffic signals, to position ourselves better for future, but definitely to be utilized now. So any investments that we are making, we're constantly looking at not just something that would be useful for as a future investment, but how can that be utilized today? We will be focusing on enhancing our drone program. We'll also be looking at creating open data portal. Of course, this does include bringing policies to the council, but that's also part of our upcoming year's plan. With that, I'll pause and answer any questions council might have.
With apologies to the mayor, there is no raise hand functionality in the participant list. So whoever is hosting this, if it's possible to add this after the Zoom meeting starts, so that
it's in the more button, Karen.
In the more?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I see it. I see the possibility to raise hands.
Where do you see it? Because it's not in the participants function.
It should be under.
For me, it's in reactions. If you click on reactions, then there's a button that says raise hands.
Got it. So it's not showing up in the participant like it does for our meetings. Thank you.
Mr. Preston.
Thanks, Mayor. First, I would just like to commend INT. Sounds like you guys have had and are having and will continue to have quite a busy time there and a lot going on in the department. So congrats and thank you on that front. On a personal note, I just wanted to highlight how appreciative I am as one of your users and technically one of the employees for the switch to Office 365. I find that conversion to just be easier to navigate. It's more user-friendly. I like the, it has better accessibility, maybe for from my experience and others. So thanks for that. And then just a question, can you talk to us a little more about the town's drone program that you had mentioned the budget highlights for this coming year? What all is entailed in that?
Yes. So with the drone program, right now we only have one drone, and we utilize that to get aerial imagery. Every once in a while, we do that for marketing. We do that for public safety. There is a ton of new improvements going on in drone area. For example, City of Chula Vista public safety departments are really using drones as first responders. There are other communities using drones to improve their facility management inspections. So there is a lot more opportunity for us to really utilize drones to serve our community, our facilities, our departments much better. So what we'll be doing with the drone program is really, there is currently, we have, I believe, 7 drone pilots who actually have licenses within various departments. We do have a group. We do want to look into specifics on how each department wants to utilize drones, but more importantly, bring research and information and case studies on how other communities are utilizing drones to improve efficiencies within their operations. Our hope is, depending on department's interest, to really expand the usage of drone programs.
Okay, great. And where is there anything in particular where that is reflected in the budget more so than others, either under contractual?
That would be under smart cities.
Software. Okay. All right.
It's 2010. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Mr. Nord.
Thank you. I am uber familiar with what you do and a lot of the initiatives just from my past work experience. So I do appreciate what you do. But with the ticket management, it's nice that you're able to analyze like how much time someone's spending. Are you able to identify trends, whether this is hardware, this is, education need around like some particular application, or can you talk to that as to what the problems are, like the majority problems?
Absolutely. So we do have a pretty robust dashboard that I frequently refer to see what type of tickets are going on. Our data specialist actually looks at this information quite closely and compiles this information. We look at a number of tickets by department. We look at the type of ticket, software, hardware, network, or others. And as you can imagine with COVID, quite a bit of what we did not expect, which is increased use of meeting and type of request errors. We also had quite a bit of need for cameras, webcams, and headsets, that type of need. Of course, this is something that we did not predict, but very well expected as part of this process. We absolutely do look at what other tickets are coming through. And as I was explaining in my earlier comments, a big part of what we looked at in revising our intranet, there were quite a bit of tickets asking us to update stuff on intranet. So that kind of creates this bottleneck and creates more work on one employee within the department. It allowed us to look at that volume of tickets coming for information to be put on intranet, to then redesign the intranet and enable departments to put that information themselves. So I fully expect a overall ticket volume to go down next year on that particular item, but we may actually have other requests. What we are going to do, and this is why we are not going to present information as number of tickets as one of the metrics. It will be one of the data point, but definitely not a key performance metric for us. What we will be looking at is the average time it takes us to assist our town staff, which is right now we are able to do nearly 70% of tickets within 24 hours. And as I've mentioned, one of our target is to be at 90% of tickets resolved within 24 hours. So the type of tickets, we look at the software that it's generating. It's a whole host. It's like 3,000 different tickets. So happy to go over details, but I can even send you some dashboards.
Yeah, from what it sounds like, it's more the how-to questions are occupying the time over the break-fix questions, which is a tremendous, I guess, it speaks well of IT that you don't have things breaking. If it's operator education, that's a different thing altogether. And then smart cities. You have a lot of things listed under smart cities. What I hear from the public is smart cities, they're thinking of like smart stoplights and all these things outside. And when I hear you talk, you're talking more about internal things, like even security, things that I wouldn't normally associate with smart city. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how you address this, but I just want you to be aware that bundling things under smart city that traditionally folks don't think is like a smart city government initiative, may be doing a little discredit for what you're trying to accomplish. So I just think that you should be aware of that because it's not quite fair. Then you've mentioned that you've been implementing some things that will reduce the amount of time that staff have to use. Like you mentioned something about inspections and that you've been able to reduce 20 hours a week of
this is on AED.
Yeah.
AED inspections. That's okay. 2 hours. Yes, 2 hours per month. Yes. Okay.
So what I would like to see at some point is after you roll this out, if you could come to the council and say, here is what happened, and here's the measurable reduction in staff time required or the improvement in efficiency, because then just like with any efficiency project, you can see where the payoff is, because you may be rolling something out that's going to mean a reduction in headcount or additional workload that a different department is going to be able to do. And having that measurable result, I think, is necessary so we can see that the money that we're spending on these projects actually pays off.
Yes, so to the extent we can, we will definitely bring some estimates, Mr. Nord, and I think it is sometimes extremely difficult to have a metric on staff time. What I have presented today is definitely an estimate. Is it taking staff more time, less time, without having a system that was measuring that in years past? What we will be presenting is just an estimate, and I'm happy to do that.
Sure, thank you.
Mr. McCarthy.
Make sure I lower my hand, because I'm notoriously bad at that. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, as most of my council counterparts know, and you are painfully maybe aware of my interest in this from all of our conversations and interactions on innovation and tech and smart cities specifically. First, thank you at the outset, and you know, a great segue from Mr. Nord actually, that smart cities means different things to different people. I don't know about the fairness of different people having different definitions, and I don't think that's fair or unfair. I think, but it does point out, understandably, that that term means different things to different people. And so to that end, I appreciate that you at the outset setting out the definition of what we mean here at the town of Normal, and how that was defined by a broad base of citizens who participated in the comprehensive plan. And just to kind of circle back, is that our definition of smart cities came from the comprehensive plan, which was developed by literally thousands of residents of the town of Normal. So the citizens drove the definition, just so we're all there. But it's a good point that we all conjure different things. And so to that extent, the best we can, wherever you and your work and your operation sees an opportunity to publish our definition. So we're a little bit more clear about what we mean. So in some way we can help define that as much as possible. Again, I don't think we're going to bring that confusion of what smart cities brings down to zero, but at least trying to publish what we mean by it and what we're up to by it in some type of visible way. Maybe will help our community to understand that. I'm going to get out of the weeds of this conversation for a second, take a left turn on you. Promise I won't be that hard of a question. I'm imagining around. So, you know, you're talking about, you know, internal efficiencies, help desk streamlining and tracking. You're talking about citizen engagement, portal opportunities. We're talking about going off into, you know, smart signaling and kind of, you know, some of those traditional bucket stuff. I mean, you are all over the map in terms of what you're trying to take on. I agree with Mr. Preston. Wow. You know, you're after a lot, and I too appreciate the outlook, and thanks for the tutorial to help me with that. By the way, council, if you need help, I got a great tutorial on some of the functions of the tool set. But as we're looking at all these areas of needs, right, clearly, you know, you're dedicating budget dollars in specific spots. I assume that means you believe where you've put the most dollars is our greatest opportunities, or are there opportunities that you see that are very high priority that aren't reflected in these budget dollars that we as a council can start to look at in terms of streamlining operations, or things we should be thinking about that can leverage into greater efficiencies in the operation, greater access to the organization from the outside public, et cetera? I hope I'm being clear with that question.
Yeah, so if I can restate your question, so you're asking if I was able to allocate budget where I thought we should be allocating budget for us to continue to improve our operations as well as plan for our smart city.
Absolutely, and are we limited in our ability to pursue high leveraged opportunities by the amount of budget you have available?
I would say we are, the budget that's presented to you, Mr. McCarthy, I think the council is, it gives us a great opportunity to not only continue to improve our operations, but also as we have been receiving a lot of word from potentially having technology grants available. So we do want to leverage dollars that are in our budget to continuously seek additional dollars to implement any smart city and technology related efforts. So from that front, I feel pretty good that we, where we are, I feel we can get where we want to be and continue to leverage our budget dollars with additional grant.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate the report.
Not seeing any further questions. Thank you, Basit.
Thank you.
Next up is Greg Tremmel for inspections.
Oh, Greg, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon. I'll be brief. Very busy year. Certainly can't say enough about Rivian. You know, generated about $275 million of construction valuation this past year. Nice trend up in new construction on houses too, with a close to a 40% increase over last year's numbers. So kind of expect more of the same in 2020. Certainly Rivian's got a lot on the drawing board in our office. And then we're starting to see the kind of the trickle effects of other enterprises positioning themselves to help support them. So it's all good that way. From a budget perspective, pretty unremarkable. We did reduce a few of our line items, which again are training and related in that matter. But again, not a whole lot there to cut, but fortunate to have a very experienced and qualified staff. So it's not a big hurt for us if to reduce our travel and training a little bit. So honestly, expect more of the same in 2021. I will say too that I feel fortunate that we maintained our business operations through the entire pandemic. We've never closed to the public. It's been great. Our contractors and customers appreciate it. And so it's nice to see that, because I'm not sure. I think a lot of other municipalities are running kind of either part-time or remote in some fashion. And so I know that's appreciated by our contractors, and I appreciate the support we get from Pam and the administration and council. So happy to answer questions if there are any in particular, but maybe try and get us on track a little bit. So
questions? Ms. Smith?
Yes, when you mentioned the 40% growth in housing construction, was that new construction, remodeling, or a combination?
Actually, in new construction, Ms. Smith, 1 and 2 family. So last year, I think we finished with around 58, and this year was just a little over 80, 81 or 82 new starts. And so again, I expect another similar year. One thing we did mention too in our year-end report is that what's not been typical in the past several years is actually developers platting new lots. Generally, there was enough surplus to support the amount of demand for new construction, but we've got 3 or 4 different developments that are platting new additions to subdivisions that exist, but again, it's going to be new ground. So that's a nice trend as well. And again, I just can't say enough about Rivian. It's exciting. It's mind-boggling when you go out there. It's a rat race, but it's great. It's just, we're very fortunate.
Do you have separate numbers on the remodeling permits? Because anecdotally, I've heard that a number of people did invest in their homes because they could.
Sure. No, and as Mr. Hune indicated early on, is that the home improvement stores were doing, gangbusters, which is great. Our remodeling numbers were up, and they generally are the biggest piece of our pie. So generally they account for usually 67 to 75% of our total permits issued. And so we had about a 15% increase. And so that was nice. Certainly a couple different trends we saw this year were a lot of swimming pools. There was a mad rush on swimming pools when both Bloomington and Normal made the decision to not open the public pools. And so that prompted a lot of private folks to do it on their own, which I think we'll probably see that a little bit again this year, but just classic. Yeah, a lot of people spend a lot of time at home and getting the bug to do something. And so, yes, we did see a fair amount of remodeling increased.
Thank you.
But
Ms. Lorenz.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Trammell, I'm wondering, going forward, and I'm kind of really thinking more about the out years. What do you see as the future for a town of our size for keeping the inspection in-house? Or is there a trend of this for communities our size to outsource some of that?
Certainly it's outsourcing is not new to our form of government. Historically, what we've heard is it slows things down. And so in essence, from the developer or the builder's perspective, it's a longer process to essentially get a set of plans reviewed or a permit issued. And even the field inspection process is less timely. So there's that. And then generally it's probably more expensive as an outsourced service to the customer, maybe not necessarily to the organization, to the town. But generally that's expenses passed along. So again, I think Peoria went to it a few years ago, although I think they've kind of morphed back into hiring back some internals in some regard as well. So
I guess I'd also jump in and add to that, Mr. Trummell, in terms of the comments. The inspections department has 11 staff this year, incredibly focused on Rivian construction and resulting in significant dollars in terms of permits issued. And the other thing, though, that we don't really talk about is an internal staff function, which we have all the relevant players at the table every week to meet with developers, talk about their ideas, to meet with all sorts of property owners, not even generally developers, of which that includes Mr. Trummell and his team as needed. So, if we were to move forward, because we want to be a one-stop shop for individuals, things like that, if we'd have to consider the impact of contracting out an inspections kind of service, what does that mean? And then not only what's the cost to the citizen who needs the work done and needs a permit and an inspection done, but also what is the impact of having that person handy to review things and be a resource to town staff and folks who are just conceptually thinking things through as well. So that would be even additional contract costs.
Right. What is our contractual services now? It used to, well, it's kind of come down, or it is going forward.
Yeah.
12,000.
In our budget, Ms.
Yeah.
Lorenz? Yeah, well, that's minimal. And again, it's for the most part, the bulk of it is our contract mowing and cleanup services for residential properties for the most part. We've moved away from kind of blanket mowing large commercial properties years ago. But again, so that's the bulk of it. Okay. And then Ms. Davison will speak here in a minute or two about some of the other contractual obligations with, light the night events or biking events and that kind of thing that are generally kind of passed through.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
The entire inspections and planning budget is personnel.
Mm-hmm.
That's generally the expense there.
I want to add a comment about privatizing. The other thing is it's more inconvenient to the customer in the sense that a builder or a remodeler can meet with our inspections department, and Greg and company have the ability to kind of interpret what the intention of what they're trying to do, if they're trying to do something slightly unusual. Whereas if you had a private entity contracting that, they would be letter of the law right down the line. And they would say, well, you can't do that because this line in the code says you got to do it this way and that's the way you got to do it. If you don't like that, then you can appeal to the town. So it just adds expense and time to the process. Mr. Norton.
Thank you. How different would you say the rules are from Bloomington to Normal related to inspections?
Well, historically, we've attempted to try and stay on the same set of adopted codes. And again, our department generally enforces about a dozen different model codes: zoning, accessibility, building, and mechanicals. And historically, Normal and Bloomington were kind of in lockstep with the actual code additions that we adopt and enforce. Enforcement, Mr. Nord, is always going to be a little tricky. You know, the more experienced an inspector gets, maybe the deeper they dig into their code a little bit. But generally, if there's anything of any substance, whether it's a building or a mechanical issue, and because we have so many contractors that work across Division Street, we tend to make the phone calls to each other to say, hey, I'm hearing some feedback from this contractor about an interpretation, and we generally get things sorted out. So it's really, I would say, with the exception of zoning, which is always different in every community, for the most part, when it comes across the building codes and mechanical codes, I think we're very consistent about how things get done on one side of the street or the other.
Okay. Hopefully we've reached kind of the bottom of the housing market and stuff starts to improve. And, you know, your staff looks like it must be fairly lean, but as that market starts to improve, I'd recommend, or I would request that we work with Bloomington to see, like, if we can kind of share resources. So we're both not adding staff that, you know, we may only need a half a full-time equivalent. They may only need a half, you know, if we can try to keep stuff similar enough that we can share resources so we both succeed without kind of spending a lot until it's necessary. A question, the $25,000 bone grant, it says that this is being eliminated for all years. Is this eliminated? Is this eliminated, or is this deferred and then going to come back and we're going to repay some years that we didn't contribute?
No, we've got it all years. It's not in the 5-year budget.
And it's elimination. It's not a, and this is not a deferral.
No, it's not in the 5-year budget. It doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tremmel.
Thank you.
And Ms. Davison, you're up.
Thank you.
Thanks. I can also be relatively brief. So I'm here to just talk about the community development program, which typically you hear from Taylor Long. He is the key staff person on that. But I'll run you through the highlights of the upcoming budget. We expect about the same amount of money from the federal government, from HUD every year. It's about $400,000. We don't find out the specific amount until later in the year. But for now, we're planning on approximately $398,000. And what we propose to do with that amount of money this year will be very similar to what we did in the year that's just ending right now. So that would include some of our contractual services, like with PATH, which provides homeless prevention services, with the Unity Community Center, which provides after-school learning opportunities for low and moderate income families. We work with Regional Planning Commission on housing issues, and ditto with Prairie State Legal. So those are kind of our contractual partners. We also will continue our work with Habitat for Humanity's Brush with Kindness, which helps people with kind of moderate scale projects on the exterior of a home. We'll continue working with AMBUCS, which will build ADA ramps for folks who need them for accessibility reasons. And then we'll continue the town's emergency home repair program with different amounts budgeted for each of those. As we have for many years, we will continue with sidewalk additions and repairs, which would include, of course, ADA accessible ramps. And a couple of new things in the budget for this year would be potentially working with the community healthcare clinic on a facility upgrade. They serve, of course, all low income clients. And then potentially looking at planting street trees in the Orlando Northbrook area, which is a low or moderate income census tract. That you'll hear all about this again when we come back to you in a few weeks with the annual action plan. There's obviously a public process for all that as well. But so this is just like the sneak preview, I suppose. And that's pretty much what we have. And Taylor and I are both available for questions.
Questions? Mr. Nord?
Thank you. Since your department interprets the code for creating the fee memos for developments, and Mr. Tremmel mentioned that there's several developers that are looking to bring new developed areas into town, I would like to see your department get on the list or get on the schedule to update any map that may prevent new properties from connecting to city services the taxpayers paid to have put in place, like our trunk sewers specifically, because eventually those trunk sewers will need maintenance, and we need to, well, basically, if you're going to use it, you should pay to hook into it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll make note of that, Mr. Nord. We've had this conversation, I think, a number of times now. It's actually a council decision on where those tap-on districts apply. And so, you know, maybe to nip this in the bud, at some future date, we should have a work session specifically on tap-ons. And so we will identify the actual adopted districts that past council members have, past city councils have adopted. And then council can have that discussion on how to apply that to other areas, so we can have, so staff can have direction.
Thank you. I'm going to circle back to something that Mr. Tremmel talked about and Ms. Reese. It is true we've eliminated the bond grant, but I just want to say that at such time as we're in a better economy, I'm certainly going to advocate for returning that bond grant, not as deferred funds, but restarting the program when we're in an economy that can handle it. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Ms. Davison. And Andrew, you're up with a whole list of things.
Thank you, Mayor. Sure, the first one, if you want to turn to page 112 and 113 of the proposed budget, this is our general expense department. This is not unlike a drawer in your kitchen that has a bunch of stuff in it that doesn't go in other drawers. These are kind of non-specific departments, and we kind of account for a lot of unique things that the town does. We actually do a pretty good job describing what the accounts are on page 112 and 113. So I won't go into all detail on those, but I'll share with you comments on a couple of big ones. If you look on 113, you can see the proposed budget. One of the larger items is our liability insurance, 1.5 million. That covers our general liability, workers' comp, our plant, property, equipment insurance, cyber insurance, revenue loss, a variety of things, basically town's general liability insurance for the entire year and the entire town. Going down the list there, you can see probably the next biggest one is our mass transit for $955,350. That's obviously our contribution to Connect. Contract payments of 2.6 million. This is where we have our contribution to the county for mental health. We pay the Uptown Circle rent across the street there. We have a variety of developer agreements in that section, as well as the Visitors Convention Bureau and the EDC contributions. And then the transfers are probably where we can focus some time on. I discussed this at length earlier in the day, but you can see there, this is the account in general fund where we have resources leaving the fund to go to a variety of different funds. One is the Debt Project Service Reserve Sinking Fund for 3.3 million. That's generally pretty close to our annual cost. That's paying for our debt from the general fund. 1.7 is going to the roadway fund next year to fund for roadway services and projects, a variety of small ones there. And then the big one at the bottom, 1.8, is the vehicle replacement fund. Again, that's to fund our vehicles and equipment. That's kind of it in a nutshell. I know there were some questions from other council members today about some of the items in here, so we can address those now if you like.
Yes, specifically, this would be the department technically under the city manager's umbrella. That's why it's identified as, let me get to the right page here. I flipped pages. That's why it's identified as administration-city manager, and then it's the general expense department. This would be the line, Mr. Nord, where you were questioning or seeking information about sponsorships. Sponsorships have historically been identified in line item that ends with 20-90. So it's called other contractual services. You'll see on that line on page 113, that we just have a flat $20,000 each year. If council has an opinion on how they'd like those dollars to be spent or not, you can certainly share that with me. But historically, this has been the line item where we identify our sponsorships for events and activities in the community, basically community building kind of things. I'll give you an example of some of our sponsorships. We have historically sponsored Special Olympics of Illinois because they host their summer games here in the town. We have sponsored other things, Multicultural Leadership Program. United Way of McLean County has had some activities that we've sponsored historically. In past years, we've also sponsored the Normal Corn Belters. That is one item that we do not plan to sponsor moving forward. So that is not in our proposed budget. We have basically an Illinois Symphony Orchestra event that was the town was a sponsorship. So this is not unlike what other organizations in the community do. We're sponsoring events, and we just reflect $20,000 as a flat dollar amount in this budget.
Thank you. Mr. Nord?
Thank you. For those events and charities, how does someone go about getting their favorite charity in the line to get some of these funds? What's the process?
Well, I guess I would suggest that it's not based on your favorite charity. Generally, people that are hosting an activity or an event, they generally contact Mayor Koos's office by email or phone, or they contact me, and we take a look at our current budget and see if it's something that we think fits in council's vision for the community. Does it fit in our strategy of community building initiatives, and how does this impact our citizens? And I can tell you there's no absolute objective check the box, it does this, this, and this, but generally it starts by a conversation when they call or email us.
Okay, my thought on this is there are so many good charities out there. You know, I'm a big advocate for melanoma and for congenital heart defects in children. And, you know, I don't think the town should be the one deciding which charity is good and which charity is not. That should be up to each individual taxpayer. Otherwise, we open the door that now we have to decide which one's worthy and which one's not. And I think it's a bad route for the town to go down. We've also done sponsorship for the Heil Broads bocce ball tournament. And, you know, I just think it's a bad course of action. So I'd like to see that eliminated. And if somebody comes forward, make it a council decision, not just an individual's decision. So that would be my request there. Then the Harmon
I do want to
Arts.
jump in. I'm sorry, one quick comment on sponsorship. Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Nord. You are accurate. That Heil Broad event was a bocce tournament, but the proceeds sponsor or went toward a school, I believe. I can't remember which school, but they went toward a school event. And then another item that is found in this line has been the Historical Friends Forever program. We have a strong relationship with that group. Council might remember that group comes, except for during COVID year, that group comes and meets with council. They're the exchange students from Israel.
Okay.
So.
The Harmon Arts grant says that it's cut for all years. Is this deferred or is this cut?
No, it's cut.
Eliminated?
Just like I said, it's cut all years. It's not there. It doesn't exist.
Okay. Then there are some bigger dollar ones in here. There's the Small Business Development Center, Workforce, Ecology Action Center. They're all over 25,000. Will those be coming back to the council at a later time for further discussion, or is this vote going to fund those?
No, Mr. Nord, council already adopted a multi-year contract for Small Business Development Center, so that's what's in the budget. You already adopted that. Council also authorized the compact workforce expense in 2020, I think. So that was over 25,000. I think it went to you. So you have experience with that. We would continue the same thing. Ecology Action Center, that contract or that agreement with Ecology Action Center comes before council.
Okay, good. And then the parking management study for Uptown, $60,000. What is the purpose for this? What are we trying to accomplish?
Well, Mr. Hansen, I think, is on the call. We are hoping to evaluate and put together a good strategy for our parking management, our surface lots, our on-street parking, and our decks. And we think it's best to have an outside expert take a look, someone who's got experience with a variety of municipal parking scenarios, so they can look at the Uptown area and provide advice to you and to staff about what the future looks like for appropriate rates and how to best manage on-street, surface, and parking decks. And Mr. Hansen is on the line, so I'll ask him to fill in the blanks, what I said.
Sure, and I think this is something that I know we've had at least a few discussions, brief discussions at the council level. The decks have been in place now for, in some cases, over a decade. And just looking at the whole process of how we move people in and out of the decks, the Uptown area, parking in general, and parking enforcement and best practices, the technology has changed substantially from 15 and 20 years ago. And obviously, the decks specifically have a long-term financial obligation in terms of their care and maintenance. And so we hope to get advice on best ways to utilize, best ways to move people in and out, and best practices to either hopefully reduce expenses and or look at ways in which we can generate ample revenue to support the activities within our Uptown area.
By our vote today, will that approve, or our vote for this budget, will that approve that project to go forward, or will it come before council for us to have more detailed conversation?
No, there's currently we received 6 proposals back in the fall that they've been put on hold because of COVID, and it's hard to study when the traffic has been reduced. But at the point that we're ready to move forward, which we articulated to those that submitted that we wouldn't do until we were back in the phase 5 of Restore Illinois, which is the open phase, that we would then vet the proposals and, just like anything else, would bring to council a recommendation on a particular study and or company going forward.
Are any of those companies using the university?
I would have to go back and look. I'll be honest, Mr. Nord, I haven't looked at the proposal since they initially came in, at least a couple months ago. I believe one referenced having previously worked with the university, but for the most part, these are companies that do this throughout the Midwest and throughout the country.
Okay, then there's contract payments, the one Uptown rent. That was something that the Citizens Summit and the council has set for a priority for this past year. It's even listed as the organizational strategic goals. Where are we at in somehow reducing this expense?
Mr. Nord, we've talked about this, I think, a few times, but just to give you and council an update, that is an item. The second floor rent was identified by council as a strategic priority. I have indicated to all of you, and it's been a little while since we've talked about it, but I've indicated that I certainly have not forgotten that is council's priority. We will be focusing on how best to seek out either a sublease of the whole space or someone to share space with. I believe Ms. Smith during the past conversation brought up you kind of reminded reminded me of the current conditions of the economy. Right now, it is a little bit challenging to seek commercial tenants, but we'll do that. And the fiscal year's not over with, and we'll get moving forward and do what we can to see if there's interest. And again, the town has a signed lease agreement that we can't just walk away from, but we will see if we can find any interest for someone to participate in the space or take over all or a portion of it.
Does this upcoming budget plan on us paying rent throughout the entire year?
Absolutely. The budget is always going to include the town's obligations. We're not going to pretend that or just walk away from them. We're going to incorporate what our obligations are, what our known obligations are. If that changes, that will be beneficial to the budget, but we're not going to plan for that right now. We're going to plan for what we know and what we are committed to do based on our lease.
Thank you.
Ms. Lorenz.
Okay, thanks. I lower my hand. You know, I know we're running behind on time. I do want to take a little bit of time with this one because it is a rather complex line item, I suppose, or account, this general expense. I like the analogy that it's like the kitchen drawer with a lot of different things in it. But I have maybe some similar concerns that have already been raised, but I want to take them a little further. You know, on a macro level, there are some things in this bucket that, because it's so large, are worth taking a look at. I mean, we've been sometimes picking at things that are, you know, $20,000 or $15,000, and I've been noting that it's, you know, X % of the budget, but you know, now we're getting into some bigger dollars here, and so I know that the $436,000 of annual rent is high dollar, high market, you know, but let's not forget that the alternative to that was a hole in the ground. You know, I will forever say that and remember and try to remind myself as well as others about that. Now, having said that, it's still top dollar and it's still a lot of money. And I know it irritates a lot of people, a lot of citizens, but right now is probably a really lousy time to try to, you know, sublet commercial rent. I don't know about you, but I'm completely working from home. And, you know, some of the larger companies in this community are doing the same. So, you know, I think the commercial office building real estate market has got a lot of soul searching to do between now and, you know, whenever we do return to some level of normalcy. So with that said, however, I always look at the second floor as kind of an issue connected to that whole building. And the issue about that whole building that I think ordinarily we would have probably brought up in a strategic work session, but I'm going to bring it up here, is the first floor. Because that first floor is vacant. And it's been vacant even though contractually by the developer's agreement was supposed to be done and filled by 2017. And I really think as a council, the very first thing that we can do, more than try to affect a soft commercial office market, is really look at working with that developer on ways that we can inspire some development. And right now, the definition of how we can develop that first floor is very narrowly defined as being a restaurant. And back to soft markets, now is not the time probably to be looking for a restaurateur to open up, you know? So now more than ever, we really need to look at expanding our appetite for how we want the developer to market that product, that space, and get it filled. And if we talk with him about that and give him that that concession, if you will, you know, maybe he's willing to work with us on restructuring our debt or our rental payments. You know, some of that rental payment is the build out. And maybe there's a way to restructure rent versus, you know, paying on the actual build out itself. So that's the action that I think needs to happen here. Not so much, you know, complain about $436,000, but really relook at that whole building and take some action that I think could be taken. Frankly, I'm tired of waiting on that first floor. Something has got to get done. That's only the first point that I have. The second point is has to do with 1.5, almost $1.6 million from McLean County mental health programs. I'm surprised nobody brought that up already.
That, and if I could jump in, that's found in the contract payment line, which is ends in 40-30, just under halfway down on the page, on page 113.
Right.
The overall line is 2.6 million. Of that, 1.5 is the town's commitment to McLean County, and those are funds that we collect in through the sales tax, local sales tax, and we share a portion of that for the Behavioral Health Coordinating Council and the Mental Health Initiative.
Okay, well, it's been probably 5 years, because that was one of the first votes that I took as a council member, was on that sales tax increase. So it was around 2015, early 2016 that went through. And it was a community-wide initiative, and it was very forward thinking, because we as a community were really taking a proactive stance on mental health programming when a lot of other state funding was being cut. And all I really can tangibly point to is the jail. Now, granted, the jail addition needed to happen. It was woefully outdated. It did not meet current needs. There's a second thing that can be pointed to, and that's the triage center that was opened up, I think, sometime within the last year or two. That's specifically for adults. Beyond that, I don't believe that there's been anything on adolescent mental health. For 5 years, we've been putting $1.5 million into this effort. I feel like we have not been kept apprised of what we're really getting back for our dollars. And I don't mean to call anybody's baby ugly. And I know the county board has put a lot of effort and a lot of time into this. But I am very concerned that they haven't kept us as representatives of the taxpayers up to date on what it is we're paying $1.5 million to. So as you can see, you know, I'm going to be less concerned about, you know, $200,000 on advertising. Granted, it's a lot of money to me, but in the big scheme of things, it's small in comparison to the size of our budget. But I am going to raise my voice on these two issues here. One being just that overall development of One Uptown building and the first floor. And two, the $1.5 million annually. Now I'm going to say one final thing, and it's on a much smaller scale. So I do question the $25,000 continued need for compact, because I'm saying it's not needed, but I just don't know if it's needed without further explanation from compact, which is the chamber. Because I do know that in the last year, since we awarded them their last $25,000, that quite a bit has changed under the new leadership with Patrick Hoban and EDC. So before we go and just give an auto repayment and a re-up of $25,000 for compact, I'd like to know if in fact that's still the right amount needed, and if so, for what. That's
sure. Thank you, Ms. Lorenz. I'll comment just a couple of those things. Certainly the council conversation about the first floor of One Uptown on the Circle. I think, you know, it's been quite some time since we've talked to the developer. He had previously talked about options to do something other than a restaurant. We had at that point expressed a willingness to talk about that, but it's been a while since we've communicated because things have certainly changed in this particular fiscal year with the economy. So that can be a follow-up conversation that I have with council and with the developer. Regarding the mental health initiative, I do want to point out that I have not asked the county to present a summary to the council. So part of that is on me by not having them report back in terms of what they're doing with those dollars. But I do hear what you're saying, and I do think it's time that we hear the status of what the Behavioral Health Coordinating Council and the Mental Health Initiative has been focusing on. I know Mr. McCarthy serves on that group, but just so council knows, I have spoken with County Administrator Ms. Rodriguez, and she indicated willingness to come talk to council and provide an update on that initiative. She had requested that we wait a month or so because the county's on a calendar year as their fiscal year. And so she thought if we wait until, at least February, then she could have accurate 2020 data to share. So I'll be working closely with her to get something on the calendar so she and her county colleagues can share information in that regard. And then one quick note about compact funding. I hear what you're saying. In order to prepare this budget in anticipation of some sort of workforce development initiative, staff went ahead and put funds into the budget. I have not had a formal conversation with the Chamber of Commerce in terms of the future of that program, nor with the Economic Development Council, but I do know that there will be significant attention given to workforce development initiatives. What their expectations are, I don't really know yet, but I think it's important to include some sort of funding so we're not caught off guard, but I'm not sure what that appropriate amount is. It could be something less than 25. So I just wanted to share.
Thank you for those responses to my multi-pronged statement. And I'll just have one follow-up if I may, and then I'll turn over. As I look at, now we've switched from the 40-30 contracts payments to the 30-40 special programs. As I look at the composite of what's in those special programs, they're all very warranted. SBDC, Ecology Action Center, Summer Jobs Program through the justice system. If there's still something that Compact needs that is complementary to what EDC is doing, so be it. On the other hand, there are some other things, as we've noted already, that have been zeroed out from special programs. Things like the Harmon Arts grants. And I kind of look at this and I go, we're already doing 45 grand to small business development. That's kind of econ dev. You're already doing a summer jobs program. That's a little bit of workforce dev there. Should we spread the limited resources and see if we couldn't incorporate, in this case might be the arts or, some other sector of our community, as opposed to putting 3 out of the 4 items listed there into econ dev and workforce development, taking nothing away from those topics. They're important, but I just raised that up as a thought. Mm-hmm. And I get it. We can reallocate those things. It's good to have the dollar placeholders there. So this may be a discussion more for when those items come to us for votes. Thank you.
Ms. Smith. You're on mute.
Thank you. As a follow-up to the question about the funding for mental health, I was under the impression that Chestnut Systems is benefiting from some of these dollars. Is that accurate or not?
I'll defer to Mr. McCarthy. Our contribution goes to the county for the initiative, and then they pass it along to their appropriate partners. I think Mr. McCarthy may have more information about that topic.
Okay, and then as far as the original line of inquiry about the $20,000 for sponsorships, what's the average dollar amount that an organization receives?
You're taxing my memory, Ms. Smith. I will guess maybe $1,500.
Okay. So this line item represents anywhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 15 organizations that are approaching the community and asking for a show of support from the community. And for Special Olympics, besides holding the bulk of their tournament within the town of Normal limits and their street party in Uptown and all of the dollars that brings in, that could be one of the reasons why that's an organization that has been a regular beneficiary of these programs.
That is true. When I look at the list, I think it ranges anywhere from $250 and the high amount was $2,500. So that's
Okay.
That's the range.
That's all I had.
Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll kind of take these in reverse order. I certainly agree. I think the bigger issue and the holistic view of One Uptown is the first floor. But if I'm recalling correctly from some of our previous conversations, that as a group, we've kind of just generally agreed that removing the restaurant language as a hurdle for the developer is something that we're all willing to do. And I certainly just want to echo that now, since we're having that conversation, and to facilitate a conversation for you, Ms. Reese, is I think we're all just like to see something moving there. And obviously there's certain things I wouldn't want to see there, but I know that will come back to us in a conversation, but just wanted to weigh in and remind us of past conversations that, if I'm remembering correctly, we all kind of said, forget the restaurant. Let's just get something going in there that adds some value. And I know there's been different conversations along the way about potentials, but it'd be good to find out an update on that. On the mental health services, to both Ms. Smith and Ms. Lorenz's point, and to Ms. Reese, I'm gonna take a little pressure off you. The county committed to coming to us regularly to report. So I don't know that it's necessarily your job to ask them to come. I appreciate you taking that responsibility, but they set out in our first report and committed that they would come back to us regularly to report. But also to give them a little bit of a pass. They've been dealing with their own, trying to function as a unit in pandemic, and let's not lose sight of the fact that they are responsible in point for community health, and so their board and their focus has been pretty fixed on their role in this pandemic. So of all of the government agencies, they're on the very pointy end of the stick of what's happening right now from a pandemic management perspective. So I'm certainly willing to give them a little bit of grace and not being with us. But let's also remind ourselves that they've been here 2 or 3 times to report out what they've done. So it's not that they've been absent from our council meetings or our conversations, but certainly it'd be great to get a report out. Specifically on the youth counseling or youth programs, there is an initiative funded by the Behavioral Health Coordinating Council for mental health services and social work services in the schools. It was a pilot program to see how it worked. Let's just recall and level set that that's government going into schools that have some services in this space, trying to layer services on top. So that's a difficult partnership to manage at times, but the overarching goal was to try to provide more support in the schools. There's another one, but I'm off the top of my head, I'm blanking on what that one is, and I know the county will be able to do a better job in surmising that. But also remember, in that mental health action plan, kind of the impetus was to look at the overall cost of mental health services here and to begin picking off one by one the highest cost for our community. And again, to level set that our first responders and the jail is the biggest mental health services provider that we have. So those were the first targets. I won't go into all of the things, but certainly the initiative started by training our first responders in crisis intervention training to know the difference between, a criminal justice issue and a behavioral health issue. And then there was a realization that there's a group called high users, a relatively small group of people in our community that cost 80% of the cost of mental health services and are less than 20% of the population using them. The 80-20 rule applies here as well. And so generally they're homeless, have mental health issues, on and off medications, in and out of the mental health, psychiatric services systems and out of the criminal justice services system because there's not a structure for managing that. So if you start to look at those, finding federal housing grants to create more housing space for those folks to be able to stabilize them, to fund some of the service agencies to begin to start to work at that, to create a integrated database, one of a kind. Only 3 counties in the entire country are on this pilot where we integrate criminal justice with mental health information. So when our first responders respond and can identify that it's a mental or behavioral health issue, they can go into the database, get a history, and then a triage center was created to take those people to the center to then bring them out and provision. And that triage center, to answer the question, is just barely a year old. We're just getting some data on how that works. So if you start to think, it's actually been a very methodical, very planned strategic approach from the Mental Health Action Plan. And the Behavioral Health Council is currently underway of updating and revising that plan because it is now, I believe, 5 or just over 5 years old. But I just wanted to touch on it, some of the high level for everybody's edification, but I'm going to stop here in interest of time, and the county will do a much better job filling us in on the rest.
Mr. Preston.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to pick back up kind of where the conversation's been focused and discuss more on this mental health. Question for staff. Can you remind us when we originally had made this commitment, it was just a percentage of the sales tax revenue at the time that the increase was approved by the majority, rather than like a set dollar figure, right? So this 1.583900, is that a set dollar figure, or is it like moving forward? How is it proposed?
Your memory is accurate, Mr. Preston. It is 10%. Mr. Hune, if you could correct me, I believe it's 10% of that associated sales tax increase from 2016.
Okay. And can you remind me, if you know offhand, of the other major players who are funders of this? I mean, the city, the county themselves, what the roughly breakdown split of funding is for these mental health initiatives that were in 1.5 to 1.6 million?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you that without looking it up, but I could probably pull a council report in just a few moments.
Okay. I think overall I very much share some of the sentiments that Councilwoman Lorenz expressed. On this mental health programs, that is a large, it's a large chunk of money, and something that, while I appreciate Mr. McCarthy's kind of high level information on that, and that is certainly helpful. I feel like mental health overall is just difficult for me to justify to residents of Normal, because I just don't feel like I have a good grasp of the specifics of, exactly what are we getting for this, 1.583, what kind of outcomes are we seeing as a result? Where exactly is this money going? I don't feel like I have a very clear understanding of that. And I'm glad to hear that the county is open and interested in coming and presenting an update to us. I think it's probably overdue, especially for this amount of money. I would ask, and I know that feasibility, from feasibility standpoint, the clock is ticking, but I mean, I'd really like to hear an update or have more information on that before the budget comes back to us for final approval in March. And I don't, like I said, I don't know logistically if that is something that works on all fronts or not, but just on a personal note, that would be helpful to me on the mental health front.
We'll do our best to get that scheduled. Of course, before the budget comes to you in March for approval, we will actually have to nail down the numbers. So it's possible that we might present to you a final budget that's very close to the mental health commitment we've got right here, but then amend it down the road if need be. I'll just have to talk with County Administrator Ms. Rodriguez to see what works in her schedule, because that would only leave Monday night for a presentation that's February 1 or your February 15th meeting. Yeah. So.
Yeah, point taken on that. Yep. Then second on the Uptown Circle rent, I agree completely with Ms. Lorenz's sentiments on the first floor being tied to the conversation of the second floor, and how both of those issues are ones that I think we've been needing to address candidly for some time, and a lot of people have put attention on those that they're issues to address. Is the developer aware? The comment was made earlier. Is the developer aware of our willingness to be open beyond just a restaurant, Ms. Reese? Has that been formally communicated to the developer about the first floor? Oh,
you're muted.
For all this time, I'd have that figured out. I was going to say, in the nearly 3 years that I've been city manager, it has been communicated to them, but I have not talked to them specifically about that in the last probably 18 months. I can't remember when we've talked about it with the developer, but certainly we can make contact again and find out what their plans are and a potential timeline. I think the communication shared with them a number of months ago, 24 months ago or so, 18 months ago, was that we are amenable to consider anything. Give us something to react to.
Okay, thanks. I would, putting on my private day job hat, I would think from a real estate standpoint, from a developer standpoint, that if there are hurdles that the town and, as council, as the policy body, can reasonably remove, such as stipulation of the first floor being a restaurant, that could make a substantive difference in their ability to lease that space and start earning monthly income off of that space, that would be a worthy gain to be open to discussing in one form or another, kind of opening the conversation of a renegotiation of the terms of our second floor lease. There's certainly a scenario where it can be a win-win situation and still a net win for the developer. If there's something that we can do to ease their process on the first floor by reducing some of our regulation, hence allowing them an easier path forward to leasing that space potentially, and being able to then utilize that as also part of the conversation with reference to the second floor renegotiation or restructuring of that lease. Hopefully could be a win-win conversation, and one that I would certainly support, as we've discussed in the past, staff exploring. Thanks.
Mr. Nord.
Thank you. I'm going to break decorum here a little bit. My hand is not up really for a question. It's to give Ms. Lorenz a high five. So thank you for starting this conversation. Fantastic. And I wish we had more conversations like this in the future. So that's a high five.
Thank you. And at this point, I think we're going to take a break, take about a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and continue. Finance, parking, capital, et cetera.
Sure. So we on to a less complicated but no less distinguished budget, the finance department's budget. We have the same staffing level we had as last year. So besides our personnel costs, our major lines in our budget are for the audit costs, our annual audit. We also pay for all the postage and printing costs, which is mostly the mail cost.
What page?
And then we also have,
oh,
pardon?
What page?
The page of your budget is.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Page 132 and 133.
Thank you.
We do a lot of office supply work, and that's mostly buying paper for all of City Hall offices and also all the office supplies, pins, folders, and so forth. So not a dynamic budget. I will share with you one area. Most of the costs for our printing and postage is for our accounts payable processing, where we're mailing bills out to all the vendors that we do business with. We will likely this year be working with US Bank to develop a little more of an electronic payment system. We feel this could reduce a lot of our cost in terms of paper and checks and mailing if we can get that implemented. We have done it in the past many years ago, and it wasn't as successful as we hoped. So we kind of abandoned it, but now with US Bank, they have a pretty sophisticated system. It doesn't require a lot of staff time. So we're going to be moving down that road as a possible improvement next year for processing accounts payable, and also a cost saving measure, hopefully also. I can certainly take any questions from you on my budget. I think it'd be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to thank my staff and tell the council that I can sit before you today and say, I just have the greatest staff I could possibly ever want. They do outstanding work. We have 5 CPAs on staff. They put together budget documents, financials, cash management, debt service, capital project data, grant management, just a slew of things, development agreements. So I'm very proud to be part of that team, and I hope the council sees the value in what we provide. So if no questions there, moving on to parking budget, which is on page 137 or 134.
134.
We have 3 parking decks, as you're aware. This is a pretty status quo budget for the parking system. We have off and on thought about doing, maybe some new equipment review or doing some more rate studies. But as Ms. Reese mentioned, and Mr. Anson is involved in, we decided to kind of step back and just do a comprehensive view of our parking in uptown and the town of Normal and address all those things kind of at once. So right now, we're not requesting anything new for the parking decks, regular maintenance, the same rates. And then once that parking study is done and comes to council, we'll make the recommended changes that council agrees with on that. So pretty status quo for parking funds. The next is capital investment fund. It's on page 197. I wasn't going to spend a lot of time here. I can tell you, we went through the CIP back in December. I did a quick review earlier today. You can look on 197 and see all the different funds that make up our capital investment plan. I know you may have questions on specific capital projects. We'll have Mr. Otto, of course, today, and Parks and Rec and Public Works coming on board. And you can probably wait till then if you like. We can do it now, but again, we've kind of covered this in a fair amount, but we can still discuss project by project as necessary with those departments, engineering, motor fuel tax, and Parks and Rec and facilities if we need to. Fire, pension, and police pension can be found on page 319.
Excuse me, Andrew.
Yes. Yes, sir.
The pedestrian railroad crossing has $0 on there. Does that mean that we're not funding anything for the underpass this next budget cycle?
Let me get to that.
On, I believe that is on page.
It's page 197.
Right, 197.
55-22.
Right, on page 197, it's 5522 pedestrian railroad crossing.
Right.
So yeah, we
and
have
also on page. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, Pam. We have $530,000 budgeted in the current fiscal year. That's for what you said, design work. Anything we don't spend out of that will just roll over to the new fiscal year. We're assuming to get that done this year, which is probably not going to be the case, and we'll just carry it over for the new fiscal year.
Right. That is true.
For
There's
any
no
money that's
additional
carried
dollars.
over, how does the council know what's carried over from prior years?
What will happen at the end of the fiscal year, we'll see what has been spent in each line. And then we reach out to department heads asking them what was budgeted for the previous year that still needs to be committed in the following years. And then the system will roll over that information into the new budget. The council will see that essentially as a budget adjustment, but it's basically capital projects constantly kind of roll over from year to year as they're required to in terms of spending and timing. We're not necessarily going to increase that dollar amount. Whatever we roll over will be what's unspent that we anticipate spending in the next fiscal year.
Okay, so then the next budget we see will have the rollover funds added to whatever dollar amounts being proposed for this next budget. Is that what it is?
Well, this budget will probably get approved as is for that particular line. And then when we close out this fiscal year we're in now, whatever money has not been spent on the underpass will be rolled into this budget year. So you'll see that probably in July or August timeframe the rollover occurs.
Right. We bring all of the budget changes to council generally in July. Sometimes a few occasions it's been early August, but that's a report that's very detailed that council reviews and all the carryover of items and all the budget changes for the year.
Okay, because we had some water projects that were over budgeted. We won't see those reflect until the budget adjustment comes before us.
Well, it depends on when the project is closed out. If the project, if it's a water project that was done and it's been closed out, it's possible that it would reflect in this budget. It just depends on the timing of the capital investment.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Moving on to police and fire pension funds. We covered a bit of that, at least not in detail during my original talk this morning. That's on page 320 and 321. Besides having to increase our funding there, what's paid out of that fund is essentially service pensions, disability, surviving spouse. The majority of it's service pensions. We have 3.5 million budgeted for police and a similar amount for fire. And that's all, of course, funded by two funding sources, 1.9 for fire, for two funding sources. One's going to be the employer side, which is that we get through the tax levy, and then also the police and fire personnel who participate contribute to that plan too through their paychecks. This will obviously be an ongoing process. We need to continue to fund that. We have consolidation coming up. We have some uncertainty about where that's going to go. And this is kind of a conversation each levy year to discuss how we're doing. I can share with you that we had a nice uptick in interest earnings the first quarter of this fiscal year, opposed to what landed us last fiscal year. So we are starting to see some nice earnings there. If that remains, it's remaining to be seen, but we are starting to see some recovery from the drop off a year ago. Not much more to share in that area. We continue to look at that as a funding concern, and we continue to work on it. Other post-employment benefits. This is actually a fund we set up probably about 10 years ago to essentially set money aside for other post-employment benefits the town has. The only benefit we have for post-employment is that we pay for a portion of retiree health benefits. A number of years ago, a new GASB came out, a financial reporting standard that required us to start recognizing a liability for that. We do recognize that liability on our books. This fund was established to kind of set up an area to set money aside for that liability. We've been on a pay-as-you-go basis for that benefit for many years, and we don't foresee kind of pre-funding that like a pension fund. So we've actually we've decided to go ahead and remove this fund from our kind of accounting mechanism and continue to pay the money as needed, pay as you go. So that this fund will actually is disappearing next fiscal year. It only had about $60,000 in it over a 10-year period. We just really weren't using it how we intended to. And it's not required to be out there for budgetary purposes. It's required to report as a liability on our financial statements, which we do, but we're not going to be accumulating funds in there to pre-fund that. And to my knowledge, no one's doing that of my colleagues in the industry. It's all kind of pay as you go. So that fund is going to be disappearing. The last one I have response.
You're on mute.
So is my understanding correct that the retiree health benefits were discontinued at some point?
Oh.
And we have a shrinking pool, or we don't see as many obligations? Which one is it?
I guess both. We did we removed that benefit from employees that were hired after a certain date. So we still have employees who are earning that benefit currently in the workforce, and we have employees who are retired or receiving that benefit. But at a certain point in time, probably about a generation or so out, or maybe longer, we will not be paying it anymore. So yes, we're not going to fund that benefit because the liability over time will disappear itself, because we did remove that benefit a number of years ago for all employee classes after a certain hire date.
I believe it was after a certain date in 2007, and then our two collective bargaining units maybe have a little bit of a different date, but that was nearly 14 years ago. So we are eventually going to be making progress in that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. The last fund is Vehicle and Reserve Fund that can be found on page 331. And that page in the budget kind of gives you a real good idea of what we're spending out of that fund this year for a variety of things. You can see facilities management, flooring, wall, ceiling, millwork, building envelope, life safety things. We're doing some parking deck repairs, IT replacement of equipment. We're purchasing some vehicles for police, from vehicles for golf maintenance and park maintenance. So a lot of money, $1.7 million is considered to be spent this year. And that's the fund we discussed earlier on today about kind of pre-funding those things. And we kind of use it as also a soft reserve for general fund. General fund provides money to that fund as a pre-funding basis. And we occasionally call some of that money back when we need to, back to general fund when we need to. So that fund is, as is, we do see it coming down over the next few years. We'll be watching it pretty closely, but right now it's doing what it always has done, which is to pre-fund and pay for our vehicles and equipment for the town. If there are no questions, that kind of covers my area. I have Karen actually in my office right now. She's come on down from her office, and she's going to take my spot here. You'll see her face, but my name on the screen. But don't be fooled. It's Karen.
Mr. Hugh, I think Mr. Nord has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Nord.
Yes. There were 2 Rivian trucks that were on the schedule to buy. Are those listed in here for buying this next year?
No, we go ahead, Mr. Hume. Sorry.
Yeah, I apologize, Pam, Ms. Reese. No, we have not programmed those purchases into the budget yet.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, so I am talking about the TIF fund. So that is on page 221 of your budget. As you will see, we have 5 TIF funds we've included this year, so we know what year they were established and which year they expire. TIF, all of them are 23 years except for the Uptown TIF. We did extend it an additional 12 years, but that's only for specific parcels that are on Constitution Trail. Just to note one, TIF money has to be spent in the TIF district it's in. We talked a little bit earlier about some of it being used for bonds. If you turn the page to 223, you'll see for the Uptown TIF, we have the contract payments and the interest subsidies. Those are always paid first. And then after we pay those, whatever is available, then you can see that we use it for various bond issues. And which bond issue we use is because it had specific TIF eligible expenses that we used when we spent those bond proceeds in the very beginning. Any questions?
Question for Ms. Reese. The One Normal Plaza TIF fund, that seems to be a pretty dead TIF. Is that regulatorily scheduled to expire if there's no activity? There's minimal activity in there.
Yeah, I believe there's minimal activity. Actually, Ms. Killingsworth has some information about that in terms of what has been happening. There hasn't been anything recently. I'm not sure what happened last TIF year. I can't recall.
Yeah, we had the Africano agreement of where we tore down the building. So we're using the TIF proceeds to pay the town back. So I think since we've had the agreement and we're paying ourselves back for that agreement, it will continue for the life of the TIF.
Thank you.
If you keep turning, the next is your debt service tab. We have a narrative of the debt summary. And then if you turn to page 226 and 227, it was talked about earlier about knowing how much principal and interest we'll be paying this year. So on 227, the first column shows that we'll be paying just over like $3,025,000 of principal this year and $3,083,000 for the bonds for this year. And then we also have the IEPA loans that are principal only. And then if you turn the page to 228, this is a new schedule we have added this year that shows the annual debt to maturity. So for each year, we divide it between general fund and water sewer. So we show the principal and interest for each year through the maturity of the bond. So you can see how much principal is outstanding, how much interest, and by the funding source that will be paying that. So that gives a good snapshot of how much our debt is costing us from now through maturity. On the next page is our bond funds. We just listed every bond fund so we could kind of know how the bond proceeds were originally used. Then we just have our principal and interest payments. On page 235 is the special service area bond. That is with the shops at College Hills. We put per redevelopment agreement. We pay to Busey Bank, and then we'll be coming to the council to levy or to abate a portion of the levy based on the funds in that account. The final payment will be in fiscal year 24-25. So we've been seeing it from when it was issued in 2004.
Mr. Nord, do you have a question?
I do, thank you. I probably should have asked this earlier, but I didn't think of it till now. Folks are going to want to see some of this information. Where is this available online for them to download and look at and follow along?
It's available on you mean specifically this proposed budget? It
Yes.
is available on the town's website.
We're at on the town's website.
Well, I'll have to take a look and see if I can pull up the specific.
I can answer that, Pam.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Olafson.
Mr. Nord, you can find the download of the proposed budget for this budget work session. If you go to government, finance, and then there is a budget left-hand navigation. And this document is located on the link called Proposed Budget 2021-2026.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Back to you, Ms. Killingsworth.
Okay, my next is page 259. This is the debt service and project reserve fund. This is where we move the funds. We set the funds over here. We move them to this fund, the debt service and project reserve fund. So each month money is moved over to this fund. And then in March, we take the money and move it to the specific debt service funds. So we know that on March 31st, in each debt service fund, we have the principal and the interest to pay our bond payments for that year. So as we do these transfers, there's two things we have to take into account. One is IRS has a definition of a bona fide debt service fund. And then also because the council wants to abate the taxes, we say that we will have the money in the debt service funds as of March 31st to pay the taxes for the next year so the council can abate and know that we have the money. So if you just look on page 261, you can see that each year we move money over to the fund and then we move the money to the specific funds to pay for the principal and interest for the following year.
Right. Any further questions?
Yes. This debt service fund, this is,
yes.
Is this the fund that the $8 million or the $4 million is going to go into? So next year it's going to show
Absolutely.
the surplus?
Yes. So if you look on page 260, you'll see in your 2021 that we're going ahead and typically it's between 3.5 and 4 million, but we're moving over 6.8 million. So we're moving that over so it's ready when the bonds become callable on 6/1/22 to be ready for the debt restructure plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Killingsworth. We move on to engineering.
Where's Mr. Otto? He's joining the meeting, just getting ready to turn his camera on. There we go.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Reese. I'd like to start out just by thanking town staff, City Manager Reese, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Hune and his team in the finance department, as well as all the town department heads for all their work in compiling the budget. I appreciate all their insight and help. Want to start out by just a few brief highlights of engineering's capital highlights of the year.
Mr. Otto, I'm going to interrupt you before you get started into your highlights and just let council know it's the engineering department budget's on page 128 and 129 of your proposed budget. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. The engineering department and the town completed a substantial resurfacing program again this summer. Some of the major roads included Hovey Avenue, Parkside Road, Fort Jesse Road on either side of Veterans Parkway, University Street, and then on the local side, Kingswood Drive, Marquette, Karen, and numerous other local streets. So that project went very well. It's now complete. We completed a sump pump discharge program. This is a program that addresses the areas where we are experiencing sump pump discharges that discharge onto sidewalks, streets, damaging pavements, and causing icing and standing water concerns. So that is a very highly utilized program and has made a big impact on our neighborhoods. We also completed our annual ADA ramp and ADA ramp and sidewalk program. We completed the Eagles Landing Trail between Shepherd and Rab. Identified and secured federal funding for the design phases of West College Avenue from Rivian Motorway to White Oak Road. Prepared construction plans for Route 66 and Kelly Detention Basin Trail project. That'll be bid in the spring of this year, and then completed a deck rehabilitation and waterproofing on Belt Avenue Bridge and replaced the Glen Avenue Bridge. So that's a 10,000 foot view of our summer. We got a lot done and a lot of nice improvements out on the street. As Ms. Reese stated, the engineering budget does start on page, the detail is on page 129. This budget is, again, boring. General, it's a status quo budget in terms of staff and a lot of items. The travel and training light item reflects training, some of which was delayed due to COVID. So we've got some catch up on some of our licenses and required training for staff. bridge inspections and things like that. The part-time salaries, we had intended to hire some interns to cost effectively continue with our sidewalk rating and inspection program and GIS asset management. Though that was delayed again due to COVID and numerous delays with trying to save money and things like that. But we hope to resume that this year. To date, we have collected information on approximately 40% of the town's sidewalks. So we hope to take a big chunk out of that this coming spring, summer, and fall. So are there any questions on the engineering budget before I move on to the roadway and MFT?
Oh, go right ahead, Mr. Otto.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll take a look at the roadway and MFT funds. The roadway fund is located on page 211 and the MFT pay is on page 215. Just kind of to summarize where the revenues come for both of these funds. The roadway fund is generally funded with transfers from the general fund. This is through revenues generated from sources such as the 8-cent local motor fuel tax. The MFT fund is funded through state taxes on motor fuel sales as well as state grants. So that's kind of the difference between the two funds. The roadway fund is local and the MFT fund comes from state sources or funds that are passed through the state. Just want to highlight a few brief projects in these funds. I know a lot of them were covered when we went through the community investment plan a couple of weeks ago. Street resurfacing and patching budget for this coming fiscal year is approximately 2.8 million. That's from both the roadway and motor fuel tax funds. We continue to work towards beginning our townwide street rating program. This utilizes funds from the Illinois Department of Transportation. So that's going to make a difference in how we prioritize and look at all of our streets. So that may bring some changes in our capital projects, both on the planning side, but also on the implementation side as we look to do some pavement preservation projects and things that will come out of that and help us make our streets last longer. Just did want to highlight we do have money in the roadway budget to do a pavement preservation project that could look at alternate ways of extending the life cycle of our pavements, whether that be seal coating, products that rejuvenate asphalt materials. It could be crack sealing for some of our concrete pavements, as well as maybe some other new and creative ways that other communities are making their pavements last longer. So we want to be proactive in that and take a look at some of those options in the future. This budget also includes our annual sidewalk and ADA project. So that's just replacing, repairing, completing gaps in the sidewalk. We work closely with Connect Transit to look at being proactive. If we're replacing some sidewalks in an area, we look at bus stops in the area and see if we can't provide connectivity there. But also includes the Landmark Drive sidewalk. It's a exciting project over by Kroger. It's going to provide access for not only the grocery store there at Kroger from transit routes, but also health and service agencies and employers. The status of that is we're beginning easement acquisition and hope to bid and build that this summer. The Gregory Street Culvert is another project that we plan to implement. This was in front of the council just about a month ago. That project is out for bid currently, and we hope to open bids next week and bring that to council on February 15th with a recommendation for an award. The other bridge that we have going is the Towanda Avenue Bridge rehabilitation that we discussed, I think, last meeting. That will bid here in a couple of weeks, and we'll be bringing a recommended award to the council soon. Preliminary engineering, I mentioned West College. That design is underway. Farnsworth Group has completed the surveying, or a majority of the surveying for that project, and is beginning to look at environmental reviews that are required by the state and federal government. So that design is underway. And then the other project in the motor fuel tax budget that we have planned for this year is Franklin Street Bridge design. That's a project that we secured federal funding through the Special Bridge Program through the state of Illinois. We are anticipating a 2 to 2.5 year design phase on that, and that's due to, similar to the Glen Avenue Bridge, you might remember the Section 106 historic sign-off funding or historic sign-off process that we went through with that. We anticipate the same process, so it's at least a 2-year period. So we've got an extra 6 months built into that, so we can make sure we meet our funding and project delivery goals with that project. And with that, I'd open it up and entertain any questions. Be happy to answer them for you.
Mr. North.
Thank you. Just looking at the budget for the motor fuel tax funds, we spent 5.3 in this fiscal year. Next year, we're spending not even quite 2 million on roads. And then when I look at the fuel tax page on, or the projects on page 213, we're only fixing, well, we only have 3 line items, and in last year's budget, we had quite a few more. Is that all related to the, I mean, is that discrepancy in spending because of the West College project?
A lot of that, Mr. Norden, the difference in spending is due to carryovers from the previous fiscal year, and it is how the project gets closed out and when it gets closed out, when those final payments are made. Often are, especially motor fuel tax, the projects carry over from year to year due to the length of time that it takes to get all of our paperwork and material inspection through the District 5 down in Paris. It's often a year, maybe 2 years, depending on the size and complexity of the project before we're authorized to make final payments on those. And so it kind of depends on when those contractor payments are authorized on what fiscal year those land in. So some of it is due to that. We do like to carry, as we talked about when we discussed Twanda Avenue Bridge a couple of weeks ago, we like to carry a balance in this fund account or any capital account so that we have the ability to react and cost effectively address issues that come up in construction. It's a rule that, you know, change orders might happen. It's actually change orders will happen because we just don't know once we start digging what we come against. So it's always a matter of when the change order is going to happen, and we want to be prepared, and we always include contingency for that. There is, looking forward to that West College project, we continue to secure and build our sources of funding for that project, realizing that it's a significant expense. So that's one of the things that I'm have in my mind pretty much constantly, is looking for opportunities for grants and things. We did submit a public infrastructure grant through the DCEO for that project. We're waiting to hear from that. The latest we hear from DCEO is that it'll be the second quarter on that grant before we know, second quarter of 21, before we know anything as far as if we were successful in our grant application. But some of that in the future could be used for West College, some of that balance. But again, that'll be a conversation with the council as we move forward and look at funding sources.
Yeah, it just strikes me that 1.4 million for West College, that's pretty much all just engineering costs, when, you know, I thought the original goal, which I've learned since that it's not, was just to simply resurface it and get rid of the potholes. So yeah, that'll be something that I just have to live with. I accept it. I just seeing it on paper, it's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah, it's a significant cost. Of that 1.4, the town share is actually 370,000 is the town share. So the rest is the federal funding we were able to secure for the project. So
sure, but
that'll help some of it. But you're right, it's a significant design expense.
Yeah, and whether the money comes from the federal or the local taxpayers, it's either coming out of the right pocket, if it's, or the left pocket of the local taxpayers. So it's all taxpayer money. But thank you for explaining that.
You're welcome.
Ms. Smith.
If I could just clarify then on the timing. So looking at, for example, the Twanda Avenue bridge project, which just came before the council, that's still reflected in the 2020-2021 budget. but the actual construction probably will not begin until the next fiscal year. So how do those funds get reported then? Will we see that as a carryover into this next fiscal year?
Yes, most likely. So the funds will be obligated this fiscal year. So in other words, the contract will come before the council for authorization with whoever is the successful low bidder, and those funds would be obligated, and then likely they won't be expended before the end of March 31st, because just with weather and things, it's unlikely the contractor would get going on a project on either Gregory is in the same category. So those funds likely would roll over to the next budget based on the council's authorization of those contracts.
So to follow up on Mr. Nord's statement about the bump in expenditures in the motor fuel tax funds, were there additional funding sources that permitted us to pursue those projects in this current fiscal year and get the funding? How did that occur, that blip happened in this most recent fiscal year?
The one source is I mentioned state grants as one of the sources in the motor fuel tax fund. The Rebuild Illinois that was passed through the state back in July of 2020, that provided a bump of 1.3 million in the revenue source for this fund. In approximately, there was three payments that we received in this fiscal year. So that's approximately I want to say around $1.3 million in this fiscal year. So we did receive monies that were not expected when we were here last year at this time for that fund.
And to follow up on Mr. Nord's question about the West College, those dollars showing in the current fiscal year, the 1.3 million, that is for patching, but the town is still pursuing additional dollars to completely repave that stretch, correct?
The approximately 1.4 million you see in this fiscal year for West College is actually for the design phases. The federal dollars that were received are reflected as an expense to the town, but those will actually be reimbursed by the federal government. So the town's expense of the 1.4 is at 370,000.
But the larger project that had come before the council that was 9 million.
Right. The only thing we've budgeted for is the design, Ms. Smith.
But we're still pursuing
yes,
the dollars for a complete repaving of that stretch.
Yes,
rebuild, basically rebuild. Yes.
But since we don't have an answer yet, we can't put it in the budget.
Correct. Yes, we've secured some federal funding in the form of approximately $2 million already. So we are waiting to hear back on federal grants and other funding sources for that, and we'll continue to provide updates as they become available on the funding for that project.
And so the design dollars are in here are to go towards the complete repaving, not just the filling the potholes.
That's correct. Yes, those dollars are for the beginning stages of that major rehabilitation project we've been discussing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The other thing I wanted to point out, just two quick things. I think in the town's adopted budget, if you were to take time, which I wouldn't suggest you do that now, but if you were to take time to look at the adopted budget on the motor fuel tax page, you would see that last year when council adopted this budget in March, we thought that in fiscal year 2019/2020, we were going to spend about $3.9 million. If you look on page 215 of your proposed budget under actual 2019/2020, it actually turned out to be 1.9. And the difference, as Mr. Otto indicated, is many times it happens it's linked to when a project is closed out, when construction is done, when the state district office has reviewed the paperwork and such. So this is constantly a budget that is changing each year based on what our expectations are and then what actually happens because of when the project schedules carry over from one fiscal year to the next. So that is why in the motor fuel tax fund, we are very cautious about the projects that we count on, and we track our fund balance, just like the general fund and the capital fund. So earlier in your budget document on pages 36 and 37, you'll see the 5-year projection of the fund balance for all of our various funds. And that's based on our assumptions, but all this kind of plays together like a big puzzle. And these pieces all come together, and we're tracking how this all plays out with cash flow and project planning, and then when the project gets paid out.
Ms. Lorenz.
Thank you. I think I want to just kind of roll this up a little bit and say that, is it fair to say that it looks like we've got about, between motor fuel and roadway, about 2 million apiece, so 4 million total that's planned for 21, 22. And I noticed on page, oh, I just lost it now, like two something, where you've got 209, where you've got the components that make up the streets alone. So the street resurfacing, concrete, street repair and patching is the 1.7 from motor fuel and the 1.215 from roadway, totaling around $3 million. So this is a number to stick in our heads for when your neighbors say, how much is spent on roads? And you can say, well, about $4 million is put towards infrastructure, sidewalks, bridges, et cetera, including roads. And 3 million of that is actually the roads. Is that a fair statement to say?
I think that's pretty accurate, yes.
I know there's probably some in public works where they do some smaller projects, and that's maybe 200, 250,000, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a good number to hang on to, you know? And actually that's a pretty nice number and increased and a bit because of the additional funds that came from the additional 4 cent. I think in other years it's been a little closer to 3 million total. So some years it's been more when we had some additional revenues years ago. So I mean, $4 million is what we're putting into roadway infrastructure, specifically 3 million on streets. So when the person says, oh, there's no money spent on streets, you can correct them.
Yeah, yes. And in fact, in some years it's more than that, depending on whether or not we have major bridges in that, if you add in those. But yeah, just for sidewalks and resurfacing, that is accurate, yes.
Okay.
In addition to what you mentioned about public works.
Yeah, let's just remember that, you know, when you hear that maybe inflammatory statement that we don't do anything for roads, wait a minute. Yes, we do. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Mr. Nord.
Thank you. On page 211, you may have mentioned this already, but sidewalks has gone up significantly for this upcoming year. What was the reason for that?
The Landmark Drive sidewalk is reflected in that line item. So that project is approximately, off the top of my head, I want to say about $300,000. So that's the difference there.
And did we have to buy the ground? Because that seems like a lot of money for a sidewalk.
No, we're going out for what we call temporary easements. There may be, depending on conversations with landowners, there may be some small costs there. We don't anticipate too much, but that is all in engineering and design, or excuse me, engineering and construction of that sidewalk. Because of the number of driveways in that area, there's areas where we have to rebuild many of those, including all the aprons, because of cross slope issues. So it's not simply a greenfield sidewalk where we core out 4 or 6 inches and put in a sidewalk. There's some significant grade issues that we have to work through to make that happen and make everything compliant with the ADA.
Okay, and where in this, or are there any numbers in here for trail extensions?
The trail extension that is, it's not actually in the roadway. It is actually in the capital fund. That is the Route 66 Kelly Detention Basin Trail extension that was budgeted last year. So going forward in the roadway fund, there is not a trail budgeted that I'm aware of. But there is budget in this current fiscal year for the Route 66 Kelly Basin Trail.
Right, and Mr. Otto's accurate. That is found on page 203. That's in the capital fund. It's the bottom line of that first section, just as Constitution Trail. You'll see the dollars as estimated 20-21 expense. I'll remind council that this particular project was bid maybe 18 months ago or so, Mr. Otto. I've kind of lost track of time, but it was council rejected the bids because they came in higher than what our budget allocation was. And following that process, we were able to secure some additional state grant funds to complete this project. So it does connect the trail from Towanda and Shelbourne and down through the Kelly Detention Basin and then to the east a little bit. So.
And that's listed under the Parks and Rec?
No, it's listed under Constitution Trail on page 203. The last 4 digits of that line are 57-60.
Sure, but the highlighted line above it in bold
Parks
is
and Rec building and
building
facilities. Yeah, just that category, yes. But it's a specific line that's titled Constitution Trail.
Okay. And what about the trail extension that's happening along Gregory?
That is not reflected in here. The budget for that would be reflected should we be successful in our grant application. We hope to hear sometime late March or early April on whether or not we are successful. And then there's approximately a 1 to 2 year period that we would have for design. So we would either make a budget adjustment or be able to put it in the next fiscal year should we be successful.
So it's not in the budget at all, even though we've kind of approved it to go forward? I mean, not in the 5-year budget anywhere?
Council approved the grant application.
And the use of, what was it, $250,000 of
MFT. Right, but we're not going to do the project unless we get the grant.
Yeah, well, I understand that. I'm just wondering, I'm just trying to account for where the dollars are at. Okay, and is there anything in this budget that's going to be related to the underpass or overpass?
Mr. Nord, I think we covered that with the capital line. The underpass project is not an overpass, it's an underpass project, is on still page 203, and we show $0. I've shared with council in the past that we're not going to show construction of that project until we know how it's funded, until we have funding sources secured. So it's not in there.
Well, it could be engineering. I was just asking to see if it was under the part that Mr. Otto was talking about.
No, the project is in the capital line.
All right, thank you.
Mr. McCarthy?
Thanks. Lower my hand. There we go. All right. Thanks for that. Lots of in-depth questions on this. I guess I want to circle back. Thanks for everybody for explaining how variations in numbers happen from the actual column to estimated column to proposed column year to year. I just want to extend that. So 1 year from now, when we're sitting in these chairs, all those columns will move one to the left, and they may not look like what they did this year. So proposed of 1,997,800 may start to look different as it moves to the left based on the timing of projects. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Otto?
That's correct. Yes, we have usually significant dollars in final payments that are due to contractors that can't be released until the state signs off on lots of different paperwork and material inspection, and that is due to making sure that the town's getting what it pays for, and that we meet all of the state regulations. So yes, it's quite frequent for funds to carry from year to year.
This single issue caused me confusion for my first couple of years on council, trying to figure out how much we spent versus what was a timing of a payment. And so what we budgeted to spend versus when we actually paid for what we budgeted to spend. And I think that's the big difference, is what we're saying we're going to budget, but versus when that actually gets paid. And that's the big confusion of the timing here. I want to highlight what my colleague Ms. Loren said, is that $4 million is a big commitment and road spend for a year. Of infrastructure, sorry, I know we're using infrastructure term, 3 million to that. I don't know if anybody has an answer to this other than just an additional observation, is that in my recent memory, nearly 2 million of local dollars, not state MFT dollars, but local dollars towards transportation infrastructure is got to be one of our biggest local dollar spends. In my recent memory, I don't remember that large. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me that this, obviously that's coming from our local modal fuel tax as a funding source, and just highlight that out. I know we had those discussions when we were talking about it, but 2 million of local funding, I don't recall seeing that big of a chunk before. So just wanted to highlight that out, that we're taking those local fuel tax dollars and spending it. Thanks.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Otto.
You're welcome. Thank you for the time.
And we move to fire. Chief Humor, you're on.
Nope, Chief, you're muted. Nope, still muted. We might not hear from Fire this afternoon. Oh, he'll call in from his phone. An audio issue right now.
Chief Humor, why don't we go to police, and we'll come back to you, see if we can figure out which problem is. So we'll go to Chief Bleishner.
There we go. Now I think he's joining the call here.
Great.
Can everybody hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Oh, well, that's probably better. I've got a face for radio, so I don't know why my camera isn't working, but we'll go from this if that's okay. If everybody can hear me, is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. Just working through, starting off on page 180 of the for the police department budget here. During the current year, we've had several accomplishments and experienced some challenges. The current and the future budget years reflect our focus on the safety of staff and wellness, use of technology, and we also where we can gain efficiencies, and the management of policies towards our accreditation program, which we're working on and hopefully going to have our 9th reaccreditation in April coming up very quickly. Want to thank our staff. We're very appreciative of the hard work that all of them have done throughout the year with some very challenging circumstances. Also want to recognize Assistant Chief Petrelli, who's also on the call here. So if we have any questions along the way, or council does, the two of us should be able to answer those. So I'll move pretty quickly. Current year, we had 2 retirements, just some successes. We also had reorganization of our command structure so we could better address our organizational needs. We began the design and implementation of our electronic citation program, and we also upgraded our radio encryption for our 800 megahertz system, our radio system, Starcom. Some of the highlights and just hitting on some of the cost saving measures. I know City Manager Reese shared with the budget memo. I'll just kind of highlight a few of those and hit the other major areas. Regular salaries, we have seen some vacancies during the current year and will in the upcoming year. We'll have some cost savings there. Part-time salaries, we had some cost savings in the current year because of the furlough of our part-time staff for approximately about 3 months starting back in March due to the initial rollout with COVID and protecting our staff there. So we did see some cost savings for the current year. Moving down to overtime, we saw a reduction in hours for the current year. There was only just there was actually a slight reduction in dollars, but we've actually reduced this current year by about 550 hours, and where the cost is not reflected quite as much there. It's a great story because that number is including additional increases that went into effect as a part of the collective bargaining agreement that was approved back in August. So even with increases in wages, we came in under budget. So I think that's a good story. As you can imagine, there's some reductions in what we would consider expenses or overtime incurred for training, court appearances, and special details where we saw our biggest savings as a result of some of the COVID impacts throughout the year. Clothing line, Ms. Reese hit on that in the memo. That typically fluctuates year to year due to the replacement schedule for body armor. In year 4, it's a rather big year, partly or mainly because of our replacement of our bulletproof vest for our ERU unit. But also it's a big year for our patrol replacement for vests because I think we have 26 due that year. Moving on to contractual, that's our largest dollar line aside from our salary and benefits lines, obviously. It's over $1 million. We have the largest portion of that is to Metcom. Good story there for cost savings, though, is we actually saw a reduction in what the estimate for Metcom was going to be for current year, about a 1% reduction. So that was a good story. We saw no increase in jail booking agreement. We also are seeing a reduction in our payments as a part of our crossing guard program, about half. I think we budgeted about 86,000 and we only estimate we're going to spend about 40,000. So that's due to school not being in session and not having as many hours for the crossing guards. And then travel and training costs, we have a cost savings there a little bit this year. We did, as Ms. Reese mentioned in the memo, we have seen an increase where the stipend that the Illinois Law Enforcement Training and Standards Board had previously paid for the basic police academy. Beginning this year or last year in 2020, they were no longer able to do that. We started to have to pick up those costs out of pocket or out of the budget. We were able to absorb that in the current budget year because we had a reduction in the number of in-person training courses that were offered. So that was offset for this year, but next year we don't anticipate being as fortunate. So that's why that number has gone up there. So with that, I think that's all the highlights, but myself and Steve would answer any questions that you may have about the budget.
Questions about police budget? Not seeing any. Rick, keep going.
Okay. Direct your attention to page 182, which is the Vice operational budget. This one obviously is where we utilize our narcotics and our Vice investigations. This supports those efforts. When I talk about narcotics, I mean, we focus primarily on illegal sale, distribution, and manufacturing of drugs. So that's where the bulk of our efforts are spent there. There's really, I would say it's pretty much a status quo budget across the board. There really were no requests or any needs that we saw for additional equipment at this time. And so it's pretty much a maintenance budget from our standpoint. and take any questions on that.
Ms. Lorenz?
Yeah, I want to go back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Chief, I just want to go back to something I see on page 180, your accomplishments for 2021. The secured storage unit for seized digital devices. Tell me a little bit about what that is, and then maybe I've got a follow-up question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. It's basically, it's a storage locker that has power to it, so and multiple cable alternatives for it, so that when we seize digital evidence, primarily tablets and phones and those types of things, we can safely store them in there, because many times if you just put them in evidence, you allow the battery to run down, you potentially lose evidence that's on there. So we have a process that we put in place with our evidence custodian, along with best practices, and that allows us to have a place where we can securely store them until we can till we can obtain search warrants, till we can process them. And so it just allows us a place to store them, to keep them properly powered, protected, and keep the chain of custody for moving forward in case we need to, like I said, secure additional warrants or do things like that.
Okay, so it's along the lines of that, but different. I'm looking ahead. Do you see a greater demand for, storage of like the police cameras, body cameras, and just that whole digital space? Is that going to become more of a, I don't want to call it burden, but a responsibility, a greater responsibility than maybe what you've had to deal with in the past?
And Chief, just so you know, you need to keep yourself looking okay, because your camera is now working, so we can see you.
Okay, well, fair enough. I appreciate that. Yeah, Ms. Lorenz, I mean, we have seen an uptick in that. It just continues to grow. We've seen the number of digital devices we deal with. Every case now, as compared to almost 30 years ago when I started, it was pretty rare that we had digital evidence. I mean, we might have a surveillance video on a VHS tape at a bank or something when we had a crime, but that was about it. Now, because of smartphones and digital storage media and all the computers and things, every case that we're working on has digital evidence that we're checking on, that we're potentially taking for safekeeping, so we can secure and extract the information. And so, at a minimum, I mean, when we have that type of stuff that we're dealing with, it extends or draws out the time it takes to investigate some of these cases. So, we've been seeing an uptick in that. I'm sure we'll continue to see that, and that's part of it, was being able to plan for this, to have a secure location where we could store them and basically keep them for safekeeping, so that when we got the information we needed and processed it, we could return the devices to their owners safely.
Okay, interesting. Something to watch, I guess, in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Nord?
Thank you. Chief, with this budget, do you feel that you've got enough tools, the training, and whatever communication context you need to prevent a repeat of what happened at Target this year?
Well, I think that there's a lot of that falls on the public's or the individuals that were there also. It wasn't just the police response, but no, I believe based on this, I mean, we've talked about it before, we think that this certainly gives us the adequate tools to deal with that. As a result, after the Target incident and the weeks following that, we had an opportunity to go through a debrief. We talked with our staff, we met with our supervisors, we looked at things that went well and things that we could improve upon. We memorialized that, and then, we moved forward. We made changes. And so that's what we've done. Like I said, at this point, there's certainly, I don't think anybody can give anything 100% based on, I mean, we've seen more recent things and what happened in DC, but I mean, I think we're certainly feel good about where we're at with the tools we have and the training we have right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Preston.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, Chief, mine's not a question. Just wanted to take this opportunity to make a quick comment and acknowledge that I'm quite confident has been a difficult year for the police department, as it has for many police departments around the country. And just wanted to acknowledge that certainly isn't lost on me. And I appreciate what you and the entire department and all of the officers have been, been doing this last year and every year to protect the citizens of Normal.
Thank you, Mr. Preston. I know, like I said, I appreciate the support me and my staff do of the council, of town administration. And, I couldn't be happier. We've got a great staff here. A lot of the times, as good leaders, you know when to step up and lead, and then you got to know when to fall back and let others step up and lead. And fortunately, I've got a lot of good people from command staff on down to new officers that they're good people. They know what they should be doing. They know how to do it and treat people right. And, like I said, many of the time it's just providing them the resources and supporting them to go out there, and they make us all look good.
Ms. Lorenz?
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you feel like you've got the adequate resources, and that's of course something we always want to make sure is the case, not only for today, but even forward looking, which was the point of my question. But I want to go back. I don't think it's fair to tie the question of adequate resources to the situation that occurred at Target. I personally, on your behalf, take offense to the continued characterization of what your officers did as a failure, as not having enough training or something inadequate about it. I really don't like that at all, because I do believe that you all, and I don't know anything about law enforcement, but what you've explained to me, and just kind of in my own intuition, is that you assessed the situation and you did what was right holistically. And, to some extent, watching the images on the TV from 2 or 3 weeks ago, we saw something similar happen, where you had a force that was clearly outnumbered, and they chose, a path that didn't lead to, a greater blow up of things. I mean, there was the one guy that's been interviewed insofar as saying, he could have shot, but then they would have probably shot him and a whole bunch of other people. Instead, he took a more conciliatory role and de-escalated the situation. Let's let the police officers do what they think is right, give them the tools they need, and let's not continue to refer to that night in June as some sort of deficit or inadequacy. I really take offense to that, and I want to commend what the staff did that night and what they've been doing for our community this year under really extraordinary circumstances.
Thank you. Mr. McCarthy.
Yeah, Ms. Lorenz and I are clearly channeling one another. I just want to extend, my sentiments on that subject to say people coming to riot, Target or anywhere else in the country, isn't caused or preventable by a police department. That's the decision of people to behave badly and not according to the law. I, for one, also support Normal Police Department for responding very, very well. When you think about potential for people getting hurt or killed, we didn't have that. But we had some great follow-up police work that resulted in a number of arrests and cases that we've been seeing play out in our local newspaper and local media. And so great police work was done on the time, and I really commend our officers for keeping themselves safe and that situation didn't escalate into really bad outcomes. Building on that and kind of zooming the lens of the camera up onto 2020 as a whole, even though it's starting to be in the rearview mirror, the way outside of typical challenges that you and your department are facing are just hard to imagine 2 years ago if we would have said, hey, do you know what you guys are going to be dealing with in a year and a half? None of this probably would have been on our agenda. I've had chance in the last couple of months to talk to a couple of your patrol team, and just kind of, one-on-one catching up with what it's been like for them, and to hear some of the stories and some of the things that they're, in order to keep themselves safe and keep the public safe, some of the stuff that was never imagined in a typical year in the town of Normal. So just thanks for you and the whole police department for adapting to these amazingly difficult challenges, highly unexpected, and doing such a great job. Uniformly, I hear from our community how much they appreciate our police department and the work that you guys do. And I just want to lend my voice. Thank you.
I'm gonna add to that. It's just been a tough year in the United States for a police officer, and I can't imagine the stress that officers under day in and day out with all the civil disobedience that was happening in our country, and that's got to weigh heavily on our officers. But what they have done is perform professionally above and beyond. And kudos to them and to you, Chief Fleischner, for your department and for the men and women that work for you.
Any additional questions on that? If not, we could cover equitable sharing in probably 2 sentences.
Okay.
Page 255, that is simply, it's an accounting line, really. All it does is it accounts for our seizures and monies, typically in cases that only involve federal cases. So we've got state asset forfeiture, but the equitable sharing is to track any federal cases in which we receive monies, and also the interest on those to make sure that it's accounted for.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chief.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. McCarthy, you were doing so well. Thank you.
Mayor, I think Chief Humer got his electronics working, so we can see you, Chief. Now we just hope we can hear you.
We're going back.
Can you hear me now?
We got you.
All righty. It's good to be heard and seen. So anyway, the fire department preliminary budget is on page 138. So basically, I'm going to take a walk back through memory lane to 2020 right now. So in 2020, we ran 6,065 calls, which was 563 calls less than the previous year in 2019. Most all of that was due to COVID. When the students left town and everything shut down, our calls diminished or greatly dropped, which is a good thing for people because we weren't transporting people in the ambulance. So that's a good thing. A couple things that we're really proud of throughout the COVID issue that we had in 2020 is that we're able to keep up with our continuing education and our training for our firefighters and paramedics. A lot of that was virtual that we did with them, but we still were able to do some hands-on training. We did send some people to the Institute. We did have some issues and some problems that we had to work through, but all in all, we were able to continue with some of the training. We were also able to purchase the rest of the body armor and ballistic helmets that we started purchasing in 2019, so that all the riding positions on the engines and the ambulances now have ballistic vests and helmets. So if we have to go to a rescue task force type situation, or a shots fired or stabbing or something like that, our people will be protected. One of the things that we worked pretty diligently on was purchasing PPE for our people and for other folks in the town, the police department. As you're aware, the N95 masks were very difficult to get, gloves, gowns, those kind of things. We continue to buy those, and we continue to be on allocation from a lot of the vendors that we normally use. A lot of the things that we ordered, for example, some of the equipment that we ordered in June is just now starting to come in. So you can see how far behind some of that equipment is. We were still able to, repair vehicles, purchase small tools and equipment, purchase bunker gear for our people, the normal things that we do. Looking forward to 2021, some of the bigger ticket items that we have a replacement of an ambulance that we're going to start to spec and bid here in the next few months. We're going to continue to fund our fire training, and hopefully things will loosen up a little bit as far as COVID and everything now that the governor has changed some of his orders and stuff. Some of the classes that we've been waiting on might be able to open up and we can get some people in there. We'll continue to buy small tools and equipment, replace large diameter hose when its service life has ended. And one of the bigger items is, I'm not sure if you remember from last year from our budget hearing, that we had put money in the budget for corrosion repairs for those Pierce fire apparatus that we were involved with. We had to push that money out and push it into this coming fiscal year because of plant closures at Pierce and the unavailability of some of the frame rails and parts because of COVID and everything like that. So I'll be coming to you, in fact, next meeting to talk about corrosion and moving forward with repairing those apparatus. We do have in this budget the $40,000 for replacement of 3 thermal imaging cameras. Those are the cameras that we use to search for victims in a fire that allow us to find them in the smoke and in the heat. We also use it to find hot spots in walls and hot electrical devices and things like that. So we're very happy that we're going to be able to replace those. The current ones that we have are 8 years old, and by a technology standard, they're pretty well obsolete. We also do have in the out years, we have a outdoor tornado siren replacement, which is in years 3 and 5. And then we also have ALS paramedic equipment that's still out there in the out years. If you remember 2 years ago, I believe when the 2 new fire engines were purchased, they had space on them for ALS equipment, and we had the paramedics to put on there. And so the council graciously allowed us to purchase 2 sets of ALS equipment for those 2 engines. And so we'll be going ahead and replacing that in the out years also. So if you really look at the budget under equipment maintenance is really the biggest change, where we move that $100,000 out of the 2020 budget and into the 2021 budget. Are there any questions on the fire department budget?
Ms. Smith, you have a question?
Yes. Could you please explain what ALS stands for?
Advanced life support. So
Okay.
it's the paramedic equipment. It's the monitor, defibrillator, that type of equipment.
And how many ambulances now carry this equipment?
We have 4 ambulances that carry that equipment. This equipment is for the fire apparatus, though.
Okay. And so which ones are missing it?
One engine that is at Station 2, it was not built or configured to carry that equipment.
Okay. And I recall from the news stories about the window washers whose cleaning equipment stalled. Was that normal fire department that had the training, even though it was on Bloomington properties?
Sure. Yes. Initially, the Bloomington Fire Department responded because it's a Bloomington call, but the normal fire department is the technical rescue team for the region. And so we have all the equipment and the training to perform that type of rescue. So they called for us to come assist them in that rescue.
And just as we complimented the Bloomington Fire Department for this, what specialties does normal have to go outside of our own fire department for emergencies? What type of emergencies?
Well, the way the plan worked out is that Normal is the technical rescue team for the region, and Bloomington is the regional hazmat team, hazardous materials team. And so they respond on those type of calls. So whenever we have a call in Normal, we respond immediately to it. And then if we need their assistance, their specialties, or their equipment, then we call Bloomington and they come and assist us.
And you're saying that on the COVID, switching gears, the COVID ambulance calls were actually down because of students being out of town. Unlike, say, in New York, which was a hot spot where there were multiple ambulance run, we did not see an uptick in that kind of activity here locally.
That's correct. We did not see that. You know, whenever somewhere between 15 and 19,000 people pick up and move out of town, and basically, if you remember, the streets were basically empty a lot of times, people staying at home, working from home, and everything like that. The calls just went down because of lack of accidents, lack of people in the community.
Okay.
But as the students have come back and as things have started to open up, the call volume is it's not back to normal, but it is moving up.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
If you want to move on to the next topic.
Sure. So the next topic is on page 104. It's fire prevention. And so as far as 2020 goes, a lot of things to tout for our prevention and inspection department. First of all, with COVID, our commercial inspections were way down because a lot of businesses were closed because of COVID. But just like Mr. Tremmel had indicated, our two inspectors are basically spending their entire time out at Rivian working with them. There's been other businesses in the community, the CSL Plasma, Five Guys, Jiffy Lube, several sorority houses, the Holiday Inn, Menards, Roman, Heartland College, and Walmart have all had expansions and changes to their fire alarm and sprinkler systems. So the fire inspectors have been very busy with all of those systems. Also, they've worked with McLean County Dispatch to implement the fire priority dispatch system, which, if you remember a few years ago, we went to emergency medical dispatch for ambulance calls where they gave the pre-arrival instructions, and it's a pre-scripted formula to give arrival instructions prior to the ambulance arriving. Well, we've done something similar throughout the county with the fire priority dispatch, where the dispatcher asks a series of questions and then gives them advice of different things to do. In the case of a fire, leave the residence, don't go back in for pets, find a meeting and rally spot, those kind of things. So that's been very important, and we've had some good results with that throughout the county. As far as the budget for fire prevention, it's basically a status quo budget, basically no changes at all to it. We'll continue to provide funding for Fire Prevention Week. Hopefully this year we'll be able to do a lot more hands-on training and things and get back into the schools because we miss that a lot. We've also purchased some additional equipment for field water flow testing. This is special equipment that you use as a part of your ISO rating so that we can go out prior to being rated by ISO to test fire hydrants and do different things within the community.
Chief, let me just interrupt you and explain. ISO is Insurance Services Office, and that's the organization that provides insurance ratings for the commercial sector.
That's correct. And we are an ISO rated 2, 1 being the best and 10 being basically no fire protection. So we just missed being a 1 by a few points. And so we were very disappointed in that. In 2018 was the last time we were rated. And usually they rate you about every 10 years. And so that equipment that I was talking about for water flow testing, it's also on construction projects when we're working with sprinkler systems, we use that same equipment also. And so that's about it on fire prevention, unless there's any questions.
Not seeing any. If you want to move on to foreign fire tax.
Okay, and that is foreign fire tax, or 2%, which is the easiest one for me to talk about, because basically the 2% or foreign fire tax board sets the budget every year. Those folks are elected by the firefighters that are on the floor. And so they have control over that budget. The fire chief is also on that committee, and that's by state statute.
Chief,
So there's, yes.
Just so council knows, that's found on page 264 and 265 of your budget.
Okay. All righty. And so we usually use that equipment it's for the betterment of the fire department. So we buy lawnmowers, kitchen equipment, TVs, furniture, winter coats, sweatshirts, t-shirts, that kind of thing for the firefighters. And it all comes out of that money. We receive around $40,000 per year in foreign fire tax money. And if there's any other questions.
Not seeing any. So thank you, Chief.
All righty. Thank you very much.
We're going to move on to water. John Burkhart.
Oh, thanks everybody. Kind of similar situation as you've heard from some others. Kind of our general fund, our kind of normal operating budget, fairly status quo.
Time out. I'm going to interrupt you, John, and just to direct council, it's just a couple pages after McHumer's. The water department budget, since it is an enterprise fund, it starts on page 271 of your document. Sorry, John.
No, thank you. So looking at we'll kind of go through our three main divisions first: administrative, treatment, and distribution. Administrative budget, contractual services. You know, due to COVID, we delayed that customer portal that we were looking at last year, or for this current fiscal year that we're in. Something we're going to look at again for next fiscal year to implement. So we've got money in there for that Water Smart. From our research that we've done, that really appears to be the Cadillac service. Obviously, it comes with some higher costs. We have had to switch our meter reading system over to Neptune 360 cloud-based system. Through that, there is options to have a customer portal there. So those are options that we will look at. It's just kind of a function of turning that on and making it available to customers. So again, we'll evaluate those as we go forward, and maybe the cheaper route is something that we try for this first year. Obviously, something that we can get out of if we don't like it. Travel training, it's up a little bit, obviously due to COVID. Several of our distribution employees and plant employees did not travel. A lot of them have certifications that they have to upkeep. Plus we have a little over $5,000 in additional training for that Water Smart. So again, if we go with that, that's a cost we'll incur. If we find a different route, obviously we won't spend that money out of that travel and training. Then in our equipment over 10,000, we've got $15,000 expense to replace a copier this coming fiscal year, and then $14,000 to replace a folder inserter in fiscal year 22-23. So that's kind of the major things with the administrative. Treatment, contractual services, those are up mainly for our lime sludge removal contract. This is the last year of our current contract with our vendor. We're paying about $25 a ton, and we budget for the removal of 15,000 dry tons of lime. So we're estimating a cost of about $32 a ton, estimating that to go up. That's based off of City of Bloomington bid this project in June of 2020, and they were seeing cost in the low $30 range. I think one of their costs was right around $31. So we've plugged in $32. We're hoping to get, you know, as cheap a price as we can, but that's the increase for that contract. Also got to do our 5-year update for our arc flash study. Another contractual service, that one's about $25,000, and then another $20,000 expense in that same contractual service account to implement an emergency response plan. So EPA required us to complete a risk and resilience plan this year that was submitted to the US EPA between Christmas and New Year's. So after that's completed, we have 6 months to complete this emergency response plan. And basically ways that we can mitigate any risk that was found in that risk and resilience plan. As part of a energy, I guess, conservation program that we worked through with facilities team, we've got property maintenance, $9,000 to update interior lighting here at the plant to LEDs and install lighting controls. Also, we've got filter updates that need to be done in equipment maintenance, and kind of our operating equipment over 10,000. We've got a boiler to replace here at the plant, replace an auto priming system for our 4 high service pumps that are located in the basement. So that system just ensures that the pumps are always primed, that they won't pump any air. And then $28,500 to rewind a motor and install a VFD at a well. Again, kind of through that energy conservation or energy audit. We've been fortunate in past years when we do a project like that, rewind a motor and install a VFD, that we have received some rebates from Ameren. We're hoping that we can apply again. You know, we incur all the costs applied. They don't pay for everything, but we've been fortunate enough to get some money back from Ameren. So we're going to try to utilize that as well. The distribution account, it really is kind of status quo. We'll continue with our townwide leak survey every other year. We just completed that this past calendar year, 2020. So this fiscal year, so it's planned in years 2 and 4 of the budget in the out years. Plus $26,000, a little over $26,000 for large meter testing every year. And then equipment over 10,000, we're looking to purchase a truck mounted, what we call a valve exerciser or valve turner. We have a pull type one now that also has a vacuum on it that we use to clean things out. And we just feel that this is a cheaper product in that it's only a valve exerciser. It's not the extra equipment there. So I think that that's a better way to utilize some funds and equipment. And then in year 2 of the budget, we replaced the fabric bunker cover at the distribution facility. I guess before I go into capital, does anybody have any questions on our kind of operating? Again, just the operating costs or budget, sorry.
Ms. Smith, you have a question?
Yes. So I understand that the town of Normal's water source are wells, while the city of Bloomington uses lake. What are some of the lake water? What are some of the unique features of working with well water? Do we have any advantages to do that? Are there any challenges because we use well water?
There's both. I think one of the major advantages that we have kind of a known source at all times. Where our wells are located is a pretty reliable source of water. We've been monitoring well levels out west. We've got 4 wells located out near Danvers and Stanford. Those were put back in, I believe, in the mid 70s. We've got data from back then that those well levels, they may fluctuate a foot or 2 down one year, you know, and the next year that they're a foot or 2 higher. So consistently stable, you know, water source. We don't have to worry about anything. That is a concern for surface water. You know, generally lakes, rivers, they're dependent on runoff to fill them up. Again, kind of a slight drawback to some of those surface water places. Heavy rains fill them up, which is nice, but it brings in sediment. You know, we are in a farming community, so they can pick up nutrients. you know, from farm fields, and that can just create different challenges for those treatment processes.
Okay.
Again, ours is a stable source and a stable water characteristics. They don't fluctuate too much.
Do we have less expensive purification cost?
You know, a lot of that depends on, everybody treats water differently to a certain extent. You know, we soften water. There's a lot of other places that don't, and that's our largest cost. That's our largest chemical cost, and maintaining that equipment. So it's kind of hard to compare some of those things to other communities because there can be different treatment options that people utilize.
I think the other thing to note, Ms. Smith, and John just alluded to it with his prior statement, is from our well water source, it is consistent quality generally. So our treatment of the water doesn't fluctuate that much. Whereas if it's a surface water source, sometimes you have to adapt your treatment processes.
Okay.
Yeah, and one thing I don't think I answered for you, Ms. Smith, is kind of our biggest water quality issue that we deal with, or that we're trying to treat, is ammonia removal. You know, again, we've got some major wells out in some ag communities, so that is a byproduct of some, you know, fertilizers. That ammonia removal can be tricky. At some point in time, it most likely will be regulated by either the state or the feds. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit. So we've got some money in our capital to kind of look at a ammonia removal, kind of a pilot program, a pilot study to assist us in getting it removed. Currently, right now, it can be removed with chlorine, but we throw a lot of chlorine at it to burn it off, and just looking for other economical ways to remove it. And then again, kind of the big picture of nitrification study and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Preston?
Thanks, Mayor. For Mr. Burkhart, first question is actually in the revenue budget on page 272. The rent income, what is that for?
I believe that's the, I lost train of thought, the tower here, just at the treatment plant, not telephone tower, but that tower that's here by the
telecommunications. Yeah,
it.
we leased out some telecommunications space on our tower.
Okay.
Or on our property.
Yeah, and it looks like the estimated FY20 and 21 figure in that same line item is notably higher than any others. Would that still just be related to that same tower and some kind of, you know, change in the terms for that 1 year as to the spike in revenue?
I believe that was a new contract, but I see Mr. Hune is on.
Yes, I can share. We renewed a contract with the cell phone provider that leases that property. And they, as part of that renewal, they made us an advance payment of $100,000 to like a signing contract bonus. So that's what caused the increase for this year. Then obviously it's not the next year, it's the regular rental payments.
Thanks. And then another question for Mr. Burkhart, in comparing both with that revenue budget on that page and then on the admin expenditure budget on the following page 273, can you remind us why we have transfers coming in from the general fund as revenue into water and then going out back to the general fund as expenses?
Yeah, so the transfers in are for water use. So all town departments pay for water use. And then kind of on the same note, the water department pays for use of other town departments.
Right, municipal support, the internal support of town, other town staff supporting the enterprise fund, like the finance department or the legal department, for example. So the finance department over a period of years has calculated basically a time and cost kind of allocation that we charge the enterprise funds. And then of course for this and all of our town facilities, even like the aquatic centers and such, we pay for the use of the water.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
John, go ahead and capital investment, water debt service replacement.
Yeah,
And
so we'll move on to capital investment. Again, kind of talked about it briefly earlier. Our contractual services, we have additional money in there, $140,000 for that ammonia removal study. And then $95,000 for a water system hydraulic model. So we've done some partial models in the past, and you know, for those of you that maybe aren't familiar with them, computer-aided models that can help predict and determine, you know, water flow, and they're not specific to an area. It is a little bit more of a general term, but water generally moves from here to here. You know, there's a restriction in flow in this area. So again, they can be used for that ISO ratings that the fire department talked about. That can alleviate us having to go out and provide a bunch of actual hydrant flushing data for them. If we have a model, we can just hand this to them, and that fulfills some of those needs. But we can use it for a planning tool to kind of help predict a little bit of, well, we do a water main replacement project in this area. These are maybe some of the other changes that the system will see. You know, water, it's generally moving north to south. We replace main, new main that's less restrictive. We may change that water flow around a little bit, and you know, and it may start to move north to south. And again, when you're talking water quality issues, it can help us stay ahead of some of those. You know, we continue to rehabilitate our wells on a 7-year cycle. You know, we're still just a little over $100,000 a year for those. In 2560, we delayed several of these projects this year, again, just due to COVID. We've got cleaning and a resurfacing of essentially the drive-it surface. Here at the treatment plant, we're going to cap some of the walls up top, replace roofs at 4 of our west wells, again, out near Stanford and Danvers, replace floor drains at our distribution building, and replace a roof at the West Booster Station, as well as replacing some inline valves and some piping at our elevated tanks, number 1 and 2. Again, equipment maintenance, this clarifier gear and drive replacement, we delayed that this current fiscal year due to COVID. So we're going to tackle that project here coming this spring. That actually a project that's probably going to hit the street with bid here fairly soon. So we're hoping to bring that to council in April for approval. Year 2 in that budget line item, we've got rehabilitate our aerator and flume. 6335, our well development, again, just kind of delayed the replacement of 2 wells in Anderson Park with 1 new one. It's not getting delayed fully to next year. We hope to have that project out for bid soon, but so actual the funds spent, the money spent will show up in next fiscal year. Again, kind of a project carryover because we've started it now, but it won't be completed until next year. Then our big capital every year is our utility improvements. Our Oak Street from Phoenix to Stewart, that was the one that we received the fast track grant on, a $590,000 grant from the state of Illinois, and we're still waiting to hear from them that they're trying to set all of the bidding requirements for that and verify verify those bidding requirements. Main Street, that Hovey to Churchill extension that council approved this past fall. Construction on that will start February or March. The Oakdale, Ruston, Margaret Grove area, you know, we moved that one up due to those water quality complaints. We're hoping to have the 90% plan review back from the engineer late this week and hopefully turn that around next week and get that sent off to the state probably end of next week, if not that second week in February. And then again, we'll have that out to bid shortly after that, and hopefully again to council for approval in one of your meetings in April. The big ticket item in there is that College Avenue extension, $4.75 million. You know, again, as council approved that study for that area, this is something that we've budgeted for all of it to be built now. Most likely, This is something that can be built in stages based off of economic development needs for that area. Realistically, 2, maybe 3 different stages, but we have budgeted for all of it in case, again, the new development out in the area of Rivian, really kind of explodes here shortly. I've heard their goal is to have production cars off, coming off the line in June. So in case something major comes up out there that we need to be prepared for, something that, again, it's a new facility. We're not going to be stealing anything that's out there, any new facilities that are located in Normal that we will serve. And then our equipment over 10,000, our 7510, we're replacing what we call our North Booster Station. It currently is a tin can that sits below grade. It is a confined space entry, kind of a maintenance and nightmare issue. There's a lot of moisture there. I've kind of joked that if one of our maintenance guys probably walked in there with really small point high heel shoes on, they might be able to step through the bottom of that floor, as the corrosion is bad. You can kind of bounce on the floor a little bit and feel its structural integrity isn't there. So that new facility will be something that's placed above grade, similar to the Northeast Booster Station that's located kind of at Fort Jesse and Hershey. So it will be a very similar structure to that. And we're also replacing a mixing system in our West Reservoir. It's kind of reached the end of its useful life, and there's definitely better technology out there than what that system is. Kind of the highlights of the capital for this next fiscal year, if anyone has questions on that.
Ms. Lorenz, I think you have a question.
And it actually takes you back to operations. I overlooked it in my notes. On the revenue side, you have plugged in a 2% user fee increase.
Yes.
Okay, and if we don't do that, I mean, obviously that'll be taken up as a separate vote. Thoughts about that? What does that do?
I'm glad you raised that issue, Ms. Lorenz, because it was on our list of things to talk about, because it was mentioned way
early,
a number of hours ago in Mr. Hune's introduction.
Right.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Hune to also get ready to chime in as well. As mentioned a while back, earlier today, staff did incorporate the annual 2% increase in the water rate and the system development fee. But certainly we are prepared to talk to council about the impact would be if you chose to not implement a 2% water rate increase for fiscal year 21-22. We would, of course, recommend that would be a 1-year temporary delay or temporary hold on a fee increase, because certainly, as council knows, the revenue that the water system generates is what we reinvest into infrastructure and our capital projects down the road. So we've been making a lot of headway in replacing water mains and such. And so we think the fund could still be meeting targets generally if we delay a fee increase. But I've asked Mr. Burkhart and Mr. Hune to be prepared to talk about what the impact would be. And so I'll ask Mr. Burkhart to jump in.
No, the fund could handle it, today with what we know today and what we can see today. Again, as Ms. Reese stated, it's kind of a 1-year kind of halt to it. The tricky part with us, everything is based off of consumption. Our revenue, the water that we sell is the water that we turn around and have to spend on capital projects. This current year, or calendar year 2020, we're down about 8.5% on sold water. So our revenue has kind of already taken a hit. Obviously, we have seen some expenditure savings off of that. We've purchased some less chemicals. We've spent our electricity costs and things like that are lower, but we still have some of those fixed costs, general maintenance, the employees, maintaining some of our assets are still there. So it becomes a slippery slope that we could handle it 1 year, but definitely don't want to commit to anything longer than that at this point in time, because water rates and water consumption is really our key to revenue. Again, if we can find some additional users, if additional expansion takes place out at Rivian that the town of Normal can serve, and again, be a good user, that can change how those rates get looked at.
Mr. Nord.
Thank you. So I guess a couple of questions. I'll start with the easy ones first. What is a date that Ruston and Grove will have their brown water issue taken care of and the pipes all replaced?
I do not have an exact date yet. Again, we're hoping to have 90% review from the engineer late this week, early next week. Town staff will review that as quickly as we can and get that turned back around. Current wait time at the state is about 45 to 50 days for review, before we can do anything. Again, our goal, it would be to start construction April or May. I continue to stay in contact with a handful of residents out there. They continue to say that the flushing is doing a good job. Their water is clear. I just talked to one gentleman late last week and said that the water is as good as it has ever been. It's clear, and we continue to sample and run some tests on it. It is safe water with the flushing program that we are doing.
I guess I'll jump in and
flushing
ask.
is just an expense though, because we keep dumping good water down the road.
Actually, it is solving the problem temporarily until the construction can get done. So I guess I would, Mr. Nord, you just couched your question saying, when will the brown water get taken care of? And I just ask council members to be cautious on how you word things. Words do matter. And so, the question, I guess I would challenge you and say the question could have been, when will the project get done? Because we have listened to the residents, we have addressed and found a temporary solution, and their water is not brown. And so when you ask the question of when will the brown water get taken care of, it immediately infers that their water is brown. So I'm just asking council members to be cautious on that.
Yeah, I guess it could be said that the brown water issue was taken care of in October when we started end of October when we started a little bit more extensive flushing. So
sure, I guess I could have rephrased it differently. At the end of the day, it's when will the rusty pipes be replaced?
Yeah,
and I got the answer to that.
For the start, and it's probably going to be a 3 or 4 month construction job. So kind of towards the end of the summer, everything will be complete.
Okay, then in your budget, well, the town has got some pipes that we know that are ours, that the town owns, that are lead, or they have lead in them, lead lined or something. And from what the council has been told, I believe there's about a dozen of those, give or take. There's not a huge number, but in your budget, it looks like we're spending $50,000 this year and then another 400 next year to address that. What's the reason for not just replacing the ones that we know right away?
If possible, I've got a little section I'd like to talk to all of council on, if it's okay with you, Mr. Nord. If we could finish questions on the capital and kind of get our budget done. I've got a little thing I just want to talk to council about on what I think our plan is, or could be, should be going forward to have all the lead lines replaced in approximately 18 months to 24 months.
Right, that specifically refers to lead service lines between the water main and the residents. So we're talking about that service. So we will get to that, Mr. Nord, because that's an important topic that I would like council to discuss. And I know we're getting tight on time for the evening, but one thing that I think we're going to need direction on is, and I know I see Mr. McCarthy has his hand up, but is council's thoughts on the water rate increase, the proposed water rate increase, as one item for hopefully giving staff direction.
Okay, another question is the Kingsley and Main Street, I assume they're water main replacements. What's the purpose for that? Are those degraded? Is that why we're doing it? Are there complaints?
Yes, those are substandard water mains. And again, with the state looking at upgrading Main Street and Kingsley, probably within the next 5 years, that's definitely a water main that's not going to survive for 15 years. So we'd want to kind of push it ahead in the replacement program to get it replaced before a complete new road is built.
And just to be clear, because it's not really clear in the budget document, but that was highlighted in my memo to you, those projects that Mr. Nord is just referencing, those are things that we are planning for years 2 and years 3 of the proposed budget.
Okay, and then my last question, the water main that we're building going out to Rivian Motorway, that will be going essentially alongside of Bloomington service that's already out there. And you've mentioned a couple times tonight that we're not going to be stealing water. This is for future for future economic development. Well, this is a $4.75 million project. Is there some, I mean, it just, what I can't wrap my head around is why this is a priority when there's no development out there. If there's going to be a big development that needs that water, I assume it's going to take them a while to at least build that new facility. So is there some economic development that's going on that the council doesn't know about that this is for? Because I just don't understand why this is a priority when we've got other places in town that the pipes are old, and will need addressed.
Mr. Nord, we've had this discussion multiple times. The answer hasn't changed.
So there is no economic development. This is all hope.
This is not hope. Again, we've had this discussion multiple times. We are putting the water main out there with the anticipation of development. We will be shovel ready for new development. It's very likely that that is going to happen. So we're being proactive on it.
Well, in order for me to support this budget, I would like to kind of transparently know. So that's my question or my reason.
You've gotten the same answer multiple times, Mr. Nord, multiple times. And that's the council's decision.
Sure, but there's no development that we know of. Is that accurate?
Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you. Mr. Burkhardt, I want to take you back. We jumped around a little bit and I probably missed my opportunity, but just a really quick question on treatment. On the 3560 chemicals line, I tend to watch that year to year, and pretty typically, right? We see this doing this year to year to year. And when I got this and was cruising through and I went, it went down? Because we don't typically see a chemical cost decrease. Is that because usage down, or tell me what's going on? I assume that was the answer, but
yeah, usage is down. So chemicals that we need are down as well.
Okay, yeah, because almost consistently that's just 3 to 5% increase every single year, like clockwork. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, appreciate that. That's all. I'll let you keep going.
Mr. Preston.
Thanks. Mayor, it's kind of a question for you. I was raising my hand to express my thoughts on the water rate increase that staff wants direction on, and seeing as there are no other questions.
That's exactly where I was headed. Yes.
All right.
Go ahead,
yeah, I'll be short and sweet with this. If staff is telling us that we can and the fund can do just fine without the water rate increase for this next year, that would certainly be more than enough reason in my book to bypass raising the rate this next year, and I would be in full support of keeping it flat for the for the people of Normal, and especially with what seems like staff's blessing on it from a financial end on the town's front. So I cannot support knowing that a 2% increase for next year.
I generally agree with you, Mr. Preston. I wouldn't characterize it as just fine. I don't think they said it was just fine. They said it was doable. But I tend to agree that we can probably do this 1 year. Mr. McCarthy and then Ms. Smith.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to weigh in on that part, last comment. Generally, yeah, as long as staff, I'm very hawkish on this and a few other line items, and I don't like to get behind, and I don't like to kick the can down on critical infrastructure systems like water and sewer and the like. But if you're telling us that for the foreseeable future you don't see great risk to our system, taking a break for 1 year, I'm supportive if that's what you're telling us. But if not, if you're not telling us that you don't believe it's a critical risk, then I would reserve that. But if just one of you, I guess Mr. Burkhardt or Mr. Hune, would just verify that that's what we're hearing.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to jump in and say I don't know that I'd say for the foreseeable future. I would say for fiscal year 21, 22, and that delayed revenue stream, that delayed increase in the rate does impact future years, but I think it's something that we can adapt to.
Okay, great. That's what I was looking to hear. And sorry if I misstated. The 1 year would not affect the out years in a critical way. Thank you. I'm supportive of taking 1 year off from that increase.
Ms. Smith.
Yes. The issue of time needed to develop a project, from conception to vote to studies to funding, what usually is the time needed for projects in the water department, these major projects?
Usually we start working with consultants, October or November, and then plan for construction, in April or May. This one, we've really stressed to the consultant to get it done quicker, and this has been their top priority. So we're probably going to beat that typical time frame by, maybe a month.
But for the major projects, from the time it goes on the wish list and is presented to the council for consideration, to get council approval, and then to line up funding in case there's not enough funding in the water enterprise funds, is that the 6 months that you just mentioned? Or
item, I would assume that it's not in the budget. So that time frame becomes a little harder to figure out. If
right.
It's something that's in the budget, again, we try to start the major project construction in the spring, utilize summer construction season. So we're looking at designing stuff the fall, the year before.
Right. And if it like a major project that like the one we're addressing on West College, the study is happening now. We believe the construction may be able to be phased in, but as we move forward, we know there's a high probability of economic development, and we want to be ready. In addition, I think as Mr. Burkhardt pointed out earlier, we have to be prepared for commercial customers in our water system, because that benefits all of the residential users, because we're sharing the cost of the managing the system, the cost of supporting the system amongst larger users that way. So I think it makes sense for us to prepare for commercial customers, and so the study's happening now for the West College project, and that's a perfect example of studying now, budgeting for dollars, and then when budgeting for the project, when the design is ready to go, we can decide if it needs to be phased and what's the best approach. And honestly, council, this year is a perfect example where we were able to have a shovel-ready project and submit for a grant, and we received the grant award because we were ready. And these sorts of things help set us up for grants.
And an earlier report indicated that new housing permits had increased. I think it was like 16%, in addition to the construction that Rivian has brought in.
Right.
Is that close to what we were seeing before State Farm moved their consolidated corporate offices and created the hubs that brought a financial blow to our community as a whole?
Well, in the mid to late 2000s, before the Great Recession, we were annexing property and subdivisions were being developed and such. So it's not quite. It's certainly not close to the years back when the inspections department was having double and triple digits of new homes. So no, we've got a ways to go before we do that. We're just pleased that growth in residential has occurred this year.
Well, I would also be in favor of taking a pass on the water increase for this 1 year and revisit that next year to give our residents some breathing room.
Ms. Lorenz?
Well, I've been advocating for this for 6 years, so I am really excited that we are going to take a 1-year hiatus. I see Mr. Burkhart kind of laugh because I've been advocating for this for a number of years. Obviously, not wanting to shortchange the quality of our water, but at the same time keeping a close eye on how things are doing. So with that, however, I'm going to offer up, maybe uncharacteristically, a cautionary word in the sense that what I do appreciate now today is the fact that water usage is down, and it's been going down, I think, somewhat because of more efficient fixtures and things like that. Obviously, maybe even because some of the students were gone this year. All the more reason, kind of from a business strategy point of view, that the water department go looking for a new market, in this case being potential new commercial users out in and around the Rivian area. So that, if we want to try to keep rates flat, we've got to bring more, we've got to grow the market. And if we don't do that successfully, then ultimately everybody who's in the market existing is going to have to pay more. And we want to try to avoid that. So I think take this 1-year hiatus, but very much closely watch the usage, and let's move forward with skating to where the puck is going to be, we think, in terms of economic development, and get some infrastructure out there so that those economic development projects can be shovel ready when company X, Y, or Z wants to locate here as a support or complementary business to Rivian and what they're bringing to this community. So I'm excited on one hand to see this finally come to fruition, but on the other hand, I too recognize the need for us to watch this very closely. Thank you.
Mr. Burkhart, you got 3 more lines, and I'm going to ask you to fast track through that.
So I'll hit the debt service. I kind of went over this in quite a bit of detail last year. So it was a loan through the Illinois EPA. One was for filter rehab. One was for some clear well work. Both those 20-year loans, 0% interest, and there was a portion of debt forgiveness. So that 8110 line item for that debt service, that's just those annual payments. Both those should be paid off in June of 2030. Nothing for next fiscal year in water replacement. We do have a single axle dump truck in year 2. And then our other debt service bonds, those are our portions, principal and interest for general obligation bonds, and that was all for water main infrastructure that went in association with the Uptown redevelopment.
Thank you. And Mr. Nord, I didn't get your hand up quick enough. I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
It's okay. My opinion on the water rate is not to raise it if we don't need to raise it. And regarding going after economic development opportunities, I'm looking at this not from just the town of Normal perspective, but community being Bloomington and Normal. If there's already water resources out there and in the ground, then I think that's an inefficient use of community resources for us to put ours right alongside.
I appreciate that, Mr. Nord, and certainly we'll be aware of that position when when the study is completed and such, and nothing's going to happen without council approval concerning construction and the like. I guess I would reiterate what I've said earlier. We've shared with council the impact of commercial customers for the Normal residents that are, and for the customers in the town of Normal system, water system. I believe it makes sense to expand the customers so that you have more commercial users supporting your system. That alleviates and removes some of the burden from the residences. So for Normal taxpayers that are supporting the water utility, I guess I would look at it from a very different perspective, but I appreciate your view.
Yeah, and I appreciate your view as well. I do look at things from the lens of community, not just what's the benefit for Normal at the expense of, well, not worrying about at the expense of who it is. So I respect that, but I look at it from a community level.
Thank you.
Mayor,
yes.
I'm sorry to jump in. I had asked Mr. Burkhardt if we need to delay this, we can. I'm just going to plant the seed in response to Mr. Nord's earlier question. We have a proposed plan to address lead service lines. It's come up, and I think if council could give us maybe 10 more minutes. Sure. I don't know, John, can you cover it in 10 minutes? I don't know. I'm putting a little pressure on him to see if he can do that. But
yeah, and to be fair with everyone's time, I can present it, and I guess everyone can kind of chew on it. And then if there's questions, I can address those questions when we meet to finish this up. If, again, don't want to hold everybody late, but I can get through it fairly quickly.
Go ahead.
All right, so kind of big picture a little bit, there's lead and copper rule out there now. It actually is currently being updated. The new update won't take effect until 2024. So our goal is to have everything replaced before year 2024 when this new rule takes place, because there's additional testing and some other stuff that has to take place. And we're not trying to beat this to hide anything or get away with anything or pull something fast. It's just we have to replace it anyway. We want to get it done before there's additional costs incurred by the town. So we plan to remove and replace all the remaining lead service lines by fiscal year 22 or 23. Realistically, we will beat that, I think, pretty easily, but that's just how we've got it laid out in the budget. So the town is and will replace their portion of all lead services as they are found and scheduled with the homeowner. We've replaced 10 lead lines this year that's just on our side. So as we find them, we're coordinating this and getting them replaced again with the homeowner's schedule. But we are not leaving them in the ground for very long, typically about a month, and we have them replaced. Currently, we know of three additional lead lines that need to be replaced on our side. Depending on weather and if the ground's frozen or not, our goal would be to have those replaced by the end of this fiscal year. There are 10 lead lines that's both on the homeowner and our side. And again, we cannot replace a partial lead line. We can't just replace our portion. and the homeowner just can't replace their portion. They need to be done in unison now that this new legislation is out there. So again, we can tackle those. That's a small enough number. We will tackle those as the homeowner's schedule allows. And then there's 57 lead lines that are on the homeowner side only. So what our proposal, what our staff has talked about, and curious of council's thought, is the town actually, again, we pay for everything on our side. We go ahead and we pay for everything on the homeowner side. We provide them a 0% interest loan so that it can be done quickly, and ask the homeowner, again, depending on the cost of it and what council wants to approve, that homeowner pays the town back either in 12 months or 24 months or longer if that's what council chooses. And again, as a 0% loan. So we front the cost to get it done as quickly as possible. Those homeowners pay us, if they want to pay us back monthly, that's fine. If they just want to pay us back once a year or pay us back all at once. These aren't big numbers. It's stuff we'll just kind of track internally and work with the homeowners on that repayment schedule. And again, we're looking at it this way. We pay for it to get it done, but it still is the homeowner's responsibility to replace their portion. That's the way this has been going for 25 years. I've been with the town since 2003. It's been done well before that. That homeowners are responsible for everything on their side. So it's not penalizing a homeowner who's taken the initiative to replace it 6 months ago, 2 weeks ago, 5 years ago. These people who we've just found these lead lines, they're still going to replace it. They're just going to have the benefit of potentially paying the town back over a longer period of time. The real tricky part to this becomes if a homeowner tells us you're not coming on our property and I'm not replacing it and there's nothing you can do about it, that's essentially true. We can't go on to somebody's private property. Again, we're hoping that this is a plan that that homeowners would be agreeable to. It's something that they can afford and get taken care of. One way then that we'll look to protect the town, to protect our funds, is set a lien up on that property so that if they sell the house or anything else, the town will get their money back if they don't pay us back. There's a means there to collect those funds so that the town is not stuck with paying for all of these.
How many services again, John?
So there's 3 on just our side.
Right.
There's 6 that are on both sides, and then 57 that are on the homeowner side only.
Great.
And we're estimating costs. I mean, for the homeowner side, can run anywhere between $3,000 and $10,000, and I know that that's a wide spread, but that gets at how far back does the house sit, what type of landscaping is in the front yard that they're going to have to get through. Is the basement finished? Is the meter and where that service line enters, is it accessible? So that covers the higher ones. There's not going to be a lot of those. We estimate typically this is probably going to run in the $3,000 to $5,000 range, maybe even up to $6,000. But there will be a couple that probably push that $10,000 range, again, depending on the inside situation of that resident's home.
So my inclination would be to come up with, I want to say brackets of timelines that they pay us back. Giving people an option to go 1 year, 3 year, 5 years, 10 years, depending on what their costs are, because a lot of these are going to be old homes and people may not have the money or may not be able to afford $1,000, $2,000 a year additional costs. So I think if we can come up with some brackets of timelines, I think that'd be helpful. That'd be my.
based upon the cost of the investment required, and then a payback based on certain investment parameters. Okay, and Mr. Burkhart did a really good job of summarizing this very briefly, so I appreciate that. But I think that this program allows us to offer to residents a way to get their lead services replaced. We can't make them participate, but it is a program that I think might be of interest to some, and certainly then we can share it with EPA or anybody else who wants to know what we've done to try to make headway in this. And I just want to say thanks to Mr. Burkhart, because these numbers of services that need to be replaced, when you've got what 11,000 plus water customers,
17,500 services in town.
Yeah, 17,500 services, and we're down to 6 or 57. You know, that's pretty good ratio. So.
And one thing, I apologize, I forgot. What we'll do, if council's okay with this plan, we will send out like an RFQ or an RFP to plumbers. That way, if a homeowner doesn't have a plumber that they generally work with, we will have a list and some prices, then that they could choose somebody that they would want. And we'll have to ensure, since the town will be paying for it, we'll have to ensure that prevailing wages are paid and some various other things. So there may be a little bit of additional cost there to the homeowner than if they just have their own plumber. But if they have their own plumber and they want to pay for it themselves, obviously that will be great. This will just be to help the people that don't have the means to pay for it all up front.
And one more quick comment. I know we've got a couple of council questions. If council is generally interested in moving forward with this type of a program, we would come back to you to formally adopt it. So we will, this is to talk in concept, and then we'll come back and present the actual formal program to you for adoption.
Mr. Preston.
Thanks. Yep. Mr. Burkhart, you answered there toward the end one of my questions that I'll just reiterate now is, you know, if the town, for the resident, if they were to do this with the town, would that in any scenarios be a notably higher cost to the homeowner than if they just went about it themselves, you know, due to prevailing wage or whatnot? And you did kind of touch on that, which I appreciate.
Yeah, and that's our guess. You know, most plumbers here in town kind of pay that union wage anyway. I mean, that's typically what the prevailing wage is. So, like I said, we're guessing an incremental increase to the homeowner if they would go through this. But again, it is a bid process. So, you know, those contractors are going to be kind of hungry maybe for some work, especially 57 services. That's a decent amount of work to do. They may try to run some of their margins thinner than typical, hoping then that they pick up the volume of work.
And again, this is something that the town would be offering to these homeowners, but not mandating that they take us up on.
Right. Yeah, we can beg and plead and you know, wish with them. But yeah, at the end of the day, that's the homeowner's property. If they tell us they're not replacing it and it can just stay in our inventory that we have to report to the EPA, that's just the kind of hit that we'll take.
Yeah, in that sense, I'm thinking about this now. I don't see a downside to it in terms of the kind of service that it would provide to those residents. I think it's a good idea, and you know, I would be in support of the concept. And I do like the mayor's thought that, you know, if you have somebody with a $10,000 bill compared to a $1,000 bill, you know, being able to offer maybe different terms or lengths of payback periods would make sense and be a reasonable thing to do for homeowners. Thanks.
McCarthy.
Thanks. On a conceptual level, I like this approach. I like being able to proactively help out homeowners with repairs in a situation like this. And I know you're going to come back to us with some kind of a formalized, structured program for us to review. In addition to kind of those payback terms, I'm assuming that proposal will address what happens to the balance to the town if the property is sold during the payback period. qualification criteria for the program and all those sorts of things. I'm assuming you guys will address and we'll get to see all those conditions when we get it. So I'm supportive of the concept. Thanks.
Mr. Nord.
Thank you. Do we know what the demographic is of most of the folks that are affected?
I don't believe so.
No, we wouldn't have any means of knowing the demographic of the people that reside in the home that the service is serving.
But do we know if it's like mainly lower income areas or more affluent areas?
That's something we can work with Ms. Davison and Mr. Long on, but I don't know that answer off the top of my head.
Yeah, I would
Oh,
suspect. I'm sorry. I would suspect the homes with the lead services are in the older neighborhoods, but I wouldn't know who resides in them or their status.
Most likely, most of these are in the older, kind of historic areas.
Okay. Yeah, because if we've got the address, I'm wondering if we could possibly use the community block development funds to kind of help speed this along for folks that may, be financially constrained. So yeah, if you guys can look into that, I'm after kind of watching this whole lead line thing and hearing some state reps talk about it too. There might be some other funding mechanisms that if the town gets involved, maybe we can give paperwork, help folks fill it out so they can get some grant money to help them. And yeah, because the problem with the lead line pipes is you don't know you've ingested it until it's too late. And yeah, so I'm in favor of anything to get this taken care of. And if the town only has 9 that, are on our side, I would be an advocate for getting those done sooner than later, even if we don't quite have the paperwork filled out for how we're going to get reimbursed for the homeowner side, just so we move this forward.
Yeah, we will address the ones that are just on the town side, like I said, as quickly as we find them. We've got means in our budget to take care of them now. It's the ones that are difficult are the ones that's led on the homeowner side and the town side, because we cannot go in and just replace our side until the other side is replaced as well. So once we get these 3 done, our hands are kind of tied until, again, we come up with a plan to work with the homeowners.
Ms. Smith.
In extending this no interest bearing loan to homeowners and an installment arrangement for payback, what brought to mind the situation where we waived late fees and abated cutoffs during the pandemic? Are we seeing accounts be brought up current when we extended those credits in the past year?
So the amount of, I guess, delinquent accounts, and again, if accounts 1 day late, they'd be considered delinquent. We've kind of plateaued now. For about the last 3 times we've run the report, we're kind of finally leveled off. So we think that we've reached that peak, or at least we hope we've reached that peak.
I think we're going to call it an evening here, and we've got quite a bit left to do. So I'm going to suggest, with council agreement, 4 o'clock on Monday.
Monday, February 1st is your next council meeting, so that would just be next Monday.
Yep. So I'm going to recess the meeting till 4 o'clock Monday, and we'll continue with the budget hearing then. Hopefully we'll get done enough to get a break between the council meeting and the finishing the budget review. At least there'll be an incentive for you to get a bite to eat before the council meeting. Mr. Nord, did you have a question or a comment?
It was more just a comment. I won't be able to make the meeting at 4. I mean, I understand we all can't make every meeting. So as long as you've got a quorum, then, well, then you guys are welcome to meet without me. I'll just be showing up late.
All right, noted. So we are recessed until 4 o'clock Monday. Thank you all.
Thank you all for the great discussion. Appreciate it.
Thanks, staff. Thanks, everybody.